Cultivation. My augmented statuses have unlimited duration. 751 My name is Chaos, 2. However, after the nearest Azura Lord, Amity, came into contact with the territory of the Mountain of Flesh, he unexpectedly did not gain anything. Because the Flesh Mountain clone had become stronger, the speed was too fast, so fast that all the armored trolls were caught off guard. Due to the increasing territory occupied by the Flesh and Blood Calamity, more and more Azura World rewards were received. It was equivalent to sacrificing an entire continent to strengthen one person. The strength of the physical body clone swelled like a balloon, and it quickly surpassed Zhongli's main body and reached the level of an Overlord-level Azura Lord. As such, the dozens of spatial cracks were no longer a crime, but a huge opportunity that others could not hope to obtain. After displaying their strength, a large number of the Azura Lords who had already gathered below the geocentric passageway naturally did not dare to mention attacking. Instead, they chose to join him. Dozens of spatial cracks leading to the Lamb World were fatal temptations to any Azura. Hunting dogs that chased after the smell of benefits had their own merits. Azura World creatures were far more resistant to the chaotic power of the Mountain of Flesh than armored trolls and humans. In order to prevent himself from being attacked from the front and back and advance faster, Zhongli did not let his clone devour these subordinates who had taken the initiative to join him. Instead, he took them under his wing and emotionally threw them into the battlefield of the prosperous Ox continent. Although the tightly packed flesh carpet was extremely oppressive, its speed was still a little slow. The armored trolls with super long-range attacks could slow down the spread. Now, with the Azura World creatures running on it, the difficulty of resisting the flesh calamity increased exponentially. Every encounter caused the armored trolls to suffer heavy losses. It was not so easy to retreat calmly. Go to hell, monster of the other world! Acid erosion wave! The fog duke roared. The originally white fog rolled and gradually turned into a yellowish-green color like bile. Its corrosion also increased exponentially. White smoke rose from the surface of everything enveloped in the fog, accompanied by hissing sounds. The scales and skin of the Azura monsters were constantly corroded. They hung down like mud, revealing the muscle tissues below. The Azura monster was not afraid of pain. With a roar, it continued to rush towards the city. Then, its muscles could not withstand the corrosion. After running a few steps, only its bones were left. The Fog Duke's acid corrosion wave was extremely powerful. Its power was not inferior to the substantial domain power of the three divine pillars. In theory, no matter how many enemies rushed in, they would be corroded by the acid fog. This was a talent that specialized in large-scale defense. It was precisely this ability that allowed him to last for 10 days. However, right ahead, a crimson bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, and a long and narrow crack was suddenly torn open in space. Another spatial crack opened. Endless power of chaos surged from the other side of the crack. The two completely different forces produced a violent explosion. The acid tide also needed spiritual chi as support. This time, the talent domain he spread out shook fundamentally. A large number of yellow-green poisonous creatures were repelled by the power of chaos and could no longer approach the spatial crack. At this moment, an eye appeared behind the spatial crack. "Don't look at that eye!" The Fog Duke reacted immediately, then decisively took off his two eyes and threw them to the side. However, it was already too late. When he grew two more eyes and looked around, all the armored monsters that had met that eye were already hugging their heads and rolling on the ground. A small number of them were in better condition. Their bodies were relatively more stable, and the speed at which they mutated was slower, giving them time to take out the nourishment they carried with them and send it into their mouths. However, they were not under Zhongli, so each of them only received a little bit of nourishment. Moreover, the quality was quite ordinary. The effect of suppressing the abnormality was limited. They still needed to cut off 30 to 50% of their tissues to barely survive. However, at least they had a chance of surviving. The other armored troll commoners who saw that I had already turned into balls of flesh on the city wall. Then, the eye moved away and turned into a huge fist. The fist of flesh and blood smashed into the spatial crack without any actual mass. It was as if a heavy hammer had smashed into a thick crystal. Countless spatial fragments without thickness or mass shattered and scattered in all directions. The originally small crack quickly spread in all directions after being smashed. According to his past experience, a large number of Azurum monsters would rush out at this moment. However, this time, there was none. This abnormality made people even more uneasy. Sure enough, a pair of palms reached out from the thickest and largest crack and grabbed the relatively narrow crack from both sides. Then, the second and third pairs, the 10th pair, the 100th pair, and the 200 pairs. After the Flesh Mountain clone transformed into the Azura form, it had been growing arms. Now, it had more than 1,400 arms. This exaggerated spatial crack was still too small for him. After more than 200 hands grabbed the crack, it was already full. Then, he exerted strength together, and an enormous force acted on it. The extremely sharp cracks cut open bone-deep wounds on his more than 400 palms. The boiling blood of madness hung down like a waterfall. However, under his strength, the spatial crack was forcefully opened. As the crack grew larger, more palms embedded themselves in it and exerted strength. The spatial crack continuously stretched upwards and downwards, finally reaching a terrifying level of connecting heaven and earth. Even if they left it alone, it would take a long time for the Azure Cloud continent to heal this space. Then, a head that gathered insects, fish, reptiles, mammals, and other strange organs squeezed over from behind the crack. Unfortunately, with the lesson learned, no armored troll dared to look him in the eye. Once those chaotic wills invaded their consciousness, it would be fatal to them. The strange and disgusting faces wriggled, and more than 10 strange mouths gathered together, forming an even larger and irregular hole. Endless energy condensed in this hole that should be called a mouth. Finally, a thick blood-red pillar of light shot out from the hole. In an instant, it flashed past the city ahead. The world turned pale under the illumination of the red pillar of light. All the creatures' eyes were pierced until they lost the ability to sense color. All the lives in 1,000 miles held their breaths in front of that powerful energy. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Only then did a terrifying energy wave erupt and wreak havoc. The energy that erupted started from the place where the pillar of light slashed past, raising the entire city to the ground. The straight pillar of light even crossed a long distance and pierced through the forest of origin behind the city. It blasted a hole in the slowly wriggling ancient Lingzi. After destroying the enemy in one bite, flesh and blood surged out from behind the gap. It spread out and turned this area into his territory. Then, the huge divine shadow behind the crack gradually collapsed, turning into flesh and blood that continuously surged in the prosperous Ox continent, turning into a mountain. Soon, the mountain of flesh formed a human figure, and thick arms grew out. The Azura Lord could only move in his territory. However, this area had already become his territory, so he could naturally step foot in it. In the past, Amity and Vimacitran could not come over because they were huge. Even if the mountain of flesh had already torn the crack to this extent, it was actually impossible to directly squeeze over. However, his physical body was a flexible mountain of flesh that could slowly squeeze him over like liquid. After spending some effort, the Flesh Mountain Lord condensed his body in the continent of the 9 provinces. He roared at the sky, roaring his true name. My name is Chaos. 752 Direct Confrontation, 1. A thin fog tried its best to escape the red pillar of light that destroyed the entire city. It flew into the origin forest as quickly as possible. Bang! The fog turned back into the fog duke. He fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state and rolled a few times before barely standing up. He took 2 steps forward and almost fell again. In order to dodge the attack just now, he instantly consumed 99% of his strength to not be invaded by the power of chaos. However, his condition was already at the limit. If he used his talent again, his ability would turn into smoke and even his entire body would dissipate. After taking 2 breaths, the Fog Duke ran deeper into the forest of origin. Behind him, the Flesh Mountain Lord was continuously approaching. What are those people doing? This is already the last Holy Land. They're actually not attacking yet. The angry Fog Duke rushed into the maze-like forest. However, when he ran to the location of the origin ceremony with difficulty, the scene in front of him stunned him on the spot. In the forest of origin, the reinforcements that the Fog Duke was looking forward to were lying on the ground. The armor on their faces was removed with practiced methods and thrown to the side. Most of them were already dead, and the remaining ones were barely breathing. 9 figures were busy moving back and forth. They reached out and pressed on their heads, pulling out wisps of mental threads. They were refined into beads using methods similar to human cultivators. It turned out that Gallenfrown's technique to extract the armored troll's talent was not the only one. This group of people with longevity had long developed similar techniques in secret and were even more mature. From the way they worked with their left and right hands, it could be seen how many armored trolls had fallen into their hands over the years. As for the Queen, who had high hopes for the armored troll race and was their final savior, her current state was also very abnormal. The armored troll Queen lay on the ground with blank eyes. Half of her body had already fused into the ancient Ling Zi. This was clearly not the normal process of the origin ceremony. This group of people with longevity had hidden in the armored troll court for so long. Although they had never become rulers, with their long lifespan and terrifying foundation, they could completely leave behind a backup plan before every armored troll king grew up. This powerful queen, who grasped the power of the rules, was also not spared. Without much chance to resist, she was already at their mercy. What are you doing? The Fog Duke wanted to escape, but there was no way out. He knew that he was finished, and so was the armored troll court. Before he was killed by these guys, he only wanted to die understanding. Fog Duke, I really didn't expect you to return alive. But that's good too. It's another high-grade fog rune. One of the people with longevity instantly appeared behind the Grand Duke and grabbed his head. He took out a sharp knife and stabbed it into the gap under the armor. It slid smoothly along the gap between the bones. This brought great pain to the Fog Duke. You actually betrayed the royal court. You slaughtered your clansmen in the Holy Land. Traitors can't be forgiven. The flesh calamity has surrounded this place. You will die too. All of you will die. The Fog Duke cursed for the last time. Then, he activated the last of his fog talent in an attempt to corrode this traitor. However, this was not very useful. In the end, the acid fog only melted the sharp blade and completely dissipated from this world. What a waste! Grand Duke level runes are very rare. However, the flesh and blood calamity is indeed troublesome. He's really a smart guy to think of such a method to deal with the armored troll race. Our queen still needs some time. We can't let him cause trouble at this time. Originally, one of the 12 people with longevity had died in Zhongli's hands, and 2 had gone to seize the longevity seed. There were still 9 left. They floated in the sky and looked at the huge demonic god surrounded by clouds. After the Azura Flesh Mountain Lord truly stepped into the 9 provinces, he shouted the true name he had awakened in his days. Then, he looked even more longingly at the ancient Ling Zi that stretched thousands of miles ahead. It could sense that it was incomplete, and the essence of the Flesh Mountain Lord came from the forest. As long as he ate those Ling Zi, he could replenish his body. The Lord of Chaos, whose lower body was still a mountain of flesh, wriggled closer to the forest of origin. New arms were still growing on both sides of the huge body. As the range of his territory increased, his strength increased every moment. However, when faced with the destructive power that had already invaded 1/3 of the prosperous Ox continent, the 9 guys did not show any panic. Chaos. Is this the Azura behind the flesh calamity? How can his real name be Chaos? Having inherited ancient memories, they were not unfamiliar with this name. The so-called chaos was naturally not referring to the chaotic state before the creation of the world. It was one of the four ancient ferocious beasts, chaos. 753 Direct Confrontation, 2. The people with longevity of unknown origins stood in the air and stared at the Flesh Mountain Lord for a while before looking down at the ancient Lingzi that had already expanded by thousands of miles. If this new guy was chaos, what was this under their feet? Soon, the Flesh Mountain Lord arrived at the Forest of Origin. He raised 100 right hands and formed completely different seals, about to grab the Forest of Lingzi in front of him. It was the Rama palm that all Azura lords grasped. The Rama palm formed by 100 hands was not very strong, but it was enough to cause a destructive blow to any armored troll. Facing this power, the 9 people with longevity were not flustered. One of them took out a small apricot yellow flag from his bosom. After spreading it out, he shook his hand and threw it forward. The small flag flew up with the wind and transformed into a huge yellow light screen in front of him. The light screen expanded and finally enveloped the entire Forest of Origin. When the 100 Rama palm seals landed on the yellow light screen, they only caused layers of ripples and could not move at all. How could the Flesh Mountain Lord let the matter rest? More than 1,400 arms raised like a peacock spreading its tail. His palms clasped more than 1,400 completely different seals, and then they descended towards the yellow light screen. Space was torn apart immediately. The originally clear sky instantly turned into a pitch-black void. However, when the 1,455th Rama palm smashed into the yellow membrane of light with the void turbulence, the membrane of light formed by a small flag still did not move at all, firmly protecting the ancient Lingzi below. You overestimate yourself. Taking advantage of the moment when the Flesh Mountain Lord's strength had dissipated, a stream of light flew out of the Forest of Origin and flashed before quickly returning. That yellow light screen was only effective against flesh and blood disasters, but the 9 of them could come and go as they pleased. Just this alone could give them a huge advantage. As long as they could not break through the membrane of light, they would be invincible. When he appeared again, a huge arm had already appeared in the hand of one of the people with longevity. In the blink of an eye, he took the opportunity to remove one of the arms of the mountain of flesh. However, ordinary armored trolls could not dodge in time. He was not afraid of the crazy flesh that could take half of his life. He let the rolling blood land on his skin. He even took out a silver needle and pricked it, picking out a bit of blood to taste. The suppression of the blood of madness's chaotic power on the armored troll seemed to have failed at this moment. Or perhaps these people with longevity had not really transformed into armored trolls. The person with longevity tasted the blood of the Flesh Mountain clone and quickly calculated with his fingers. The chaos of the 4 beasts is a strange beast that has not separated from chi, form, and essence. Inside, there are the great change, great beginning, great nature, great simplicity, and great ultimate. They are the connate 5 greats. The great change is born without form or chi, the great beginning is the origin of chi, the great nature derives form, the great simplicity is the origin of essence, the chi, form, and essence are gathered but not separated by the myriad lives in the world. After calculating for a while, he nodded in understanding and casually threw the arm away. This mountain of flesh beast is indeed related to chaos, but it's not chaos itself. Someone used the Azura's blood of madness to catalyze the chaotic flesh and blood to create this monster. It's quite smart. However, the profundity of chaos can't be compared to just chaos and madness. Demonic methods will only bring about their own destruction in the end. These people with longevity were extremely knowledgeable. They actually relied on an arm to deduce most of the mysteries of the mountain of flesh. They sneered at such a powerful monster. The path they wanted to walk was the path of the immortals. How could such a trick be compared to their plan? However, this plan was still lacking something. Human Emperor's successor. Come out. The person with longevity in the lead suddenly spoke. However, what answered him was the continuous Rama palm seals of the Flesh Mountain Lord. It's you who caused the calamity, right? You've already achieved your goal of destroying the armored troll race. We're not enemies. As they spoke, the 9 armored trolls took off the armor on their faces, revealing extremely similar faces. It turned out that other than Alfred, the other people with longevity were all humans. They had grasped an extremely brilliant concealment technique that could allow them to live in the prosperous Ox continent as humans for 8,000 years and even deceive Zhang Li's appraisal technique. This was the first time Zhang Li had seen such an ability. However, the successor of the human emperor still did not appear. You can't break the apricot yellow flag. After so long, there's still no result. Show yourself. We can make a deal. You should have seen the power of the Son of Heaven of the Qin dynasty. Hand over Alfred's corpse and I can help you become the new Son of Heaven. When I reopen the Heaven realm and become the immortal master of this world, I will reside in the Heaven realm. The entire 9 provinces will be yours. The 1,000 Rama palms still did not stop. Who would want to be a son of heaven who could only live for 300 years? After several attempts, there was no response, making the person with longevity a little angry. After a pause, he spoke again. He was still certain that Zhang Li was here. You obtained King Zhou's incomplete inheritance in Fengde City, right? Don't you want to find the Fire Cloud Cave? It was not until this person finished speaking that the Rama seals suddenly paused. These words shocked Zhang Li. This was a secret that no one except him knew. It was actually exposed by a guy he had never seen before. Who were these guys? A shadow dispersed, and Zhang Li, who was carrying 2 former people with longevity, walked out. Why was it said that they were former people with longevity? This was because after Zhang Li captured them, he noticed that the talent for longevity that had been in their bodies not long ago had disappeared. He did not find the longevity seed that should have existed in their bodies. From the looks of it, the pearl in their bodies had been taken away before they were sent out to attack him. Zhang Li casually threw these 2 fellows who no longer had much value to the side and took a few steps forward to look at the 9 people with longevity through the yellow membrane of light. With a flip of his hand, a grey and simple pearl appeared in his palm. You want this, right? This group of people with longevity clearly did not have any respect for corpses. What they needed was only the longevity seed in the corpses. Looking at the slight changes in their expressions, Zhang Li understood that this thing was indeed quite important to them. You want to become the immortal master of this world? How arrogant! Since you want to trade, bring me to the Fire Cloud Cave and I'll return this to you. Zhang Li made his request. After displaying the longevity seed, he retreated a distance. He had not forgotten that the apricot yellow flag still had a method to capture people. The more critical the moment, the more he could not let his guard down. You're the junior who obtained the human emperor's inheritance, right? You're indeed a rare talent in this world. However, do you know what kind of person King Zhou, who left behind the inheritance, is? Why was the position of the human emperor severed? King Zhou, Dxin, indulged in wine and lust. He used his army for his own benefit. He punished dissents heavily. He rejected the truth and framed the innocent. He disrespected the sages. He was hated by the world, which was why the human emperor perished. We descendants must not make the same mistake again. The conditions I mentioned earlier are still valid. We can help you become the Son of Heaven protected by heaven and earth. The person with longevity spoke excitedly, but Zhang Li only sneered and was unmoved. The winner takes all. Since ancient times, only court officials who usurped the throne need to use vicious words to slander the former emperor. These words can be used to deceive the masses. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Tell me where the Fire Cloud Cave is. Otherwise. Zhang Li tightened his grip on the pearl, his strength continuously increasing. Under his terrifying power, tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the pearl. However, under the crack, blinding spiritual light suddenly shot out. 754 Do you regret it? 1. After being squeezed by Zhongli, fine patterns actually split open on the seed. Just as Zhongli thought that he had broken the bargaining chip. From the cracks, a resplendent golden light suddenly blossomed, stabbing into his palm until it hurt. The 5 fingers seemed to be about to be cut off by the golden light. If it was anyone else, they would probably have instinctively let go of the thing in their hand. However, Zhongli's body was filled with the unyielding will of the ancient humans from the beginning to the end. The pain only tightened his grip. He could not lose in terms of strength, especially in this situation where both sides could not grasp the other party. He could not reveal any flaws. While Zhongli cursed in his heart, he acted calm and composed. Enduring the pain, he continued to calmly rub his hand. Soon, the grey surface of the seed was completely rubbed off. What was crushed was only the outer layer of the seal. After the baptism of violence, the true core of the seed was exposed. However, what was revealed was a jade front tooth. While Zhongli was puzzled, he suddenly noticed that the feet of the 9 people with longevity moved, and they seemed to be slightly nervous. He warily retreated a distance and landed on one of the palms of the Flesh Mountain Lord before stopping. He was wary of these guys running out to launch a sneak attack. Little friend who has obtained the human emperor's inheritance, this is only an ordinary jade tooth. It's not a rare item. This is the address of the Fire Cloud Cave. Come over and we'll exchange it at the same time. The one who was clearly the leader waved his hand in the air a few times and produced a yellow paper in his hand. He was anxious to exchange it for the jade tooth. However, Zhongli was not so stupid. Who knew what he had drawn on the yellow paper? He was also curious about the origins of the jade tooth in his hand. It could actually injure him just by grabbing it. He turned his head and appraised it quietly. Then, the information that popped up made him, who was already mentally prepared, involuntarily widen his eyes. If the teeth of the great god Pangu can be considered ordinary, then this tooth is really nothing. The information reflected by appraisal was actually not much. However, just the name was enough to make Zhongli think of many things. Golden Immortals remains Daoist Jade Cauldron. The source of this longevity seed was actually the essence of a dignified Golden Immortal's remains. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Golden Immortal, but Daoist Jade Cauldron. That was the disciple of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, the 9th-ranked Golden Immortal of Chan School, the master of the Sage Erlang, the Daoist Jade Cauldron of the Jade Spring Mountains Golden Cloud Cave. The greatest achievement was when he barged into the Immortal Slaying Sword formation and took away one of the 4 Immortal Slaying Swords, the Immortal Vanquishing Sword. The incisor-shaped tooth was left behind because Daoist Jade Cauldron was formed by a tooth left behind by Pangu after he created the world. After cultivating the human form, he entered the Jade Void Palace. This shocking background also allowed him to innately possess a powerful immortal body that could forcefully crush the indestructible body of Vajra. Due to the fact that it was only a story from his previous life, Zhongli was only 50% confident when he spoke. However, when he saw the slight changes in the expressions of the few people with longevity, he confirmed his guess. Wait! There were 12 Golden Immortals in the Chan School, and there were also 12 people with longevity. In other words, there should be 12 so-called longevity seeds. Could it be that the 12 Golden Immortals of Chan School had been wiped out in ancient times? The only way to take them down at once was when the cultivationless age began and the Golden Immortals were about to die. Moreover, it was extraordinarily difficult to find the place where these 12 people were in seclusion. Unless it was an internal member of the Chan School and these 12 people who he trusted greatly attacked, it was impossible. This is really a good thing. It's the remains of an ancient Golden Immortal, Daoist Jade Cauldron. You want to exchange it for an address. Do you have no shame? Zhongli still maintained his calm expression and casually spoke a lot of information about the longevity seed. He became even more vigilant and was prepared to face the enemy at any time. Daoist Jade Cauldron. How do you know this name? Zhang Li's words caused the few people with longevity to reveal surprised expressions. They all guessed if Zhang Li had any other origins. They clearly could not understand why this small successor of the human emperor could see the origins of Daoist Jade Cauldron's remains at a glance. Earlier, that person with longevity had exposed Zhang Li's identity and inheritance. That method was the same as a hooligan saying, "I know where you live and how many people you have in your family." They wanted to use this method to threaten and pressure Zhang Li. However, not only was that useless, Zhang Li even turned around and revealed the origins of their golden immortal's remains. He even said that Daoist Jade Cauldron was Pangu's tooth. It was equivalent to turning the tables on them. They did not remember that any other remains had been unearthed in the Azure Cloud continent. The term Golden Immortal only appeared in some ancient records, and very few people knew about it. How could anyone in the current cultivation world of the Azure Cloud continent recognize the remains of a Golden Immortal at a glance? Could it be a message left behind by Dxin? That was not right. One had to know that in the primordial world, one's background was the most important secret that one had to hide. 755 Do you regret it? 2. This was because everything in the world complemented and countered each other. Once an enemy knew your origin, it was very likely that they could use your weakness to deal with you. Even fellow disciples would not usually communicate about this. Even the longevity disciple of the same sect did not know about Daoist Jade Cauldron's real identity. That unlucky King Zhou, Dxin, had even less of a chance to know. Could it be that the identity of the human emperor's successor was only a disguise? Was this person also a remnant member of that era? Don't worry about how I found out. If you want to take back this tooth, bring me to the Fire Cloud Cave first. In addition, the thing under the 9 provinces cauldron was also taken away by you, right? Hand it over and this tooth will be yours. Zhang Li made his request. However, as he spoke, the tips of his fingers turned pitch black, and he was holding onto the jade cauldron's remains while secretly extracting the spiritual qi inside. As expected of Pangu's front teeth, he could only slowly pull out a little with all his might. The person in the lead narrowed his eyes. After wearing the face armor for so many years, he was not very good at hiding his expression. Humph! You're so stubborn. All right. If you want to find the Fire Cloud Cave, this is the place you're looking for. The person holding the yellow paper in his hand immediately burned into a ball of flames and was casually knocked to the ground. After the ball of flames landed, the ground separated, forming a large valley, revealing a hole below. The hole looked ordinary, but it attracted Zhang Li's entire gaze with a single glance. His heart beat uncontrollably, and the human emperor's blood qi in his body could not help but boil. It was more obvious than ever. Zhang Li was certain that this was the Fire Cloud Cave. It turned out that the Fire Cloud Cave was below the Forest of Origin. Fortunately, he was vigilant just now and did not accept that old fellow's deal. Otherwise, when he opened the map and took a look, although he knew the location of the Fire Cloud Cave, it was still close by and could not be touched. He would probably vomit blood from anger. However, in this moment of distraction, a person with longevity suddenly rushed out from the yellow light screen when Zhang Li was unprepared. He raised his sleeve and shook it. A golden line flew out quickly and instantly approached, wanting to wrap around the successor of the human emperor. Zhang Li recognized that it was the immortal binding rope that had subdued the stitched monster earlier. This thing was really powerful. Whoever tied it up would definitely be unable to break free. It was a powerful treasure with the ability to instantly kill people of the same level. However, right when the immortal binding rope approached Zhang Li's body, a black light similarly shot out from Zhang Li's waist and headed straight for it. The golden and black lights collided, but there was no explosion or impact. The two intertwined in tacit understanding. Soon, they were completely tied up in a mess, rolling in the air. After the two streaks of light stabilized, he saw that it was a long golden rope and a black chain intertwined. "This is the dragon imprisoning lock. How can you have such a divine item?" The person with longevity had shocking vision and knowledge. He recognized this chain at a glance. However, he was not surprised by the appearance of the dragon imprisoning lock. Instead, he was surprised that this ancient divine artifact could be preserved so well. "Your immortal binding rope is not bad either." Zhang Li returned the favor and also called out the name of the rope. The person with longevity cursed in his heart. This guy even knew the immortal binding rope. As expected, he was definitely a survivor from ancient times. How can the dragon imprisoning lock compare to the immortal binding rope? Break! Both sides formed hand seals and controlled their artifacts to compete. The two ancient divine artifacts used all their strength to attack each other. In ancient times, the power and reputation of the immortal binding rope naturally far exceeded the dragon imprisoning lock. However, after the cultivationless age, that might not be the case in this world. Any immortal artifact or divine artifact would fall from grace after experiencing the baptism of the world's upheaval. The dragon imprisoning lock that had obtained the power of the netherworld merit and obtained new life was incomparable to the immortal binding rope that had been meticulously nurtured by these people for tens of thousands of years. The power of the two was almost equal. However, Zhang Li had obtained another chain in the Epang Palace. The two chains connected together, suppressing the immortal binding rope in terms of quantity. As it continued to roll, the golden rope was wrapped deeper and deeper. Soon, there was not much golden color on the surface. This time, the dragon imprisoning lock took the initiative. "Hand over your immortal binding rope." Zhang Li stretched out his hand and beckoned. The dragon imprisoning lock wrapped around the immortal binding rope and slowly moved towards him. He wanted to take the opportunity to take away this immortal binding rope. Then, his vision blurred, and a stream of light appeared between his brows. It was not until the danger arrived that he heard this. "Treasure, please turn around." Immediately, his hair stood on end. With a crisp clang, blood splattered. Zhang Li's head rose back, and his entire body was practically sent flying. However, he still stabilized his footing in the air and pulled his head back bit by bit. A bright red line appeared between his brows and blood flowed down. "Immortal slaying flying saber. It's really terrifying." The slash just now was too fast and fast, not giving him any chance to react. It almost pierced through his head. That flying knife might not be able to completely cut off his body, but it could also forcefully cut off his soul. If that happened, even if his soul was not destroyed, it would leave an unforgettable wound on him. Fortunately, the flying dagger stabbed between his brows. At the critical moment, the immortal slaying flying sword flew out and blocked the flying knife, saving its owner from a near-death injury. Not far in front of him, a flying sword and a flying knife collided. When Zhang Li named his flying sword back then, it was only out of humor. He did not expect that one day, the immortal slaying flying sword would really collide with the immortal slaying flying saber. Clang! With a slight tremble, the immortal slaying flying sword was the first to be sent flying. However, the flying sword that had fused with the greatest masterpiece of the Nine Li race, Quintet Chi Essence Copper, was not damaged at all. After obtaining Zhang Li's strength, it quickly spun, turning into the 8-splitting light wheel that collided again. Ding! 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 The saber and sword flickered and collided in the air. The frequency of the collision was so high that sparks flickered everywhere. The four artifacts were matched in pairs. The dragon imprisoning lock had the advantage, and the immortal slaying flying sword was at a disadvantage. However, it had already fallen into a stalemate, and the outcome could not be determined in a short period of time. At this time, it was time for the master to personally take action and determine the winner. Zhang Li looked around. There were already 9 elders who looked extremely similar standing around him. The 8 people with longevity who had been hiding behind the yellow barrier earlier rushed out and surrounded Zhang Li. They each held completely different weapons in their hands, and their auras pierced through the clouds. 1 Chi Water Fire Staff. 5 Flames 7 Birds Fan. Wind and Lightning Golden Staff. Divine Sharp Fire Spear. Moye's Sword. Hard Piercing Nail. Invisible Dragon Rod. Demon Subduing Staff. Hook of Wu. I didn't expect to see such famous treasures in this era. Zhang Li's appraisal skill continuously swept past. These artifacts were all damaged, but they were ancient relics that surpassed this era. At first, he was more and more shocked, but later on, he calmed down. Zhang Li had already roughly guessed what was going on with these people with longevity. Who was standing behind them? He stood in the encirclement and stretched his muscles. The bones in his entire body crackled and connected. The Fengdu city lord's skin was slightly red as he had already opened his Qi purple mansion and entered a berserk state. On his forehead, the unique horns of the 9 Li race meandered. His shoulders moved a few times, and 2 more arms grew out. The human emperor's battle halberd, the broken wing spear, the bloodthirsty demon trident, and a sealed shield with closed eyes were held in his 4 hands. Those immortals must have trusted you very much to let you succeed in your plot. I'm very curious. Have you ever regretted it after all these years? 756 Immortal Ancestor? 1. Zhang Li had captured 3 people with longevity before. After checking, he discovered that there was something wrong with their souls. Not only was the soul incomplete, but there were also a large number of redundant memories. In the beginning, Zhang Li only thought that this was how humans lived for too long. However, after these guys removed the face armor and revealed extremely similar faces, he discovered that the situation might be different from what he had guessed. Could it be that when these people with longevity were born, an external soul had invaded? However, this possession was gentler. It only controlled this body and did not directly devour the soul. The situation was similar to Ultraman and the human body. As the body grew, the soul also grew. The soul that was occupied did not have enough room to grow, so its development was naturally incomplete. Because what they heard and saw were exactly the same, these people with longevity might have different personalities, but they would naturally think that they were the foreign possessor. After the foreign souls left as if they wanted to take off their clothes, they left the memories of their long lives in this body like trash, creating these 12 similar-looking people with longevity. Who was the person behind these people with longevity? To be able to survive under the cultivationless age and have the ability to survive from ancient times until now, and even obtain the remains of the 12 golden immortals of Chan school and the artifacts of so many second and third generation disciples of Chan school, Zhang Li thought about it and realized only one person could do all of this. A large number of human faith threads appeared behind Zhang Li. Although he had yet to become the human emperor, he already possessed a portion of the might of the human emperor. Every word that came out of his mouth was deafening. Zhang Shang1. In order to seek glory and wealth, you personally cut off the future of the human race. In order to live forever, you personally slaughtered your fellow disciples. You're really something, Zhang Taigong. Zhang Li was furious to the extreme. He slashed down with his halberd, and it was like the light of a river that descended with unstoppable might. The current human emperor's battle halberd had the enhancement of a vast amount of human power. Its power was so terrifying that it was unparalleled in the current cultivation world. The instantaneous power instantly broke through the encirclement of the 9 immortals and smashed into the yellow light screen not far away. The power of the human emperor's battle halberd pressed down on the light screen until it caved in, but it could not break through in the end. Behind the light screen, an old phantom slowly appeared. White hair, white eyebrows, and a loose white robe. It was the figure that had appeared in the deepest depths of Alfred's consciousness. Zhang Shang? Hehe, no one has called me that in a long time. It's been 100,000 years, right? The phantom stroked its illusory beard and replied to Zhang Li in a hoarse voice. Clearly, it had acknowledged this identity. This guy was indeed Zhongshang Zhongzia. As for the 12 people with longevity, they were all descendants of Marquis Qi whom he had temporarily possessed. Thinking about it carefully, the stronger an existence was in the cultivationless age, the more miserable they would die. There was no way for them to survive. On the other hand, the lower-level cultivators would suffer less impact and be able to jump around for a few more years. However, in the end, their spiritual qi would dissipate and they would become a group of swindlers. In the last few years, if there were really people with low cultivation and high ability, they could indeed have a final party. Zhongzia perfectly met the requirements. He was clearly the disciple of the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning. He worshipped the orthodox profound sect and learned the wonders of heaven and earth, but his cultivation level was extremely low. He had calculated his fate. If he relied on his cultivation alone, he could only live to 139 years old. What did that mean? In the era of rich spiritual qi, as long as the Book of Life and Death did not mention any major illnesses or disasters, it was very normal to live for more than 100 years. Moreover, in the Jade Void Palace that was filled with immortals, anyone who smelled immortal qi could easily increase their lifespan by hundreds of years. Zhang Li did not believe that Zhongzia, who had such a powerful background and grasped so many treasures and methods, had really only lived for 139 years. However, this lifespan was enough to prove that his cultivation was low. Even a foundation establishment cultivator could live for 200 years now. With such a low cultivation level, the loss he suffered from the cultivationless age was minimal. Until one day, he raised his head and observed the stars at night. The heavenly cycle stars in the sky fell in pieces. Only then did he know that the most terrifying anti-cultivation calamity had arrived. As one of the main characters in the Divine Investiture Tribulation, Zhongshang's luck was astonishing. Relying on the treasures left behind by the Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning, he even had the ability to fight against golden immortals. He even changed his name and had quite a bit of authority in the secular world. This Zhongzia had a powerful authority that others could not reach when the cultivationless age came. As long as he found the place, the immortals and gods who were hiding in the cave abode's mystic realm and struggling at death's door could not resist at all. Even if they still had some strength to resist, they would not be able to survive for 2 months. At this moment, the disciples of Chan school found him. They hoped that Zhongshang could protect them. As for whether this Zhang Taigong was trustworthy, the answer was already shown here. Under such circumstances, Zhongzia, who could only enjoy the wealth of the world, quickly accumulated a shocking number of top-notch treasures. 757 Immortal Ancestor? 2. Originally, it was useless to just take these treasures. This was because as time passed, the cultivationless age would destroy these powerful treasures. However, Zhongshang was still a disciple of a sage after all. During that period of time, he had visited almost all the immortal mountains and blessed lands he knew. Kunlun and Penglai were dried and empty. Fangzhong and Yingzhou had broken earth veins and providence. The original grotto heavens and immortal residences were all collapsed and empty. In the end, he found the fire cloud cave. In the divine investiture battle, he had asked someone to ask the 3 emperors for help. Therefore, he roughly knew the location of this holy land. Only this place allowed him to see a different scene. From this, he finally discovered that the power of providence of the human race could exist under the cultivationless age. With the help of the fire cloud cave, which suppressed the providence of the human race, he had preserved the divine items he had gathered until today. Only then did he have the capital to develop his immortal ascension plan. Junior, who has inherited the human emperor's wool, you indeed know a lot. Then you should know that this is the apricot yellow flag. You can't break it. Zhongzia raised his hand and pointed. A small glowing yellow flag was fluttering above the forest of origin. This apricot yellow flag was probably the strongest among Zhongshang's artifacts. An unparalleled defense could allow him to be invincible at any time. Although I was punished by the heavens and severed the bloodline of the human emperor, the 3 emperors are also my benefactors. I won't make things difficult for you. Hand over the jade cauldron's remains. After I become an immortal, I'll let you enter the fire cloud cave. The phantom of Zhongshang in the membrane of light had an indifferent expression. He stood behind the apricot yellow flag and looked straight at Zhongli, who was holding the human emperor's halberd. He sighed slightly as he looked at Zhongli, and he seemed to have recalled the heroic figure of the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples of the Chan school that stood before the army by himself during the final battle all those years ago and caused them to cover their heads and scurry away. It was undeniable that King Zhou was a powerful human emperor. However, under the chessboard of the sages, what could he change? Now, it was the same. Zhongshang had planned for 100,000 years. What could a fledgling successor of the human emperor who could never be promoted change in front of him? When he heard Zhongxia, Zhongli smiled and put away the jade tooth. It was obvious that he rejected this suggestion. Boom! A ball of dense flames attacked from behind. Even Zhongli, who had excellent fire resistance, felt an enormous danger from it. He could only flash to the side and spit out a large amount of cold qi to stop the flames from spreading. Only then did he dodge the attack. It was the 5 flame 7 birds fan. It could unleash the air flame, stone flame, wood flame, samadhi flame, and human flame. Any one of them could injure Zhongli. The combination of the 5 flames naturally made him unable to avoid it. However, there was more than one person with longevity around Zhongli. After dodging the 5 flames, another fire staff smashed over, and the divine sharp fire spear stabbed at his waist. Zhongli picked up the sealed shield to block the strike and used the broken wing spear to push aside the fire spear. Holding 3 weapons and a shield, he fought with the 9 people with longevity. The strength of these immortals was not considered top-notch. There were only 2 who had reached the level of 3 flowers gathering and 5 qi facing origin. The others were basically all high-grade divine judgment leaders. Under the state of going berserk, coupled with the incomparably offensive human emperor's battle halberd in his hand, he should be able to barely deal with it for a period of time. However, the artifacts in their hands were all ancient divine weapons. Under the siege of 9 against 1, it brought unprecedented pressure on Zhongli. In just 2 breaths, more than 100 wounds appeared on his body. Even if Zhongli was not afraid of expenditure or damage, there was still the Flesh Mountain Lord beside him. His body still became more and more miserable. The sharp fire spear stabbed into his body and spat out flames inside. The invisible dragon rod struck his head, and 9 dragons rushed in to bite his soul. The hook of Wu pierced through his internal organs. The heart-piercing nail pierced through his beating heart. Each of these divine artifacts could bring him terrifying damage. With an explosion, the lowest quality bloodthirsty trident in Zhongli's hand could not withstand it first and broke apart. The 1 qi water fire staff smashed into Zhongli's head. The dignified Fengde city lord fell from the sky in a sorry state. He was carried by the 9 people with longevity and pressed into the origin forest. The pale Zhongxia looked down at Zhongli, who was lying on the ground. However, he was not angry at Zhongli's accusation. His face looked a little excited. "Junior, give up. There's nothing you want in the fire cloud cave. The human emperor has long disappeared. However, I can give you another chance." Zhongxia, who had the absolute advantage, actually began to rope Zhongli in. Zhongshang was not from this era. Over the years, no matter how talented people appeared in the continent of the 9 provinces, none of them could be taken seriously by him. This was because how could he, who had seen the glory of ancient times, be moved by a few sparrows pecking and jumping on the ground? No one could even understand what he said. However, just as he was about to become an immortal, Zhongli appeared. He was highly suspicious that this was also a person who had lived since ancient times. At the very least, he had obtained the memories of an ancient person. He could understand what he was saying. It made Zhongshang feel as if he had found a confidant. He was not like those ignorant people who only treated him as a lunatic. Cough cough. What chance can you give me by giving up the human emperor's inheritance? Can you let me become an immortal? Even you can't become an immortal now, right? It will take at least 2,000 years to become an immortal in the continent of the 9 provinces. Zhang Li coughed out the blood in his throat and did not struggle. He looked at them and took away the jade tooth in his arms and the weapon and shield in his hand. Then, he calmly asked Zhang Zia what benefits he could give him. It was as if he was not a captive at all. Not bad, you're indeed not bad. In 2,000 years, or perhaps 1,800 years, the first immortal god will be born in this world. Furthermore, it can only be the lowest grade essence immortal. To be able to calculate this, you're indeed extraordinary. When he heard Zhang Li's judgment of the progress of the spiritual qi recovery, Zhang Zia's eyes lit up, and he admired this junior even more. Although Zhang Li had destroyed some of his arrangements and overturned the armored troll court that he had run for thousands of years, those were only minor details that were harmless. But what if I want to become an extraordinary immortal beyond that? Zhang Zia's words carried a hint of bragging. After all, he enjoyed the wealth and reputation of the world to begin with. It was very normal for him to be greedy for this bit of vanity. What do you mean? Zhang Li's injuries had recovered by 30% and he was just about to attack when he heard this and stopped. He wanted to see what plan this old fellow had prepared after so many years. Since you know about the divine investiture tribulation, you should also know that the divine investiture battle is only a game between a few sages. Everyone below the sages was an ant. At that time, the immortals and Buddhas were no different from the people of the world in front of them. It was clearly not the Shang dynasty that Zhang Shang felt indignant about. What made him dissatisfied and unwilling was the inability to become a god after the war. But it's different now. The gods and Buddhas that filled the sky were endlessly greedy and angered the heavenly Dao. With a flip of his hand, the other 11 golden immortal remains appeared. Do you see that? This is the cultivationless age. The more these golden immortals and sages obtained, the faster they perished. The higher they stood, the harder they fell. They have completely disappeared from this world. But I survived. After all, I couldn't become an immortal. Zhang Zia held the remains of his 12 senior brothers with an extremely complicated expression. He did not know if he should be sadder or happier. Their disappearance made room for us. How about it? Join me. After I cultivate to become an immortal ancestor, I'll give you the deity position. As Zhang Zia spoke, he became more and more excited. The phantom raised its hand and emitted a golden light. The ancient Lingzi that covered 1,000 miles shook and suddenly blossomed like a flower petal. 758 Obstructing the Dao, 1. Immortal Ancestor. After recovering 50% of his injuries, he used the status panel to clearly understand most of the negative statuses and foreign energy invasion in his body. However, Zhang Zia's words stunned Zhang Li. The spiritual qi would need 1,800 to 2,000 years to expand to the extent where it could accommodate an essence immortal. Zhang Zia had deduced this through the divination technique of the Jade Void Palace. On the other hand, Zhang Li was not very good at this. However, after obtaining the 7-colored Dao body, his mind became extremely sharp. Once, in the Divine Judgment Hall, he happened to obtain the data on the concentration of spiritual qi for the past 8,000 years and the number of experts born every 100 years. He tried to use the mathematical model of his previous life to roughly calculate the time when the first immortal would be born in the continent of the 9 provinces. The result was undoubtedly very long. However, he had the human emperor's inheritance and the 9 nether wood. He could walk these 2 broad paths and did not need to wait bitterly like other cultivators. He did not feel disappointed. In short, the outcome was not much different from Zhang Zia's. However, at this moment, Zhang Zia said that he wanted to become the immortal ancestor. How could a pond that could not even accommodate a carp contain a shark? Wasn't this contradicting what he had said previously? However, looking at the 12 golden immortal remains in the other party's hand, he recalled the name that his Flesh Mountain clone had awakened after becoming an Azura Lord, Chaos. The main body of the flesh clone was the ancient Lingzi that had been transformed by extreme chaos. In other words, Chaos was actually the original name of the ancient Lingzi. Coupled with the stitched monster, Zhang Li seemed to have guessed what the other party wanted to do. Zhang Sheng. Don't tell me you want to put these things together. Impossible, this is wishful thinking. That power is impossible for humans to master. You'll only turn that into a disaster. Zhang Li, who had always thought that the situation was not small, was slightly shocked by the other party's plan. After plotting for 100,000 years, this guy wanted to achieve it in one go. When he saw Zhang Li's expression change, Zhang Xia revealed a smile. You really understand? You really understand what I want to do? Of course, humans can't control this power, but I'm about to become an immortal. I'll be the first peerless chaotic god in this era. Witness it. As a witness to the birth of the immortal ancestor, it's your supreme glory. Even Zhang Taigong, who had been waiting for this moment for 100,000 years, could not help but become excited. How could he be stopped by a few words from others? The golden light that Zhang Xia had just scattered was the mental core of the generations of armored troll demon kings and many armored troll experts. This was the only method he had spent thousands of years researching to control the chaos. One of the 4 ferocious beasts, Chaos, was a magical creature. It was said that it was formed from the remaining chaotic fragments after the ancient world was created. It possessed the power of chaos and was born with the 5 elements. It could transform into anything and had no exact form. The ferocious beast, Chaos, was different from the other 3 ferocious beasts. It did not eat people, and it actually did not have the desire to kill. The reason why it was classified as a ferocious beast was because of the characteristics of chaos. It innately did not like things with order and rules. As for the diligent humans, building houses and reclaiming farmland was a sign of order. Therefore, every time chaos appeared, it would wantonly destroy the human city-states. It would only run away after everything returned to chaos. After the cultivation-less age arrived, chaos of the 4 powerful beasts did not die directly. This was because its body was a chaotic mess. In theory, it could adapt to all harsh environments. As the spiritual chi disappeared, the ferocious beast, Chaos, began its path of degeneration. Along the way, it fell from the ranks of top-notch divine beasts to ordinary wild beasts. In the end, it even became the simplest form of fungus in the western Ox continent before it broke apart. This was the origin of the ancient Lingzi. Then, the chaos that had turned into a Lingzi was accidentally discovered by Zhang Xia and he deduced the origin. Zhang Xia, who knew a lot of ancient secrets, had a bold idea. Since the sage had decreed that he was not fated to cultivate to become a postnatal immortal, what about a connate god? Even sages could not do that. After all, his master was only formed from a third of the connate god, Pangu. Taking advantage of this cultivationless age and the reappearance of heaven and earth, Zhang Taigong wanted to become the connate god of chaos in one go. The ancient Lingzi that covered 1,000 miles blossomed layer by layer, revealing the bright red flesh in the center. In theory, as long as he cut off a small piece of red Lingzi here and implanted it in the human body, a new race of armored trolls could be born. Every member was extremely talented and could awaken powerful abilities that others were envious of. However, no one present was interested in that. Zhang Xia raised his hand and pointed. The stitched monster that Zhang Li had chased after jumped into the sky from somewhere. Unlike before, this monster seemed to be quite obedient now. However, like a puppet, its 8 eyes lost their light. Following Zhang Xia's instructions, it plunged into the red flesh fetus. It curled up inside like a baby. I really don't have enough strength to break the pond's limit now. 759 Obstructing the Dao, 2. Fortunately, I met you. Zhang Shang looked at Zhang Li again before he could react. The two people with longevity behind him raised their hands and slapped Zhang Li's back. Immediately, a blood fog spat out from his mouth. Zhang Zia raised his hand and guided it, and the blood fog transformed into a ball of blood that landed on the stone door of the fire cloud cave. The ground immediately shook, and the stone door of the fire cloud cave opened slightly. Immediately, rays of light surged out and illuminated the world. Zhang Li recognized this multicolored light. It was dense to the point of materializing, and the providence of the human race could be seen with the naked eye. The providence that gathered the humans of the 9 provinces was actually stolen by this guy? And it was his blood. Zhang Li showed weakness because he originally wanted to enter the defense barrier of the apricot yellow flag. He did not expect that before he could attack, he would actually be tricked by this fellow. No wonder Zhang Shang had invited him to join so enthusiastically and promised to make him a god. It turned out that he had a use for it. Indeed, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Fortunately, he did not care about that damned deity position. After absorbing the multicolored light that filled the sky, the ancient Lingzi became even more active, and the strange energy that Zhang Li had never seen before surged out from it. Was that the power of chaos? It was not necessarily very powerful, but it had infinite possibilities. Master! You're biased. Since you didn't give it to me, I'll take it myself. You're dead, and so are the 12 senior brothers. But it doesn't matter. I, Zhang Zia, will rebuild the Jade Void Palace. I'll do better than you. Then, Zhang Shang's phantom dragged the 12 golden immortal remains and slowly flew in. In the early stages of the cultivationless age, he attacked and killed the 12 golden immortals who were as close as brothers and refined their remains. This was because there had always been a rumor in the profound sect that the 12 golden immortals of Chan school had each obtained the inheritance of the Jade Void Palace's sage, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. As long as they gathered the 12 golden immortals, they would be able to obtain their master's true inheritance. That was the power of a sage. He visited the 3rd generation disciples who had fought under him in the divine investiture battle. Then, he looted their corpses. The most obvious was Lei Zhen's wind and lightning wings. One had to know that among that group of people, there were many experts who were said to have sanctified their bodies and were the best material for Dao body. It was the stitched monster that he had raised with the dragon vein for so many years. The best way to fuse all of this was in the chaos. This was also what surprised Zhang Li the most. Not only did this Zhang Zia want to obtain the path of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning through the remains of the 12 golden immortals, he actually wanted to imitate the great god Pangu who was born from the chaos. He wanted to reconstruct his body in the chaos. Although the difference between this chaos and that chaos was like the difference between the stars and sand. It was no wonder Zhang Shang said that he wanted to be an immortal ancestor. He was comparing himself to Dao ancestor Hong Jun. Perhaps the experience of letting himself go in the early stages of the cultivationless age had made his heart swell. Zhang Li's shameless words were not wrong at all. If he missed it, he missed it. It was impossible to become a sage by relying on random things. Although this method to become a god was a simple and low-level version of those great sages. Once he succeeded, his achievements would be sufficiently terrifying. Perhaps this world would be suppressed by him for another 100,000 years. Originally, logically speaking, stopping people from achieving the Dao, like killing their parents, was a very immoral action. However, because of the inheritance, Zhang Li and Zhang Zia had an irreconcilable history of hatred. Secondly, the ancient Lingzi had originally grown here and nothing had happened for more than 100,000 years. As soon as Zhang Zia arrived, the armored troll race appeared and infected all the living beings in the prosperous Ox continent. Zhang Li was not a fool to say that this had nothing to do with him. Thirdly, the two sides had already fought several times in the open and in the dark, and the feud had long been formed. Although Zhang Shang spoke beautifully, how could he expect a person who could kill fellow disciples of the same sect to fulfill his promise? As the successor of the human emperor, logically speaking, Zhang Li could not tolerate him. He could not let this Dao succeed so easily. Then, calm down. Wait a moment. 1 breath, 2 breaths, and 3 breaths later, Zhang Li's condition had already recovered completely. He watched as Zhang Shang's phantom dragged the 12 golden immortal remains and slowly flew into the core flesh fetus formed by the ancient Ling Zi. The stitched monster in the middle emitted a golden light of the same color. The back door that had been left long ago slowly guided Zhang Zi's soul in. When the three were combined, the ancient Ling Zi would merge again, turning into a chaotic egg that hatched the immortal body. Zhang Li's feet, knees, and abdomen suddenly erupted when Zhang Zi's soul had already entered his chest. He pushed away the two people with longevity beside him. Zhang Li's strength was far above theirs. Caught off guard, the few people with longevity were all sent flying by him. Then, his figure rushed out and grabbed the human emperor's battle halberd and broken wing spear that he had fallen to the side, throwing them into the distance. The defense of the apricot yellow flag was different from the outside. The two weapons were sent flying, turning into two specks of starlight in the blink of an eye and disappearing from sight. Zhang Zia was surprised that Zhang Li could actually recover in such a short period of time. However, Zhang Li did not attack blindly. Instead, he threw away the two powerful weapons and only left a shield in his hand. Looking outside, the immortal slaying flying sword decisively gave up on fighting the flying sabers. It exited the status of the 8-splitting light wheel. After locking it with the dragon imprisoning lock, it dragged the chain ball and quickly left. Moreover, he remembered that the information he obtained from the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent indicated that Fengde's city lord should have an Earth-rank artifact on him. At such an important time in this battle, he actually did not wear the two Earth-rank artifacts. Why? This was not normal, and something was amiss. What do you want to do? Zhang Zia felt that something was amiss, but most of his soul had already entered the stitched monster's body, leaving only his head outside. If he forcefully interrupted the ceremony, it would be quite dangerous. With the power of a mere soul, it had already prepared for many years to control these divine objects for the ritual. It was like a child playing with a sledgehammer. He could no longer stop. His main body could not do anything else. Zhang Shang could only order the 9 people with longevity to attack Zhang Li, and then he watched helplessly as a crack appeared in the center of the shield, and an eye appeared from within. Nuba Spirit Bead. Anti-cultivation domain. Swoosh. A terrifying fluctuation swept out from the eye on the shield. Zhang Li, who was the first to bear the brunt, was the first to suffer. His body suddenly straightened, and a vast amount of spiritual chi spontaneously surged out of every pore in his body. Due to the speed being too fast, blood fog erupted on the spot. The injuries that had just recovered returned to their original state. On the other hand, the 9 people with longevity who rushed over to kill Zhang Li with ancient divine weapons were even more miserable. No matter what, Zhang Li's cultivation was only at the soul formation realm. They were all earth immortals above the 3 flowers gathering realm. This was quite ruthless to them. 4 of the 9 divine weapons in their hands exploded on the spot. A large number of cracks also appeared on the remaining 5 items. They had been heavily injured by the cultivationless age and had only barely survived by relying on the fire cloud cave. Now that they were attacked by the same force again, the second damage they suffered was devastating. Before they could feel sorry for the artifacts in their hands, the 9 people with longevity were not much better. The 3 flowers above appeared corporeal. They were blown to the point of collapse by the anti-cultivation domain, and the petals fell. The earth immortal body was dim and lusterless. The chi si directly exploded outside his body, creating a bloody hole. It was as if they had self-destructed. Nuba's eye. The rule of the cultivationless age. This is what Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan left behind. Zhang Zia was shocked. He hurriedly controlled the ancient Ling Zi to gather the meat pieces in an attempt to resist the anti-cultivation domain. 760 Chaos Immortal Embryo, 1. In order to use the chaotic flesh embryo to fuse with the remains of the 12 golden immortals and become an immortal ancestor, Zhangxia had cultivated a profound cultivation method for a long time and had already tempered his soul to the limit below the immortal god realm. It was much stronger than when he had gone out to fight after 40 years of cultivation. It could not easily welcome the cultivationless age like in ancient times. However, the speed at which the domain expanded was too fast. In just a thought, it had already landed on his body. Zhangxia felt his mind go blank. Under the impact of the anti-cultivation domain, he temporarily lost consciousness. In Zhang Li's eyes, the exposed soul of the other party was like a popped balloon that collapsed weakly. This time, even if his soul did not dissipate, he would at least lose thousands of years of memories and his intelligence would decrease. Do you still think the 3 emperors really believed you? Emperor Xianyuan left behind the anti-cultivation spiritual bead to guard against you. Zhangxia. Die. When Zhang Li saw that his sneak attack had succeeded, he did not care about the 9 people with longevity who had fallen around him or the ancient divine weapons in their hands. It headed straight for Zhang Shang's main body. At the same time, he tried his best to influence the other party. However, what Zhang Li said was really not impossible. After all, the creation of the anti-cultivation spiritual bead must have happened after the cultivationless age. Hiding in the fire cloud cave that suppressed the providence of the human race, the 3 emperors would be able to live longer than the other mighty figures. They also created cultivation methods like the qi condensation technique to spread to the other human cultivators and help them last as long as possible in the cultivationless age. According to Zhangxia, when he found the fire cloud cave, he had also seen the 3 emperors and obtained their help. Perhaps at that time, the 3 emperors had already seen through Zhangxia's ambitions. Therefore, he left such a treasure in the Xianyuan tomb. Back then, the thoughts of the 3 human emperors were already impossible to verify. The final explanation belonged to the current successor of the human emperor. Taking advantage of the fact that Zhangxia had lost consciousness from the cultivationless age, Zhang Li took a step forward and shot out like a bolt of lightning. His palm transformed into the 9 nether roots and stretched out, grabbing at the phantom head that was still exposed. The 9 nether wood countered souls. After being grabbed by him, even if the other party's soul was powerful, it was extremely difficult to escape. However, right before he grabbed Zhangxia's soul, Zhang Li suddenly felt darkness above his head. The main body of the apricot yellow flag that was originally floating above floated down. The surface of the flag stretched out and enveloped the sealed shield in Zhang Li's hand along with his left hand. While the apricot yellow flag interrupted Zhang Li's movements, it also covered the anti-cultivation spiritual bead on the seal shield. The power of the anti-cultivation domain outside immediately decreased greatly. Damn it! This thing can be used like this. Zhang Li still tried to reach out and grab Zhangxia. However, the apricot yellow flag grabbed his left hand tightly, causing his speed to decrease greatly and losing the best opportunity. He was so angry that his other 3 hands pulled the yellow flag cloth. However, no matter how much strength he used, the small flag firmly wrapped around him. The anti-cultivation spiritual bead could imitate the rules of the cultivationless age and restrain almost all creatures and items that were powerful based on spiritual qi. Moreover, the stronger they were, the greater the damage they would suffer. However, at the end of the day, this anti-cultivation spiritual bead was only an artifact and not the true cultivationless age. Even artifacts had a limit. The rules of the domain could not be compared to the true rules of heaven and earth. The stronger one was and the higher their cultivation, the greater the damage they would suffer from the anti-cultivation spiritual bead. However, when the enemy's strength surpassed the limit of the anti-cultivation spiritual bead, for example, if they encountered an immortal god before the anti-cultivation spiritual bead recovered to the level of an immortal artifact, the result might not be the same. The current apricot yellow flag could not break that boundary. However, as one of the connate 5-direction flags, once it was used, 10,000 golden lotuses would appear. Nothing could break it, all evil would retreat, and all techniques would be immune to it. Among all the famous defensive artifacts, the apricot yellow could be ranked second. Even the defense Zhongsheng, who had low cultivation at that time, had never been broken. After experiencing the cultivationless age, the apricot yellow flag was also the #1 powerful divine artifact in the world. Previously, under the impact of the anti-cultivation spiritual bead, 4 of the 9 divine weapons had exploded and 5 had been crippled. Only it had only dimmed a little and could persist in resisting. At this moment, the main body of the apricot yellow flag firmly wrapped around the spiritual bead, and it actually temporarily made Zhang Li's trump card fail. Without the suppression of the anti-cultivation spiritual bead, Zhang Zia's flattened head and soul immediately recovered. After taking a last look at Zhang Li, he entered the stitched monster's body as quickly as possible. I really shouldn't have held any expectations for DXIN's successor. I'll personally retrieve the power of the human emperor. From now on, there will only be the immortal ancestor and no human emperor in the world. The stitched monster opened its mouth and spoke. It was Zhang Zia's voice. He was indeed prepared. He could actually master such a terrifying body so quickly. Then, a green palm with 6 fingers grabbed at Zhang Li. The green palm's ability to seal space became even stronger in Zhang Shang's hands. Zhang Li had just been forced out of his berserk state by the impact of the anti-cultivation domain. At this moment, he was closing his purple mansion to reduce the influence, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. The human emperor's battle halberd was thrown out by him already. At this moment, not to mention forcefully resisting, even dodging had already made him use all his strength. 761 Chaos Immortal Embryo, 2. 3 of the 8 blood-red eyes of the stitched monster had already lit up. It looked at Zhang Li with the same gaze as before. Then, both sides flew towards the 12 golden immortal remains that were still floating in the air. The stitched monster had the wind and lightning wings, so Zhang Li was at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Seeing that the 12 remains were about to fall into the other party's mouth, how could Zhang Li let him do as he wished? He raised his hand and pointed. The jade tooth that had fallen into his hand earlier suddenly erupted with spiritual qi and shot towards Zhang Li. Taking advantage of the opportunity just now, how could he not leave a back door for himself? After grabbing the jade cauldron's remains, Zhang Li did not covet credit and turned to leave. He stepped into the air and left in a straight line. However, behind him, after swallowing the golden immortals' corpses, a huge mouth enveloped him again. Zhang Zia used the wind and lightning wings to arrive first. Zhang Li's vision darkened, and his entire body was swallowed by a bloody mouth that was enveloped by darkness. The stitched monster turned around and returned to the core flesh fetus to lie dormant. Then, the flesh closed, and the huge ancient Lingzi swelled up piece by piece. In the center, it wrapped around the red flesh fetus, gradually forming a huge egg. Zhang Li himself was deeply trapped and could not struggle out. As a foreign object, he knew that he could not enjoy the treatment of breaking out of the womb. In the sticky darkness, there was strong corrosive energy at first. The stomach of the stitched monster contained a space that could devour mountains and seas. Its digestive ability was extremely strong. If the thing swallowed was not much stronger than the stitched monster, it could not escape. After swimming around in the other party's stomach, Zhang Li tried to find another golden immortal's corpse in the beginning. However, he quickly discovered that the space inside was completely dominated by Zhang Zia, just like the artifact's space. It was already very good that he could protect himself inside. Wanting to search for treasures under such circumstances was simply thinking too much. However, as the ancient Lingzi continued to form in the outside world, in the surroundings, another invisible, formless, and even more terrifying force began to corrode. Zhang Li's protective spiritual qi began to gradually dissipate under that force. It was clearly the power of chaos. This force quickly enveloped Zhang Li's entire body, and it was everywhere in the entire flesh fetus, and it seemed to want to transform him into chaos. The situation was similar to when he broke out of his cocoon, but it was clearly more thorough. Every time he used the cocoon break skill, it would at most gradually strengthen and optimize. This chaos flesh cocoon could help people ascend to the heavens in one step. However, this was not his home ground. After being dissolved by chaos, what would happen to him was not under his control. This was the chaos immortal embryo that Zhang Jia had prepared for himself. If he was assimilated by the chaos here, he would probably be fused into a part of the immortal embryo. At that time, the two of them would fight for a body, not to mention the huge disadvantage of fighting in an away game. Even in a fair competition, Zhang Li was not completely confident that he could defeat Zhang Jia, who had accumulated since ancient times in terms of soul. Over a long period of time, one could really accumulate shocking strength. At that time, when the two sides fought, the best situation would be for him to share a body with Zhang Jia. If he was unlucky, the Dao body that he had painstakingly forged might become the other party's nourishment. This was not something Zhang Li wanted to see. He began to try to break out with his strength. However, when his energy fell into chaos, it was useless. Everything originated from chaos. The inclusion of chaos allowed it to ignore most of the impact. It was clearly not so easy to destroy the chaotic flesh embryo with brute force. Junior, don't waste your effort. You can't escape. Stay here obediently and become a part of me. To be able to become a part of the immortal ancestor is not an honor that anyone can have. Zhang Jia's voice sounded in Zhang Li's mind. He had already fused into the flesh fetus and took the initiative. As such, Zhang Li could not easily give up on his body. No matter what, they could not let him have an easy time. Zhang Li put away the 9 nether spiritual qi and released the power of chaos. If the power of chaos could also restrain the ancient Ling Zi, then things would be easy. However, just as Zhang Jia had said before, pure chaos and madness were only one-sided representatives of the chaos. It was an unorthodox method. It was not a problem to bully the descendants of the ancient Ling Zi. However, if he really encountered the chaos of the connate 5 elements, the outcome would still be the same. Even the power of chaos from the blood of madness was useless. Zhang Li could only think of another way. First, he pulled back his left hand, then put away the shield that was still tightly wrapped in apricot yellow. Then, he focused for a moment. The nails on his hands turned black, and 10 sharp hollow needles reached out. With a thought, the spirit essence absorption was activated. 10 vacuum spirals appeared on his fingers and quickly sucked up all the power of chaos that approached him. All the powers born in the chaos could not affect the chaos. This caused most of his methods to be useless. 762 Chaos Immortal Embryo, 3. However, the spirit essence absorption of the broken wing black mosquito was different. This ability originated from the primordial beast, the blood-winged black mosquito. They were born in the primordial space and were not natives of this world at all. It naturally had nothing to do with the chaos split open by Pangu. Although this power had greatly weakened over time, the chaos immortal embryo was the same. Neither were at their peak. That's right. Although there are some impurities, the quality of the things you prepare is terrifyingly high. It's worth a try. Looking into his body, high-quality chaotic power was extracted from the purple mansion in his Qi Si. Most of the impurities that Zhang Li mentioned were actually the power mixed in the stitched monster's immortal body and the other 11 golden immortal remains after they were slowly dissolved by the chaos. In terms of quality, it was only higher than the heaven rank artifact, City God's Hall, that Zhang Li had absorbed earlier. No matter what it was used for, it was an excellent power. The only thing to pay attention to was the soul that Zhang Shang had fused into. However, in the purple mansion, a white 9-headed snake appeared. The 9 heads spat out white flames and continuously burned the consciousness mixed in this energy. After burning it properly, Zhang Li could use this power in peace. Unlike the urgency earlier, Zhang Li suddenly wanted to stay a little longer. As long as he was given time, whatever chaos immortal embryo would be sucked into a hollow egg sooner or later. This time, it was Zhang Ziya's turn to be anxious. In the outside world, without the obstruction of the apricot yellow flag, the Flesh Mountain clone had already rushed into the forest of origin. More than 1,400 hands waved repeatedly and began to wreak havoc. The Lingzi that had yet to become a huge egg was forcefully torn off and thrown into the prepared gate of hell. With such a huge thing opening the way, everyone in Fengdu City quickly broke through the layers of obstructions and approached the huge egg that was slightly taller than the Flesh Mountain clone and almost stood between heaven and earth. More than 1,400 Ramapam hand seals struck the huge egg. The endless destructive power was enough to easily erase a vast piece of land, but it only made the huge egg shake a few times. Without power from outside of the chaos, it was quite difficult to injure this egg, be it inside or outside. The city lord is trapped inside. However, we can't break it. The group of people from Fengdu City each used their strongest methods, but they all failed in front of the unprecedented huge egg. No, we can't stop like this. Flying in the crowd, the girl who looked the most anxious flew out again. She held a strange red and blue water fire flying sword in her hand. After pouring all her spiritual chi into it, she rushed up again. The flying sword responded to its master's will and exerted all its might on the huge egg. However, when the light dissipated, there was only a small white mark left. It would disappear after being wiped. It really is impossible. No, look, there's a crack there. Sure enough, a few cracks quickly split open from the white dot as the center. Then, the eggshell automatically opened up, and along with a sticky egg white, Zhang Li was spat out from inside. Tisk, what a stingy guy. He won't even let me take a few more mouthfuls. 763 Halberd breaking through the sky, 1. Kid who obtained the inheritance of Dxin. How dare you stop me from achieving the Dao? If you dare to take another step into the lightning pool, when I become an immortal ancestor, I'll definitely make you suffer 1,000 lifetimes. As Zhang Li escaped from the egg, Zhang Ziya's angry voice sounded from behind. City Lord. Alliance Leader Zhang. Senior Brother. Are you all right? When Zhang Li came out of the Chaos Immortal embryo, many concerned voices immediately sounded from the surroundings. However, the reason why he could escape was not because of their attack on the huge egg. Instead, Zhang Ziya was frightened by the spirit essence absorption and took the initiative to spit him out. This was because if Zhang Li was allowed to absorb it for a while longer, his 100,000 years of accumulation might be wasted. After shaking off the sticky liquid on his body, Zhang Li could not be bothered about anything else and hurriedly dispersed everyone. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! In Fengdu City, Zhang Li's orders had always been absolute. This was because 99% of the people were his former enemies. After being defeated, he used various controlling methods to forcefully enslave them before slowly nurturing their relationship. Hearing his order, they immediately fled. A portion even directly entered the gate of hell. Only the Great Mountain Alliance, including Shenshan Kaihua, were a little hesitant. They did not want to abandon their good alliance leader. Firstly, their relationship with Zhang Li was deeper. Secondly, Zhang Li had been the alliance leader for a long time. Their understanding of Zhang Li's strength was roughly still at the level of colliding with the previous leaders of the four great sects on the night of Tragic Death City's attack. Compared to his age, although it was already exaggerated enough, such details had been outdated for a long time. I have no problem with that. Leave quickly. Zhang Li saw a circle of blue-purple lightning expand from the bottom of the huge egg. The lightning pool that Zhang Ziya mentioned was not just a verbal threat. Zhang Li could only wave his hand and release a strand of spiritual qi, sweeping them back into the gate of hell. In the next moment, endless lightning swept past, completely destroying the gate of hell. Even Zhang Li felt his entire body go numb, and his body slowed down greatly. In that case, die. After forcing Zhang Li to stay in the range of the lightning pool, Zhang Jia seemed to have made a difficult decision. A shocking thunderstorm surged from the bottom of the lightning pool that he had summoned from somewhere. Even with Zhang Li's lightning resistance, his muscles could not help but twitch, and a large area of his body was charred. However, this did not seem to be enough to kill him. What did Zhang Jia want to do? It's space. The space under the lightning pool is torn apart. Behind him, the northern profound hall master carried the puppy and flew to Zhang Li's side. Not everyone could stand on the lightning pool, but Zhang Li's two hall masters could still do it. It was this puppy that heard the sound of space shattering under the lightning pool. He's not risking his life. He wants to escape. Sure enough, after being discovered, the Chaos Immortal embryo no longer hid and quickly sank into the lightning pool. Once this guy escaped and broke out of his shell to become an immortal, things would be bad. Not to mention how the world would become. He, Zhang Li, would definitely not have a good time. City Lord, what's in this egg? It seems that he wants to escape. The Pipa woman of the Western White Hall also arrived. On her jade pipa, there was already a new blue-purple zither string. It was condensed from the lightning in this lightning pool. What's inside is a calamity. Don't let him escape. The few of them attacked again. However, with the influence of the lightning tribulation, there were not many people who could stand there. They still had to spend the effort to resist the lightning. The effect was not as good as before. Even the Flesh Mountain Lord, who had the strongest attack power among them, broke hundreds of his wrists with the full force of the Rama Palm Thousand Hands, but it was useless. Looks like it won't be easy to destroy it. Now, there were 9 armored trolls who had yet to recover from their injuries in Fengde City. After being forced to sign their names on the City Lord's stone monument with the same method, the fighting strength of Fengde City had already quietly surpassed the entire Divine Judgment Hall. However, because the armored troll could not stand the chaotic aura, the 9 armored trolls and the Flesh Mountain clone could not be revealed at the same time. There were no more useful people under him, so Zhang Li could only think about what else he could do. Previously, the anti-cultivation domain that had made a huge contribution and helped Zhang Li defeat the 9 powerful people with longevity in one go could be useful. However, the troublesome apricot yellow flag was still firmly wrapped around the anti-cultivation spiritual bead. As for this Chaos Immortal embryo formed from the remains of the 12 golden immortals, the stitched monster, and the ancient Ling Zi, it had already surpassed the limit of the current world and had the ability to nurture immortals and gods. Even if he used brute force to pull down the apricot yellow flag, with the current level of the anti-cultivation spiritual bead, it might not be able to suppress the Chaos Immortal embryo. Forget it, he would give it a try first. After rejecting many plans, Zhang Li decided to use the most direct brute force. With a wave of his hand, a few streaks of light flew over from afar. It was the few artifacts that Zhang Li had taken the initiative to throw out in order to avoid the anti-cultivation domain. At this moment, they flew back after being summoned. The human emperor's battle halberd, the broken wing spear, and the 2 long weapons were the first to be obtained. Then, the immortal slaying flying sword that should have been the fastest flew back slowly with a huge chain ball. 764 halberd breaking through the sky, 2. This time, the immortal slaying flying sword and the dragon imprisoning lock had both contributed greatly. The immortal slaying flying sword had forcefully held back the enemy's legendary saber. The other succeeded in one go and directly took down his opponent's artifact. In the huge iron ball formed by the dragon imprisoning lock, there was a golden immortal binding rope. This was also ranked 3rd among the many divine weapons and artifacts taken out by Zhang Jia. It was second only to the apricot yellow flag and the immortal slaying flying saber. He first put away the large iron ball and the other 9 divine weapons that were even more damaged by the anti-cultivation domain. Zhang Li carried the 2 long weapons and returned to the side of the huge egg. He first tried the broken wing spear, but the outside of the Chaos Immortal embryo was too hard. The extremely sharp spear tip was unable to pierce through it. A fly can't bite a seamless egg. This makes sense. Zhang Li could only think of a way to crack it. He held the human emperor's battle halberd in his right hand and raised it high above his head. When he did this in the lightning pool, it immediately attracted countless bolts of lightning that landed on the tip of his halberd. Behind Zhang Li, countless human faith threads appeared. Formless power surged from all the humans under his rule. Especially above the fire cloud cave, the human holy land. He said that he could borrow more and stronger power. Phew! A ball of blood mist suddenly erupted from Zhang Li's right hand that held the halberd. There was too much power condensed. This was the strongest power he could endure. He slashed at the Chaos Immortal Embryo with his halberd. A pillar of light rushed into the clouds and instantly tore apart the thick dark clouds attracted by the lightning pool. It pierced into the sky and even poked a hole in it. The experts of the other 8 states all looked sideways at the sky pierced by the straight pillar of light. Azure Cloud East Sea, in the Azure Sea Palace. The Sea Palace Master was shocked by the pillar of light and accidentally shattered his glass cup. That's in the direction of the prosperous Ox continent. Who cast such a divine art there? Underground lava and flames. The leader of the Flame Dynasty sneezed and exploded a volcano. He hurriedly crawled out of the spewing volcano. The sky has been pierced through. Is it the work of that armored troll queen? She actually became stronger again. Standing in the 9 heavens, in the mansion above the clouds. Concubine Yun of the Cloud Manor finally calmed down. In the Cloud Mist Valley, the strange beasts that were frightened by the phenomenon of piercing through the sky were running around. She looked at the huge hole in the sky in the distance. Frowning her dreamlike brows, she seemed to have sensed something familiar. It pierced through the sky but did not trigger the wrath of the heavens. The person who attacked has such a terrifying power of virtuous merit. Could that person be? On another secular street, there was a fortune teller dressed in rags. He suddenly woke up from his drunken state. His entire body suddenly bounced up the stairs in front of the mortal tavern and flew into the clouds. Asuras are everywhere, the sky is pierced, ferocious immortal descends and slaughters all living beings. The mantra left behind by Master has come true. Where is the answer? Zhang Li did not have the time to care about the thoughts of the other experts. His right hand hung limply by his side. The bones inside seemed to have shattered into powder, and he almost did not even have the strength to grab the human emperor's battle halberd. This halberd was the strongest attack he had unleashed since he started cultivating. Even his arm could not withstand such pressure, but the effect was still brilliant. No matter what blow it suffered, the motionless Chaos Immortal Embryo finally had a hole the size of a bathtub on its eggshell. Although such a hole looked insignificant compared to the Chaos Immortal Embryo that was even larger than the Flesh Mountain Lord and was quickly healing, it was already a rare progress. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Li stabbed the broken wing spear in again. This time, he finally succeeded in piercing it. In the beginning, he did not dare to delay for a moment and absorbed the power of chaos inside. Zhang Xia, who had lived for countless years, was extremely angry after being injured by Zhang Li with the same method again. However, at this moment, he had already become an egg. Everything in the Chaos Immortal Embryo was melting without its original body. Logically speaking, he should have fallen into a slumber and transformed long ago. Only then could his soul sublimate together and match the immortal ancestor's body. However, it was precisely because of Zhang Li's continuous destruction that he could not sleep or dare to sleep. All he could do now was heal the wound as soon as possible and transfer the immortal embryo to a safe place. Zhang Li held the broken wing spear and used the spirit essence absorption with all his might. At the same time, he opened the earth rank storage artifact that he had temporarily used and grabbed a large number of black pills and some strange powder from inside before sending them into his mouth. What he swallowed at this moment were various types of poisonous pills of extremely high quality. Zhang Li had already used them in his early years, and there was a large number of waste pills left. After swallowing these poisonous things, a dense black chi immediately appeared on his face. With his way of eating, even 10 Earth Immortals could not withstand it. However, Zhang Li was not here to injure himself. The floating black chi had just floated up when it poured into the huge egg in front of him along with the hollow spear in his hand. One had to know that damned mosquitoes could suck and spit at the same time. Zhang Li naturally could return such a fatal favor. The effect of this was quite obvious. In just a moment, the healing speed of the hole decreased significantly. A moment later, black water began to flow out of the hole. The stench was hard to believe that this was an immortal embryo. Instead, it looked like a rotten egg. Hearing Zhang Shang curse angrily, it could be seen how much trouble Zhang Li had caused him. In theory, the chaos treated everything equally. However, if that was the case, there was no need for Zhang Xia to prepare so many good things for himself. After all, the ferocious beast chaos was not the true chaos, and it could not withstand such destruction. Therefore, Zhang Li did everything he could to leave something for him to ruin. Even if he could not kill Zhang Xia directly, he would still make the other party lose some energy and reduce the success rate of breaking through the embryo to become an immortal. Time passed bit by bit. As the Chaos Immortal embryo gradually entered the lightning pool, Zhang Li was naturally unwilling to give up. He held the broken wing spear with both hands. If he wanted to follow the immortal embryo to the other side of the space, he had to kill this scourge first. After he entered that space, he immediately felt an endless sense of rejection. Even with his immense strength, he could not persist. He could only be expelled from that space and watch as the immortal embryo completely entered the lightning pool and disappeared. In the end, he still could not destroy this immortal embryo. Even the marks left behind were erased and destroyed immediately. If he wanted to find the hiding place of the Chaos Immortal embryo, it would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. The only fortunate thing was that the fire cloud cave did not run away. This place where the three emperors cultivated was still left where it was, waiting for the successor of the human emperor to open it again after 100,000 years. He stayed behind in front of the stone door of the fire cloud cave to study how to take out this inheritance. The northern profound hall master, Chu Shui, and the Peepa woman were suddenly stunned. They seemed to have sensed something and turned to look in the same direction. It was not only them. In the continent of the 9 provinces, there were also some people who sensed some changes at the same time. Some of them lived above the masses. They were powerful and grasped monstrous authority. Some were as humble as ants and were still working hard for food in the countryside. They did not seem to be related at all. They were not even from the same world. However, at that moment, they inexplicably revealed long-awaited smiles. This world is already different. A new era is about to arrive. Zhang Li also heard these 2 sentences. He turned his head to look left and right, and in the end, he noticed that the one who spoke was the remnant soul of Ba Xia in his mind. 765 Great Ultimate Principle, 1. A new era? What do you mean? Zhang Li heard Ba Xia's remnant soul muttering clearly. At this moment, he also discovered the abnormality of his 2 hall masters. With their composure, they could remain calm even if the world collapsed in front of them. It was rare to see them staring blankly in a certain direction. Zhang Li also looked in the direction they turned their heads. Apart from the endless flesh carpet, there was clearly nothing else. The surrounding people did not notice at all. How could Ba Xia, Chu Shui, and the Peepa woman, these 3 guys who were unrelated to each other, have such tacit understanding and sense something at the same time? This made Zhang Li feel a little strange. The only thing these 3 guys had in common was probably because they were all remnants of ancient times. The methods they used to survive until today were different. Some had already successfully reincarnated, while others were still in a remnant soul state. However, without a doubt, these 3 were all figures at least at the golden immortal realm in ancient times. Their essence was different from ordinary people. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that they sensed something that ordinary people could not. Ha ha ha, it's immortal chi. The first strand of immortal chi has been born. Ba Xia's remnant soul had an excited expression in Zhang Li's mind. The dragon head outside the tortoise shell appeared vividly. Only then did Zhang Li know what they had sensed. Immortal Qi, so fast. The first thing Zhang Li thought of was the Chaos Immortal Embryo. The immortal embryo had just formed when the immortal spiritual Qi appeared. No one would believe that this had nothing to do with Zhang Shang. Previously, it was only a stitched monster that did not know any techniques or divine arts. It was even not very smart. It could rely on the quality of the spiritual Qi that was one level higher than the current cultivation world to beat the three divine pillars of the Divine Judgment Hall and even the Fengde City Lord into a sorry state. At that time, everyone wanted to obtain the secret to advancing the quality of spiritual Qi from that stitched monster. Unfortunately, they did not succeed in the end. He could only take a step back and lure the monster to the prosperous Ox continent, resulting in everything that happened later. However, in fact, according to Zhang Zia's plan, he planned to let the stitched monster appear after the immortal spiritual Qi was born in its body. From the memories obtained from Alfred's mind, that process required the monster to stitch up an entire dragon vein before it could brew immortal Qi. He still had to wait 500 years. The Chaos Immortal Embryo plan that had been launched in advance made the Immortal Ascension ceremony designed by Zhang Zia no longer so perfect. However, that would affect the high-level items that Zhang Shang threw into the immortal embryo. How long had it been since he formed the immortal embryo? It had directly broken through the upper limit of heaven and earth and produced immortal Qi. It could only be said that the accumulation of the old fox who had lived since the divine investiture tribulation was indeed terrifying. However, with the appearance of the first immortal Qi, it did not only mean that Zhang Zia had begun the transformation of his immortal body. This immortal spiritual Qi had broken the upper limit of the energy in the continent of the 9 provinces 500 years in advance. It gave spiritual Qi a chance to submerge into immortal spiritual Qi. From now on, the continent of the 9 provinces would also produce immortal Qi in some grotto heavens and blessed lands. This change might quickly break through the strength of the 9 provinces continent. This was because it would be the opportunity for the top cultivators who had already reached the 5 Qi facing origin realm to ascend and become immortals. From the reaction of the 2 hall masters of Fengde City and Ba Xia's remnant soul, the reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas left behind from ancient times would also begin to tirelessly search for the immortal spiritual Qi in the world. Compared to the cultivators of this era, the reincarnations of extraordinary mighty figures could directly absorb and use immortal Qi to truly display their advantage. Even after experiencing the cultivationless age and falling to the mortal world, they still did not plan to give the current cultivation world a fair chance to compete. As long as they were given a chance, they would ride the wind and rise up. Zhang Li felt a little anxious about this. In order to maintain their absolute rule, the higher UPS had always spared no effort in controlling the ranks. Zhang Zia had clearly told Zhang Li earlier. After he became an immortal, no one would be allowed to become an immortal again. He only planned to rebuild the Divine Investiture Board and let a group of people who were completely under his control manage the world for him. What he said was righteous in the name of preventing the immortals and gods from plundering the world endlessly and repeating the tragedy of the ancient era. However, it was actually just his selfishness. Be it humans or gods, they all had their own selfish motives. Be it Zhang Zia, the other ancient relics, or others, once they became immortals, the first thing they would do was probably eliminate the calamity. The so-called calamity was probably the group of people who could become immortals at any time. After the appearance of the immortal spiritual Qi and the breaking of the spiritual Qi limit in the continent of the 9 provinces, the current top cultivators had already been forcefully thrown into a race. There might only be one winner on this path to immortality. If he was a step late, he might never have the chance again. The first to run was undoubtedly Zhang Zia, who had been labeled as someone who had no affinity with immortality in ancient times. This was because Zhang Li's disturbance had caused a flaw to appear in his chaos immortal embryo. His Dao attainment was incomplete, and the time when he became an immortal was unknown. It was possible that he would be born prematurely, or it was possible that he would be delayed in breaking out of the shell. 766 Great Ultimate Principle, 2. Compared to the others who still needed to search the world for immortal qi, Zhang Shang had already taken the initiative. Once he broke through the immortal embryo, he would probably be invincible. Behind him were the reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas who had already made a name for themselves and stood at the peak of the continent of the 9 provinces. They had powerful strength and could sense the appearance of the immortal spiritual qi. As long as they were lucky and found enough immortal qi in a short period of time, they might be able to directly break through to become immortals later on. It was impossible for them to be as strong as Zhang Xia after he was born from chaos. However, if they could become immortals and find the immortal embryo in time to destroy it, it was still possible to complete the reversal. After that were the strongest experts among the orthodox cultivators in the 9 continents and the experts at the level of the 3 divine pillars. However, their connection to the immortal spiritual qi was even more blurry. They needed to find some reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas who, like Xu Shui, had yet to start cultivating for some reason. Through their guidance, they could successfully find the place where the immortal qi was born. The cultivators below, even at the level of the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces, no longer had much chance. This was because condensing the 5 qi in his chest was not so simple. Not only did it require time, but he also had to find 5 suitable and powerful qi to condense into his chest. If it was so simple, they would not have been stuck at that realm for hundreds or thousands of years. As for Zhang Li, his current situation was slightly awkward. In terms of combat strength, he was already standing at the peak of the continent of the 9 provinces. However, his cultivation level was still at the soul formation realm after all. He was still quite far from becoming an immortal. He had to break through as soon as possible. Zhang Li let the 2 hall masters leave first to move around freely, hoping that they could bring back a few wisps of immortal spiritual qi. Right now, the most important thing was to open the human holy land that he had been searching for a long time. If he could not become an immortal in time, the human emperor's status might help him deal with the immortals and gods. Previously, Zhang Shang had already scattered Zhang Li's blood on this ordinary stone door. The stone door opened a crack and light filled the sky. Zhang Li stood in front of the stone door and leaned against the gap. He could vaguely see that there was a small stone room inside. However, when he wanted his subordinates to push open the stone door, as if struck by lightning, they were sent flying far away. Apart from Zhang Li, the successor of the human emperor, no one else could touch this stone door. From the looks of it, the stone door only opened a crack. It should not have been neglected over the years and was stuck. It was because the 3 ancestors deliberately wanted to test the strength of their descendants. Zhang Li tried it. That gap was just enough to fit his finger. He grabbed the gap with his fingers and gradually exerted strength on both sides. Clearly, the 3 human emperors had considered the changes in the world. When testing their juniors, they did not use the standards of the human emperors of ancient times who could beat up golden immortals. In terms of strength alone, Zhang Li was peerless in the current cultivation world of the 9 provinces. Without much obstruction, the stone door quickly creaked and was slowly pushed open by him. What appeared in front of him was not the fire cloud cave, but 3 simple stone platforms. On the stone platform, the words heaven, earth, and human were engraved. The others did not dare to approach. Zhang Li entered alone. After searching for a while, he quickly found 3 small grooves. Needless to say, this was where the human emperor's token should be used. First, Zhang Li took out a finger bone and placed it on the earth stone platform. It was the earliest human emperor's token he had obtained. It came from the finger bone of the last human emperor, King Zhou of Shang, Dxin. Dxin was a descendant of the Sheneng lineage, so this was naturally the Earth Emperor's token. Sure enough, after the finger bone was placed down, a pillar of light immediately appeared on the stone platform. The energy in the pillar of light made Zhongli feel refreshed and very comfortable, as if it faintly caused his connate human body to undergo some changes. Zhongli cupped his hands and bowed to the stone platform. Descendant Zhongli greets the Earth Emperor, Sheneng. Then, he took out the sealed shield. There was still a thick yellow cloth wrapped around it. However, the current apricot yellow flag was no longer as powerful as before. It had become soft. After enduring the anti-cultivation effect alone for so long and losing its master's control, it did not have much strength left. After using brute force to tear off the apricot yellow flag, Zhongli carefully controlled the sealed shield to open his eyes. However, this time, the anti-cultivation spiritual bead did not spread the anti-cultivation domain indiscriminately. In this stone room, some force made the violent anti-cultivation spiritual bead become docile. Zhongli tried to reach out and pull. It was unexpectedly easy, and he pulled out a blue eyeball from within. This was the eyeball of the drought demon, daughter of Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. It was naturally the Heavenly Emperor's token. After placing it on the heaven stone platform, another pillar of light rose. The power in this pillar of light made Zhongli's mind and soul strengthen. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and it carried the dignity of an emperor. Descendant Zhongli greets the Heavenly Emperor, Xianyuan. Now, he only needed the last human emperor's token. Zhongli looked out of the cave. Shen Shan Kaihua had already returned through the gate of hell. Senior brother Zhongli, the descendant of Nuwa, his childhood sweetheart, walked forward and took out a black yin stone. A white yang stone appeared in Zhongli's hand. As soon as they placed it in their hands, a suction force appeared between the two yin-yang stones. Following the suction force, the two of them slowly approached each other. With a bang, the yin-yang stones fused together, forming a complete stone resembling the Taiji symbol, also known as the Great Ultimate. The yin-yang circulation was perfect. Legend had it that human Emperor Fuxi was the first to discover and study Taiji. As the Great Ultimate of the Khanate Five Greats, if one comprehended it to the depths, they could create heaven and earth with a single Taiji painting. Holding the Great Ultimate Stone, Zhongli placed it on the human Emperor's stone platform. Immediately, another pillar of light emerged. The power within made the current successor of the human emperor automatically enter a daze. Zhongli had never cultivated a similar power system in the past. However, this was a great ultimate stone personally left behind by Fuxi. Apart from the use of the token, it also contained the endless profundity of the great ultimate. Zhongli's seven-colored Dao body seemed insufficient in front of such profundity. When his thoughts circulated to the limit, for the first time in his life, he entered a state of epiphany. Observing Fuxi's great ultimate stone. Entering epiphany. Added status, epiphany, Fuxi's great ultimate. Epiphany, Fuxi's great ultimate. Before the world was divided, essence and qi were fused as one. The great ultimate gave birth to yin-yang, which gave birth to the four symbols that produced the 8 trigrams. Comprehending the great ultimate principle. Duration, 99 seconds, plus. Zhongli, who was immersed in the great ultimate principle and was unable to extricate himself, forcefully diverted a trace of his attention and fixed this epiphany status on the interface. Then, this epiphany lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Yin and yang spun endlessly in his eyes. It was not until his understanding of the great ultimate principle reached a certain level and his mental cultivation greatly increased that he barely resisted the temptation of epiphany and returned to his senses. As expected of the Khanate truth of the chaos. It's indeed extremely profound. If not for my epiphany, I wouldn't have been able to learn anything even if I stared at this great ultimate stone for 300 years. Zhongli opened his palm, and a small black and white domain appeared on it. It was the great ultimate domain that he had just grasped. It could transform everything into nothingness. This was only the tip of the iceberg. It was still far from being able to separate heaven and earth. However, with the permanent epiphany status, Zhongli could continue to comprehend the great ultimate at any time. Sooner or later, he would be able to truly master it. Putting this aside for the time being, he cupped his hands and bowed to the last stone platform. Descendant Zhongli greets the human emperor, Fuxi. The three tokens of the three emperors were returned. The three pillars of light suddenly expanded together and enveloped Zhongli, who was caught off guard. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. 767 Three Emperors Golden Blood, 1. The scene before his eyes blurred, and Zhongli appeared in a rather dark and moist cave. The fire cloud cave was also existing in another space. However, it was different from the star tower that was filled with resplendent stars. The famous fire cloud cave was really like an ordinary stone cave. It was natural and looked very simple. However, Zhongli did not dare to slight them at all. He tried to cup his hands and shout. The successor of the human race, Zhongli, greets the three sages of the fire cloud cave. This descendant wants to revive the glory of the human emperor of the human race. I earnestly request the help of the three ancestors. I hope you can help me. Zhongli repeated the same words 3 times. As expected, there was no response. In the narrow cave, only his voice echoed. While expressing his respect, he also wanted to use the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to investigate the situation in this cave. However, to his surprise, the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra that had always been successful actually failed at this moment. When a voice landed in his ears, it was still a voice. It did not construct a complete scene like before. Zhongli frowned. He wanted to ignite another ball of spirit fire to light up his surroundings. However, at this moment, he discovered that although the spiritual qi in his body still existed, he could not mobilize it. He could not even use the most basic illumination. He clenched his fists. Fortunately, his brute force was only slightly weakened and did not disappear. What caused this was definitely the power of this cave. Legend had it that the three emperors of heaven, earth, and human had strength comparable to sages when they were in the fire cloud cave. This holy land where the providence of the human race gathered was indeed extraordinary. Zhongli suddenly thought of something. He raised his hand again. This time, a ball of bright flames rose from his palm, illuminating everything around him. He was no longer suppressed. This was the legendary flame of the human race, the human fire. In this cave, all other powers would be suppressed. Only the power of humans could be used without any obstructions. Zhongli illuminated it with the human fire and saw the scene in the cave clearly. This was a long passageway. However, compared to the many ruins Zhongli had seen before, this cave was really simple to a certain extent. Not to mention the fact that there were spiritual treasures everywhere, there were not even many traces of artificial excavation. It was just like a natural cave during the cave dweller era. The walls and ground were uneven, and water dripped everywhere. Many places even had to bend down to barely pass through. This formed a huge difference from the reputation of the human Holy Land. However, in fact, this was normal. When the fire cloud cave was first established, the human race was still in a backward era. At that time, the three emperors did not have the mood to be decorative. The fire cloud cave was easily built in such a half-natural cave. However, many things from the primordial world were like this. They looked ordinary, but they were actually innate divine artifacts that could shake the world. For example, a stone axe could split open the sky. Whether it was powerful was not necessarily related to its appearance. Zhongli held the human fire and bent down from time to time to advance. Some patterns began to appear on some flat areas of the cave wall. It was drawn with colored soil. The lines were extremely abstract, but it could barely be seen what the person drawing wanted to express. This recorded the history of the human race. Ever since Nuwa created humans, the first batch of humans who knew nothing appeared in the primordial world. At that time, the humans had no advantage against the powerful monster races in the primordial world. Not to mention playing competition with the powerful magus and demon races at that time, they did not even have the ability to survive. Day and night, they were tortured by darkness, hunger, wind and rain, illness, and other harsh environments. Their lives continuously withered. The powerful primordial world mighty figures were born with the ability to pluck the stars and moon. They could not understand why humans died because of these reasons. It was not until the ancestors of the human race appeared that they began to teach the human race to live in caves and build houses to avoid the wind and rain. They could sharpen rocks and create weapons to resist wild beasts. The human fire was passed down to dispel the darkness. Tools, farming, fire, livestock, and rearing were invented to fill their stomachs. They wrapped themselves in beastskin and stitched cotton to resist the cold. They also tasted 100 herbs and boiled them as medicine to treat illnesses. They even invented words, music, and tools. With the accumulation of guidance bit by bit, humans were able to survive in the cracks and develop bit by bit until they stabilized the status of the spirit of all things. As Zhongli advanced, the passageway became wider and flat from the initial obstruction. This passageway recorded the history of the human race. As long as the human race continued, this passageway would continue to extend, even if this passageway was recorded during the cultivationless age. The human race shouldn't have had a good time without spiritual qi, right? Zhongli guessed. However, looking at the thriving murals, he discovered that the long cultivationless age was not all bad for the human race. Without spiritual qi, humans would lose the protection of so-called mighty figures, and the production of food, fruits, and vegetables planted in the fields would also be severely reduced, making it easier for famine to occur. However, at the same time, there were no powerful monsters around the mortal countries that could determine their life and death at any time. 768 Three Emperors Golden Blood, 2. As such, everyone had mortal bodies, and humans who could create tools had the advantage. They cut down the forest and cultivated the land, reproducing and expanding over a long time. The apocalypse lasted for at least 100,000 years. The original small village might have already expanded into a kingdom. Many powerful races of the human race had already disappeared in the long river of history, and the physique of the human race had deteriorated and become even weaker. However, in terms of quantity, other than the original prosperous Ox continent, now, in the 9 provinces in the world, the number of humans living in any other continent surpassed the total population of the 4 continents back then. The quality had decreased, but the quantity had increased even more. To mortals, it seemed to be a good thing that there were no immortals or gods. Zhongli squeezed his right hand. Now, he could not withstand the enhancement of the human race. After walking for an unknown period of time, Zhongli's path finally widened, and he stepped into a stone room. Whoosh! The human fire in his hand suddenly rose explosively, causing Zhongli to be shocked. He hurriedly retracted his firepower and discovered that this stone room was filled with dense power of virtuous merit. It was much more merit than what he had. If he could obtain a portion of it, it would be completely enough for him to condense another merit golden lotus. Taking 2 steps forward, in the middle of the stone room, there was a stone brazier. Zhongli threw the human fire into it. He did not need to provide additional power of virtuous merit. Bright yellow flames rose and instantly illuminated the entire stone room. What entered his sight were 3 golden bodies sitting cross-legged above. Zhongli only took a glance before taking 3 steps back. He was dizzy and could not stand steadily, and he almost fell to the ground. He hurriedly lowered his eyes and bowed again before slowly recovering. It was just like how when Zhongli used the human emperor's battle halberd to slash at the rebels of the human race, it had a restraining effect and its might was 70% greater. As long as one was human, they would be suppressed by their bloodline in front of these 3 and could not unleash their full strength. Unless one became the human emperor or abandoned his human identity and became a demon. Descendant Zhongli of the human race greets the 3 sacred emperors. After waiting for a while, Zhongli slowly raised his head. He raised his eyes slightly and carefully looked at the 3 golden bodies above. The 3 human sacred emperors were still sitting there perfectly fine. The one on the left had leaves covering his shoulders, a tiger around his waist, a red face, thick lips, wide palms, and bare feet. It was the Earth Emperor, Sheneng. The one on the right was wearing an emperor's attire and holding a sword on the side. He had golden hair and long eyebrows. This was the Heavenly Emperor, Xian Yuan. The third was also the one in the middle. Although it was the human emperor, its appearance was different from ordinary humans. It had a long head, 2 horns on its head, tortoise teeth, dragon lips, white hair, and a snake body and human head. It was a demon and not a human, so it was undoubtedly the human emperor, Fuxi. Apart from being motionless, the 3 human emperors did not even have any dust on their bodies. They looked no different from living people. This was because they had the fire cloud cave as protection. Moreover, the 3 of them were wrapped in dense human merit and providence to begin with, so their bodies were relatively intact. If it was a mountain god with a long lifespan, it might have survived in such an environment. However, that was not enough for the 3 of them to survive. Perhaps they had left behind some remnant souls through some method. However, if they wanted to reincarnate, the environment they needed was much higher than ordinary immortals and gods. At the very least, it was impossible to revive now. After bowing respectfully, the brazier in front of Zhongli rose again. At the bottom of the brazier, 9 small jade cauldrons had appeared at some point in time. These jade cauldrons were not artifacts with powerful might. However, they were closely related to the 9 provinces cauldron. The human emperor could control the 9 cauldrons through them. The mysterious power quickly made Zhongli understand what he should do. So this is what the 3 emperors left for the humans. Zhongli hesitated for a moment before taking out the human emperor's battle halberd and drawing a deep wound on his wrist. He placed the wrist on one of the jade cauldrons. Blood immediately flowed out and dripped into the small cauldron. This cauldron looked small, but it had a lot of capacity. It took a long time to fill it all up. He placed a full jade cauldron into the brazier. Then, Sheneng's golden body sitting on the left let out a slight tremble. An invisible force spread from the place where he sat to the brazier. With the help of the human fire, the force gently surged into the jade cauldron and began to slowly transform the blood that Zhongli bled. Soon, his extraordinary blood turned into a noble purple-gold color. Zhongli looked up again. As the modification of the blood was completed, the Earth Emperor Sheneng's golden body visibly dried up, and some cracks appeared on the surface. It seemed that the 3 sages of the fire cloud cave had used their bodies as vessels to keep this portion of their strength until today. The power in each golden body was only enough to help Zhongli refine a continent's cauldron. If he refined all of them, the remaining 8 small cauldrons would probably turn this golden body into powder. Zhongli picked up the purple gold cauldron that had his own blood. Without using appraisal, he already knew the use of this bowl of human emperor's blood. After drinking this bowl of human emperor's blood, he would be able to obtain the recognition of one of the corresponding 9 provinces cauldrons and borrow the power of all the humans in that continent. If he drank all the golden blood in the 9 small cauldrons at the same time, he could directly become the human emperor. Not only did it have powerful might, but it could also directly borrow the power of the people of the world to kill gods and Buddhas. It was no longer like now, where he could only use the human emperor's battle halberd indirectly. However, there was another problem. The effect of the golden blood in each cauldron could only last for 3 days. When the human emperor's golden blood was exhausted, he would lose the power of the human emperor. Zhang Zia was right. The bloodline of the human emperor had been severed. After the ancient divine investiture battle, there had been no new human emperor for so many years. Now, the 3 sages of the fire cloud cave were already dead, so how could they pass on the human emperor's position to others? In the fire cloud cave, there was indeed no way to truly become the human emperor forever. After experiencing the long cultivationless age, the power left behind by the 3 human emperors could only modify 3 cauldrons of golden blood each. It could support the complete transformation of the human emperor once and temporarily borrow the power of a continent's human race 9 times. The exact power borrowed depended on the number of humans living on that continent. The reason why the three emperors left these behind was to help the human race survive some huge difficulties. This was already the last thing they could do for their descendants. Fortunately, they met an excellent successor of the human emperor. This protection that crossed space and time would be thousands of times more valuable in his hands. Zhang Li had expected this. He was not disappointed, and he revealed a satisfied smile instead. The human emperor's position was affected by the power of heaven and earth, but it would also be suppressed by heaven and earth. If there was another cultivationless age, this Dao status would become the most dangerous knife and stab him from behind. The golden blood did not bring with it such worries. It was suitable for him. In fact, Zhang Li was already very satisfied with the human emperor's gift of empowerment for a few seconds. He continued to cut his wrist and filled the 9 jade cauldrons. He used the power of the heavenly emperor and the human emperor to completely refine the 9 provinces cauldron. At this point, Zhang Li had finally achieved one of his ultimate goals. The human emperor's inheritance was already in his hands. However, Zhang Li did not directly drink the golden blood to transform into the human emperor. This was because his current body was still too weak. Previously, when he used the human emperor's battle halberd and borrowed the power of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent and the humans of the prosperous Ox continent, he had almost crippled an arm. If he borrowed too much power at once, his body would explode. At the very least, he had to become an earth immortal first. 769 Heaven Rank Coffin, 1. After putting away the 9 jade cauldrons, the 3 sacred emperors sitting above had already turned into dust as their originally complete golden bodies scattered on the ground. There were only 3 golden skeletons left. They were the last of their remains. Zhang Li respectfully used the jade box to put away the 3 golden skeletons, intending to send them back to Fengdu City to be worshipped. However, it was a pity that the items of the 3 sacred emperors also turned to dust with them. Zhang Li searched the fire cloud cave again, but he did not find any divine items like the Xian Yuan sword, the Taiji painting, or the Sheneng cauldron. The fire cloud cave was definitely not so small. There should be more good things. However, it seemed that they did not intend to let Zhang Li take it away now. Perhaps it was because he had yet to become the human emperor that he was not qualified to hold it. Or perhaps he needed these 3 items to suppress the providence of the human race in place of the 3 emperors. In any case, he had already obtained what he needed the most. Zhang Li did not insist. Every generation of the human emperor had their own treasure. There was basically no precedent of it being passed down for generations. The current successor of the human emperor did not believe that he did not have this opportunity. After doing this, with the thought, he had already left the fire cloud cave and returned to the secret room on the stone platform. Standing beside him was the confused Shen Shan Kaihua. She did not look like she had been standing on the spot. When the 3 pillars of light swept past just now, Shen Shan Kaihua, a descendant of Nuwa, was also sent to a certain space. At this moment, she was holding a brilliant stone in her hand. Clearly, Nuwa had left something for her descendant. He raised his hand and summoned back the 3 tokens. The surroundings began to tremble violently, and gravel and dust continuously rolled down. Let's go out. This place is about to collapse. In all these years, this was the first ruin that Zhang Li had encountered that would collapse after entering. Of course, only this outer stone room collapsed. The fire cloud cave in another space was still there. After this stone room collapsed, the spatial anchor point of the fire cloud cave would disappear. No one could find the true location of the human Holy Land now. In the future, only Zhang Li who held 3 human emperors' tokens could enter the fire cloud cave. No matter how others wanted to search, it was useless even if they searched the entire prosperous Ox continent. After opening the gate of hell, besides the mountain of flesh clone who stayed here to continue expanding his flesh and blood, Zhang Li and the others returned to Fengdu Ghost City. The current Fengdu City had 300 gates of hell opened all year round. It was connected to many large and small regions of the cultivation world of the eastern region. Every day, there were easily 1,000,000 cultivators. With the 300 Gate of Hell as the center, 300 cultivators that occupied a considerable area directly appeared. If these gates of hell were not removed and continued to grow, in a few years, it would form 300 bustling cities. It could be seen how influential the current Fengdu city was in the cultivation world of the eastern region. This did not include the larger number of ghosts and demons. Fengdu city was a ghost city to begin with. It did not discriminate against demons and ghosts. As long as they did not cause trouble and had spirit stones on them, anyone could live safely in the city. Previously, after pulling in the netherworld fragment, the nearly 100 million cultivators who were forcefully left here. Now, they could already leave normally, but the number of permanent residents in Fengdu Ghost City did not decrease but increased. Moreover, this number was rising every day. This was because not only was this ghost city bustling and tempting, it had also displayed extremely terrifying strength recently. With the 10 Directions region as the starting point, they sent out a large number of people and eliminated more than 30 dangerous regions that were originally marked as red on the map and included them all in Fengdu City's map. The deployment of millions of Yin soldiers was barely acceptable to most people. However, the strength displayed by the 9 mysterious masked experts was truly terrifying. Those knowledgeable experts above the medium-grade divine judgment could tell that the might displayed by any of the 9 masked men was not inferior to the leaders of their 3 divine pillars. Although it was not said explicitly, everyone knew. Now, in the cultivation world of the eastern region, a super faction that surpassed the divine judgment hall had already appeared. Those cultivators who had bought houses in Fengdu City in advance and became official residents immediately became lucky people that everyone envied. Previously, the Great Mountain Alliance, which had exposed its relationship with Fengdu City, had been brought along. A mere low-grade divine judgment faction had become a popular faction in the cultivation world of the eastern region. According to his master, the problem of Deo companions for the young disciples under the alliance was resolved at once. Some forces were willing to send their outstanding disciples to marry into the Great Mountain Alliance, even if it was just a one-sided marriage. As long as they could have a little relationship with Fengdu City, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Looking at the foundation left behind by the last human emperor, from the dilapidated city ruled by the Ghost King to slowly flourishing again, Zhang Li did not embarrass his ancestors after all. Shen Shan Kaihua had obtained the thing left behind by Nuwa and needed to enter seclusion quickly. Zhang Li let her cultivate in peace. He led his people through the Gate of Hell again and arrived in Tragic Death City. Ever since this place landed in Zhang Li's hands, it had become one of the subordinate strongholds of Fengdu City. Affected by Zhang Li, most of the residents in Tragic Death City were in a coma all year round and were immersed in beautiful dreams. 770 Heaven Rank Coffin, 2. This city immediately became much more peaceful and stable. Then, a large number of tragic death cultivators joined Fengdu City, causing it to become Zhang Li's largest military area in one go. The Fengdu City Lord did not come here to inspect the territory. It was to retrieve his coffin. He had only left the coffin for a few days and was already very uncomfortable. Zhang Li had just arrived when he saw a coffin floating above the tragic death city. However, unlike the previous grey and ordinary appearance, the current yin burial coffin's surface was covered in spiritual light and a large number of natural Deo patterns circulated. With just a glance, it was dazzling. If he placed the coffin in the outside world, at this moment, 9 bolts of lightning would descend like raindrops and bombard for 49 days. This was because the yin burial coffin was already a true heaven rank artifact. Under Zhang Li's continuous investment, the accumulation of this coffin had already reached an extremely exaggerated level. The only limitation was that the grade of the original material, the blood-sucking wood, was not high enough. Even if it desperately sucked blood, it was still not enough to support it to advance further. Zhang Li was not stingy at all towards this. With the Kunpeng skeleton as the support, the 9 nether divine wood as the foundation, and Baesia's tortoise shell as the outer armor, he completed the reconstruction of the coffin from beginning to end. After solving the problem of the materials, the coffin directly advanced to a heaven rank artifact without any hesitation. The internal space expanded more than 100 times. He even invested 3 million armored trolls to perfect the various rules inside. Now, it was not a problem to say that there was a small world hidden in the coffin. When it saw Zhongli arrive, the coffin swam excitedly to his side like the dragon imprisoning lock earlier. It took the initiative to open the core and complete the recognition process. The yin burial coffin had naturally already given birth to its own artifact spirit. When his essence soul entered, Zhongli saw a huge Kunpeng wearing a tortoise shell. Baesia's tortoise shell was put on by the Kunpeng, looking quite funny. After studying his new coffin, Zhongli lowered the dragon imprisoning lock and tied one end to the core of Tragic Death City. The other end wrapped around the coffin a few times. Zhongli patted the coffin lid and casually threw it out. "Let me see your ability." After the yin burial coffin obtained new life and broke through to the heaven rank, this was the first time it had received an order from its master, so it was naturally extremely excited. It dragged the chain and flew into the sky. At first, he could not tell anything. However, after an ancient long cry, the coffin began to quickly grow. As it enlarged, it grew a pair of wings and a long tail, quickly turning into a huge armored kun. It was identical to the artifact spirit of the coffin, but it was many times larger. The countless dead people in the Death City below instinctively raised their heads and stared at the huge creature above. As they breathed, they formed auras that floated into the sky and were captured by the pair of huge wings. It was this simplest aura that became the best motivation for the yin burial coffin, causing its huge body to accelerate. Soon, it flew out of the edge of the netherworld fragment and entered the void. Even the void without space as support could not stop the armored kun formed by the yin burial coffin. The empty environment complemented the huge armored kun. With a slight shake of its tail, it could be seen how comfortable it was. The dragon imprisoning lock stopped extending at the right time and was pulled taut. However, the armored kun formed from the yin burial coffin did not stop. Instead, it dragged the entire netherworld and flew towards Fengde City. Previously, the Divine Judgment Hall had to pull over 100 million cultivators to do this. This time, they actually did it with the yin burial coffin alone. The power of a heaven rank artifact was not high to this extent. There was help. In the Northern Ocean, there is a fish, the name of which is kun. It is unknown what size it is. It changes into a bird with the name of Peng, the size of which is, also, unknown. When this bird rouses itself and flies, its wings are like clouds all around the sky. When Peng migrates to the Southern Ocean, it flaps, its wings, on the water for 3,000 miles. Then it ascends on a whirlwind up 90,000 miles, and it rests only at the end of 6 months. Like the movement of grass in the fields, or like the swaying of floating dust, all living things are blown against one another by the airwaves formed. This was the record of Kunpeng in the enjoyment in untroubled ease by Zhuangzi. Apart from pointing out the size of the Kunpeng, it also displayed some of the other abilities of this primordial demon god. The yin burial coffin that was refined using the skeleton of the Northern Sea Kunpeng also inherited its abilities to a certain extent. Its wings could gather the aura of creatures and transform it into its own strength. It could fly in the sky with its huge body and migrate for a long time. This process did not even need to rely on spiritual qi. From the huge mountain demon beasts to the small frogs, birds, and insects, anything with a breath could become the source of its strength. This was the power of gathering sand into a tower. Of course, pushing an entire netherworld fragment did not only rely on the residents of Tragic Death City. Although there were many dead people in Tragic Death City, their auras alone were not enough to make the coffin pull an entire fragment. The ones who truly provided the core power were the hundreds of billions of humans living in the coffin. Zhongli did not rashly transfer all the farm humans who had been rescued from the prosperous Ox continent to the Azure Cloud continent. That way, Other than creating huge trouble and conflicts, it would not solve anything. Zhang Li, who had just obtained the Kunpeng skeleton, simply placed all of them here. The fact that there were fewer humans in the prosperous Ox continent was only relative to the other 8 continents. In order to support the vast number of armored troll commoners in the entire prosperous Ox continent, apart from high-grade farms like the Grace House, there were actually low-grade farms with a larger number of assembly lines that raised a huge number of humans like livestock. Zhang Li did not give up on them and saved them together. Then, in order to feed them, he even took out one of the precious treasures of the human emperor, the golden rice. Zhang Li had once eaten half of the golden rice. However, with its rapid ripening, each plant would mature in a few days. In just 10 days, an extremely vast rice field would be born, and it could easily feed all the humans here. Even if the number of 100 billion was exaggerated, it was not a problem for the golden rice grain. As for those pitiful humans who were born and grew in the farm and were born with incomplete puberty and did not receive education, after eating the rice produced by the golden rice grain, they only needed a day to learn how to walk, 3 days to speak, and 7 days to strengthen their body. In next to no time, Zhang Li returned these humans who were born in tragedy to normal. Due to the armored trolls, they had sealed the news inside the farm very well. Most of these humans did not know that they had been raised as livestock. The current successor of the human emperor did not have to spend any effort to solve their psychological problems. However, because of the deliberate guidance of the armored trolls for many years, these humans were still different from ordinary humans. That was to grow faster. They could become adults at the age of 8, and their pregnancy cycle was even shorter. They could always give birth to more than 1 child each. It was normal to have 3 to 5 children. Almost everyone had an extremely high desire to reproduce. Although the reason was a little sad, this was an advantage that allowed their human race to quickly strengthen again. After there was an infinite supply of golden rice and no more trolls to harvest them, the population of the humans in the prosperous Ox continent would rise rapidly. If nothing unexpected happened, it could increase by several times in a year. With a base of 100 billion, that would be a terrifying number. Zhang Li estimated that it would not be long before they could catch up to the population of the other 8 provinces. At that time, unless he upgraded it to an immortal artifact, even the Yin burial coffin could not contain them all. As the current successor of the human emperor, Zhang Li, who was about to be officially promoted to the true human emperor, was rather gratified by this. This was the cultivation world. The place was huge, and there was no shortage of food. The number of mortals was the foundation of everything. The more people there were, the merrier. 771 Third Merit Lotus, 1. Of course, Zhang Li was not just trying to use the aura of the human race to push the coffin's growth. During this process, he would also send people to educate these humans at the same time and let them reorganize their lives to think of a way out in the future. From the looks of it, he still had to quickly eliminate the remaining armored trolls and restore the ecosystem of the prosperous Ox continent. In the future, he could release the new humans back to the prosperous Ox continent and let them rebuild their homes. Zhang Li's actions directly changed the future fate of countless humans on an entire continent. Although he had consumed half of the remaining golden rice grains, when he looked up, he saw the second lotus flower blooming above his head. Zhang Li felt that no matter how he looked at it, it was a huge profit. The merit obtained from saving the humans of a continent far exceeded the bit of merit on the golden rice grain. In the future, he could also imitate the ancestors of the human race and teach them how to start a fire, farm, build houses, music, words, and so on. The merit points after this would be endless. As expected, rice grains should be planted. This was much more worth it than eating it directly. In fact, he was not the only one who knew about his merit increase. Earlier, Zhang Li had left in a hurry and did not even return to the city lord's mansion before directly passing through the gate of hell. He did not notice that in Fengdu City, the 7 colored maidservants of the Cloud Manor were about to gather. In the palace of the Cloud Manor, concubine Yun was pacing back and forth with complicated emotions. Walking from east to west, her ethereal figure grew from an 8-year-old lowly to a 30-year-old mature sister. After walking from the west to the east, she returned to being an 8-year-old girl. The cultivation method she cultivated was special. She could freely change her age according to her mood. Who would have thought that one of the 3 divine pillars, concubine Yun, would actually become an 8-year-old child and run around planting radishes? If one could become her Deo companion, it would probably be quite exciting every night. Previously, when Zhongli obtained the merit green lotus of the netherworld, her reaction was not very big. That was because it was useless to her. However, after Zhongli obtained the merit golden lotus of the 9 provinces, she could not sit still. Now, when she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the figure of the human emperor's successor. A person with deep merit could deepen others' good impression of him. This effect could be increased by 10 times for the people of the Cloud Manor. During this period of time, concubine Yun sent out 6 waves of envoys. It could be seen how anxious she was. This time, she probably wanted to give herself to him. Zhongli roughly knew what concubine Yun was thinking. He had even had similar thoughts himself. If they could help each other cultivate, it would indeed be a huge opportunity for both sides. The cultivation methods of the Cloud Manor were special and had the magical effect of helping others. Not to mention concubine Yun, even the vital yin of any one of the 7 rainbow cloud servants could allow one to ascend to the heavens in a single step. The current concubine Yun and her 7 maidservants had not lost their virginity. If he could obtain it, it would be equivalent to at least 2,000 years of bitter cultivation. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be willing. That was too much of a loss. However, if the target was Zhongli who had the merit golden lotus above his head, not only could it help them complete their cultivation, but they could also obtain a large amount of power of virtuous merit to advance further. Most importantly, after Zhongli permanently fixed his status, he did not care about the expenditure of merit at all. There were already more than 30 million Fengduyin soldiers that he had awakened. The merit green lotus above his head was still blooming brightly. If these girls seized some of the merits of the 9 provinces, Zhongli would not lose anything. There were benefits and no harm. He could gain something without risking anything, and he could even help others. Zhongli naturally could not refuse to help his loyal allies. However, he did not need the 2,000 years of bitter cultivation now. After breaking through to the Earth Immortal Realm, he could go to the Cloud Manor and use this to help him stabilize his realm. That was the most optimal choice. He did not mention that for the time being. Now, with the Yin burial coffin, the huge project of piecing together the 9 nether underworld could officially begin. As long as he found the location of the netherworld fragment, it was only a matter of time. Zhongli naturally could not spend time running around in search of a needle in a haystack. At this time, the forces that he had slowly accumulated over the years could be used again. Zhongli used the 9 Nether Deo scripture to reverse life and death for the 9 armored troll Grand Dukes. Then, he let them each bring people from Tragic Death City to search for other netherworld fragments in the depths of the void. He had other things to do. There were only 2 merit lotuses above his head, looking too monotonous. He planned to get another one. He returned to the prosperous Ox continent through the gate of hell. Zhongli could clearly sense that no less than 100 powerful essence souls were trying to investigate this continent. The experts of the other 8 provinces were alarmed by the commotion in the prosperous Ox continent and came here to find opportunities. However, due to the interference of the crazy wills that filled the continent, their essence souls were severely disturbed. The flesh carpet on the ground made them not dare to enter with their main bodies. Up until now, they were only watching from the outer sea. Zhongli took a few glances and ignored them. This prosperous Ox continent was conquered by him alone. It was his private territory. If these guys dared to invade, even if they were not restrained by the power of chaos, the current Flesh Mountain Lord was not someone anyone could deal with. Even if the strongest experts of the other 8 provinces came, they could forget about obtaining any benefits in his territory. Zhang Li casually found a spatial crack and entered it, arriving at the blood-red Azura world again. With a thought, his aura changed. The blood of madness at the Lord level flowed in his veins. Although he was still in human form, he looked like the Azura with the noblest bloodline. For a long time, he had been using the beast blood diagram to carve tattoos to increase his Azura bloodline purity. Now was the time to use it. No matter how I look at it, this ball of flesh is still so annoying. Zhang Li looked at the mountain of flesh below in disdain. He had created such a disgusting thing and swallowed countless armored trolls. In the end, it belonged to him. Forget it, forget it. It's my clone after all. I'll endure it. Holding his breath, he fell into it. He would not let the mountain of flesh devour him. That would not be worth it. Instead, a heart of chaos beat and he retrieved the 2 clones. The Bodhisattva Heart Sutra directly digested the 2 clones and made them fuse with Zhang Li's main body. The powerful essence soul and the dream power swept out with him as the center, cleanly controlling the group consciousness of the entire mountain of flesh. In this way, he completely replaced the original Flesh Mountain Lord, Chaos. An endless force surged into his body. Zhang Li paid no attention to that and only stared fixedly above his head. On it, beside the first-grade merit green lotus and the first-grade merit golden lotus, there was indeed another first-grade red Azura world merit lotus forming. 772 Severing the Shackles, 1. To the Azura world, the meaning of the existence of large and small lords was to expand the territory of the Azura world and occupy the continent of the 9 provinces. As long as he opened the spatial crack and occupied the land over there, he would immediately receive the reward of the Azura world's heavenly Dao. Apart from the most direct conversion of strength, a world's reward was naturally not small. Under normal circumstances, even if an Azura lord opened a spatial crack, it was already quite good to be able to occupy a piece of land the size of the Rock Mountain range. However, this time, Zhang Li's Flesh Mountain clone directly occupied a large continent. There were only 9 continents in the 9 provinces, and 1/9 of them had been occupied. It swallowed the vast number of armored trolls living on it. Such an achievement could be considered unprecedented in the history of Azura. In the Azura world, there were also no creatures that had broken through the upper limit of their strength to the immortal god realm. Therefore, in the end, although the number of arms of the Flesh Mountain clone was still increasing, it became more and more difficult for his strength to increase. Even the Azura world could not help him continue to increase his strength. As for the additional merit, other than the wasted portion, it was all transformed into merit that wrapped around the mountain of flesh. Now that the Flesh Mountain clone had been retrieved by Zhang Li, the merit naturally landed on his head. To the continent of the 9 provinces, it was an absolute negative karma that the world could not tolerate. However, in the Azura world, it had become great merit. Even if Zhang Li did not cover the entire prosperous Ox continent with flesh and blood, it was not a problem to condense a merit blood lotus. However, at this moment, he was stunned and looked up at the blood-colored sky. A black dot was approaching. Oh! Trouble has come looking for me. The Flesh Mountain Lord was too huge. The power of virtuous merit was also scattered everywhere. It would take some time to gather them and form a complete merit lotus flower. However, he did not provoke anyone. A bone spike suddenly descended from the sky and accurately stabbed into the center of the mountain of flesh. Then, thousands of bone spikes that were thousands of feet long rained down. For a time, the bulging mountain of flesh was like a hornet's nest. The boiling blood of madness flowed like a river and gathered into a lake. It seemed that this sudden huge bone spike had caused extremely serious injuries and losses to the Flesh Mountain Lord. However, in just a moment, the blood of madness that had formed a lake quickly dissipated and was sucked back by the flesh carpet below. The pierced mountain of flesh also surged. In just 2 eye-catching moments, it swallowed the bone spikes that flew over. It was as if nothing had happened. The main body was extremely huge. The flesh and blood clone that covered billions of square miles was strictly speaking the main body. There was no such thing as vital points. The flesh calamity that covered every inch of his territory was a huge amount of flesh and blood. Even if he did not retaliate at all and allowed the enemy to attack, it was almost impossible to destroy the flesh mountain clone. They could exhaust the enemy to death hundreds of times. However, since they were already here, Zhongli could not ignore them. With a thought, his consciousness arrived at the edge of the chaotic territory. The flesh carpet at the edge of the territory wriggled twice and suddenly grew a dense number of eyes. More than 1,000 eyes turned and stared at a huge figure standing outside his territory. It was this guy who had used those bone spikes to shoot through the mountain of flesh. Due to the fact that he had been invading the prosperous Ox continent earlier, Zhongli did not place his focus on the territory of the Azura world. Therefore, after such a long time, the territory of the Chaos Lord in the Azura world was only 3 times larger than the previous Vima Citron. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the guy who appeared at the edge of his territory thought that he was easy to bully. "It's you again, Amity." One of the 13 strongest Azura lords closest to him. This guy was indeed looking for trouble again. Previously, this guy had wanted to devour his territory. However, due to the rules of the Azura world, they could not leave their territory. He could only collide with the Flesh Mountain clone from afar. Zhongli originally thought that he already knew that the Flesh Mountain clone was not to be trifled with and retreated. Now, it seemed that he still did not give up. During this period of time, he had been silent. Zhongli did not expect that under Amity's hard work, the territories of the two sides had completely bordered. The flesh carpet on the endless plains surged like sea water. The flat flesh at the edge swelled up. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. As the mountain of flesh continued to grow, it gradually became a huge monster with the upper half of a 1,000-hand Azura and the lower half of a mountain of flesh. In terms of height, the originally huge Amity only reached the chest of the Flesh Mountain clone. Zhongli could completely lower his head and look down at this impolite neighbor. Chaos. Amity. When the two lords met, their eyes were especially red. The two sides were not familiar with each other, so they did not have the intention to talk. As soon as they met, they roared and slapped out their Rama palms. Speaking of which, the battle between Azura lords was actually quite boring. It was just countless huge hand seals colliding. 773 severing the shackles, 2. Zhongli was naturally filled with confidence. He had more than 1,600 arms now. On the other side, Amity only had more than 1,300 arms. In a one-on-one collision, with similar strength, he could still have more than 300 palms to slap the other party. However, when their Rama seals collided, Zhongli was suddenly stunned and noticed that something was wrong. In the 1,354 collisions, more than 800 of them were indeed evenly matched. Both sides had their bones broken and muscles ruptured. However, Amity won the remaining 500 times. In the collision, the arm of Zhongli's Flesh Mountain clone was actually directly blasted apart by the other party, and then the weakened 500 hands smashed into the Flesh Mountain. Of course, Zhongli's other 300 hand seals also smashed into the other party. Both sides were repelled and began to heal their broken arms and injuries. Even if the entire mountain of flesh was destroyed, Zhongli could still create another one in minutes. To him and the Flesh Mountain clone, it was not a loss. However, in comparison, he had suffered greater losses in this collision and was at a disadvantage. There were clearly more arms, and his strength had already been strengthened to the point of being unable to advance. He should have an advantage. How could he lose to Amity? When he carefully recalled the process of the collision earlier, Zhongli suddenly understood that it was because of the Rama palm that he thought was brainless. There was also a restraining effect and a combination of hand seals. For example, the Samu seal countered the Hatha seal. The Yoga seal countered the Vishnu seal. The Vasud seal countered the Shiva seal. The Tupra seal countered the Sandari maiden seal. In addition, there was the Durga maiden seal, the Ganesa seal, the Tara seal, and the Saraswati grand palm seal. They could restrain the Rama seal, the Pala seal, the Surama seal, and the Lakshmi grand palm seal respectively. There were already so many basic seals, and the combination between them was even more profound and varied. It was not like Zhongli had thought earlier, where they purely formed hand seals to collide. The restraining relationship was similar to rock-paper-scissors, but the rules were much more complicated. Without a long period of experience in the Lord's War, it was impossible to effectively master it. It could be seen how many Asura lords this Amity had invaded. After understanding this, a seven-colored rainbow pierced through the sky in Zhongli's consciousness. With the seven-colored Dao body, his comprehension was extremely high. He began to quickly analyze the mysteries. After about 10 breaths, the skin damage on both sides had almost recovered. They approached and collided again. However, this time, the flesh mountain clone was directly repelled. Then, it seemed to be afraid of being beaten up. It actually began to contract its flesh and blood, taking the initiative to give up territory. Seeing that there was a chance to take advantage of it, Amity took a step in and chased after the fleeing Flesh Mountain Lord without any hesitation. Every 10 breaths, the Flesh Mountain Lord would turn around and fight Amity. However, every time they collided, Amity won. Foolish newbie! How dare you provoke the great Amity? From today onwards, your territory and the spatial crack will belong to Amity. The excited and powerful Lord pursued. This was because his subordinates were unable to withstand the aftershock of the battle. Therefore, he began to enter alone. A long and narrow passageway without flesh and blood became longer and longer. As they fought, they retreated. Before long, there was only a carpet of flesh around Amity. Only then did the huge mountain of flesh finally stop retreating. Both sides confidently struck out with the Rama seal again. However, this time, just as the seals of the two sides were about to collide again, the seal in Zhongli's hand suddenly changed. It was like playing with rock, scissors, and paper. It instantly turned from a sheep to a wolf. The great Lord Amity suddenly realized that the situation was not good, but it was already too late to change his move. When the hand seals collided, the unlucky one would be Amity. More than 800 arms were shattered. Huge pieces of flesh flew everywhere. The scorching hot blood of madness splattered on the ground as if it was free. However, he was not sent flying. Amity's remaining 500 arms were firmly grabbed by Zhongli, preventing him from taking half a step back. What a pity! So that's all you know. Zhongli's retreat earlier was naturally not because he was really afraid of the other party. On the one hand, it was to make sure that this guy did not escape easily. On the other hand, it was also to obtain more of the secrets of the Rama palm that the other party had grasped. Unfortunately, it turned out that Amity only grasped the combination technique of the first 800 hand seals and the relationship between them. After being memorized by Zhongli, he directly counterattacked. Amity failed and was dragged on the spot. Then, palms began to grow out of the surrounding flesh carpet and bombarded his body continuously. It allowed his injuries to heal, tear, and heal. Zhongli had to do his best to prevent this powerful lord from turning the tables. It had to be said that the vitality of a top Asura lord was really tenacious. Even though he was suppressed like this, Zhongli still beat him for an entire 7 days and 7 nights before seizing the opportunity to find and dig out the demon god's egg in the other party's body. If not for that, there would be a huge territory that could continuously provide him with energy. Even if they fought for another 70 days and 70 nights, they might not be able to kill him. This was why when ordinary Asura lords fought, they would usually prioritize devouring the other party's territory. If he did not do that, it would be too difficult to kill a lord. The chaotic flesh and blood swallowed the fist-sized demon god's egg and quickly sent it back to Zhongli. Zhang Li held the demon god's egg in his hand and sighed. After many years of growth, it was inferior to a flesh mountain clone. He did not expect that his clone was already so powerful. Even when facing the three strongest overlords of the Azura world, they only took 7 days to fall here. Although the price of obtaining this power was to destroy the prosperous Ox continent and never be able to leave this territory, it had to be said that this force was indeed tempting. If not for the fact that Zhang Li still had his own path to take, he would not have given up on this power. He looked up and saw that the blood-colored merit lotus above his head had already blossomed after waiting for 7 days. It stood side by side with the other golden lotus and green lotus. If it was anyone else, they might think that these were the symbol of the three flowers gathering realm. After opening the status panel and fixing the status of the merit blood lotus, Zhang Li's main body swam through the flesh and blood, passing through the spatial crack and returning to the continent of the 9 provinces. Then, his main body did not stop. He kept moving forward in the deformed flesh and blood, swimming all the way to the edge of the prosperous Ox continent. Only then did he open the interface again and inspect a status called Azura Lord. Once this status appeared, the time marked was permanent. It brought Zhang Li an enormous increase in strength and an almost infinite lifespan. However, it also limited him from leaving this territory. He was not interested in living with this deformed flesh and blood his entire life. With a thought, he pressed the minus button behind this status. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 5 seconds passed. Zhang Li felt a shackle on his soul and body being suddenly severed. At the same time, all the flesh and blood on the entire continent seemed to have been poured into a pot of boiling oil. They all churned crazily. Zhang Li had clearly thrown his clone in again and controlled most of the flesh in advance. However, when he cut off his connection with the territory, all the flesh and blood began to riot crazily. Even the combined efforts of the 2 parallel minds could not suppress it. This was because his violation of the rules had completely angered the other world. 774 Deep Sea Crystal Palace, 1. Zhang Li, who had forcefully stripped away the position of Lord, was hated and cursed by the entire Azura world. Endless flesh and blood transformed into tentacles that desperately wanted to drag him back to the Azura world and kill him. Fortunately, Zhang Li had expected this. He chose the edge of the flesh and blood territory. It was also the place with the weakest influence in the Azura world. Moreover, before he came into contact with the status, he had specially transferred most of the flesh and blood. Only a thin layer of skin was left on the ground. Even if the Azura world wanted to target him, it could not mobilize too much power in time. Zhang Li erupted with strength and tried his best to break free from the flesh and blood that entangled him. Countless flesh tentacles were torn apart by him. After a long time, he barely escaped his territory. In the distance, endless flesh and blood surged over like a tsunami, but Zhang Li had already left the range of the Azura's territory. The flesh and blood still wanted to pursue, but as soon as they surged out of the territory, they were shattered by the endless lightning. If they did not prioritize expanding their territory and directly left the territory, the continent of the 9 provinces could attack wantonly. The Azura world occupied such a large piece of land in the continent of the 9 provinces. How could this world easily accommodate this flesh and blood? As long as they found an opportunity, they would definitely eliminate it with all their might. It was precisely with the help of the continent of the 9 provinces that Zhang Li could quickly escape the pursuit of the Azura world. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Li, who had flown 5,000 kilometers, was not in a good state. Seeing that the flesh and blood did not pursue him, he, who was holding his head tightly, could not endure it anymore. His body relaxed and he fell from the sky in a sorry state, crashing into the sea and causing a tall splash. No matter what, it was malice from a world. The Azura world had still left some other things on him. In just a few breaths, Zhang Li's body was covered in hundreds of curses such as madness, malice, gluttony, blood pain, shattered bones, and so on. The crazy power continuously tortured his body and soul. One had to know that Zhang Li had the status Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder. Logically speaking, curses and toxins below the immortal god realm could not stop him at all. He had originally thought that in this era where immortals and gods did not appear, he could rest easy with this status. However, it was obvious that he did not notice that the will of heaven and earth of the Azura world had clearly surpassed this level. The curse left behind was not something that the Rainbow Spring Immortal Powder could easily wash away. The strength of these hundreds of curses was extremely shocking, directly causing Zhang Li's condition to fall to less than 20% of his peak. If not for the fact that his Dao Foundation and Essence Soul were stable and had astonishing resistance, as well as the fact that he had stimulated the Earth Treasury Buddha Light and that a bunch of statuses were helping him recover, the situation would probably be even worse. Among so many curses, the most terrifying thing was a status called Blood Gaze. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He allowed his body to sink to the bottom of the sea, and his mind immediately sank into his consciousness. In his consciousness that was like the real world, a huge blood-red eyeball was entrenched in it. A large number of blood threads spread out from the huge eyeball and deeply rooted themselves in his consciousness. With complicated roots, one move would affect the entire situation. If he wanted to forcefully remove it, the first to be injured would be his original soul. However, if he did not move, wherever the huge eyeball's gaze landed, everything withered and collapsed under the crazy will. Earlier, Zhang Li had felt something forcefully squeeze into his consciousness. He did not expect such a terrifying thing to appear. Wasn't it just a few days of being a lord? Did he have to react so intensely? This eyeball came from the deep malice of a world. It was also a will clone of the Azura world. While continuously destroying Zhang Li, it was also a mark that was rooted in Zhang Li's body. It would not disappear even if he died. Under normal circumstances, unless the will of heaven and earth in the continent of the 9 provinces took action and personally helped Zhang Li, it was possible to successfully remove it. However, unless he was the son of the world, how could he receive such treatment? With such a mark, no one could last long. Even if he fled to the ends of the world, he could not escape the fate of death. After slowly killing him, his soul would be pulled back to the Azura world by this mark and suffer eternal torture. Not to mention going to the Azura world. If he carried this mark and appeared in the territory of the Azura world again, he would probably have to taste the treatment targeted by the entire world. Under such circumstances, even if one became an immortal, one would still die. It could be seen how much trouble Zhang Li had caused this time. After becoming a lord, his actions of leaving had offended the Azura world greatly. Previously, he could still sense the intense fluctuation of the merit blood lotus above his head. Clearly, the Azura world planned to take back this merit blood lotus. Zhang Li was slightly nervous about this at the beginning. Fortunately, his cheat was reliable enough. After the permanent status was made, the merit blood lotus could not even be stripped away. This also gave Zhang Li the confidence to take advantage of the world. This thing looks really terrifying. Zhang Li looked at the eye, and then his consciousness tapped on the minus sign behind the blood gaze again. 775 Deep Sea Crystal Palace, 2. Brother 8th Prince, is he an armored troll? But why is there no armor on his face? Moreover, the smell on his body is really good. In the deep sea, a gorgeous carriage made of 10,000-year-old corals was flying quickly in the water. In front of the carriage, there were 24 crystal seahorses pulling it. On both sides of the carriage, there were tens of thousands of sea demon soldiers in gorgeous armor and unified weapons following closely and protecting them. They used the shrimp demons as soldiers and the crab demons as generals. Every demon was at least equivalent to an expert human golden core cultivator. The Black Sea was vast and boundless, so the difficulty of recruiting demon soldiers was not high. However, it was not easy to control the quality and train them to be disciplined. In the coral carriage, a few extremely handsome mermen were surrounding a crystal fan shell and looking at the unconscious man inside with his eyes closed. The man inside had sharp brows and bright eyes. He was valiant and heroic. Every muscle, skin, and hair on his body revealed the aura of the Deo essence of heaven and earth. It made people involuntarily attract their gazes. It felt so perfect. However, he frowned tightly. A crack appeared between his brows, and every few breaths, a stream of blood flowed out. From time to time, a few terrifying red auras would be emitted from his body, but every time, they were quickly dispersed by a seven-colored power and holy Buddhist light. From the looks of it, this person was very heavily injured. It was precisely the repeated red aura that prevented him from waking up. Among the mermen, the youngest female merman asked curiously. This was the first time she had followed her elder brother on a long journey. This was because they all knew that the prosperous Ox continent was ruled by the armored trolls. This race was very evil. They had captured the branches of their merman race several times and transformed them into ugly monsters. This caused the relationship between the two sides to remain in a very bad state. Some time ago, there was a huge change in the prosperous Ox continent. The mermen in the Black Sea Crystal Palace suspected that this was another plot by the armored trolls, so they sent out their prince and a small team of demon soldiers to investigate. To the sea race with an astonishing population, tens of thousands of demon soldiers could indeed only be considered a small team. They stayed in the sea area near the prosperous Ox continent for more than a month and found nothing. Only today did someone suddenly fly out of the prosperous Ox continent and fall in front of them. These mermen discovered that the aura on this human was not ordinary. It seemed that he had an extremely deep relationship with their merman race, so they decided to bring him back to the Crystal Palace. He handed this person to his father for interrogation. He's not an armored troll. He should be a human. The merman called Eighth Prince was clearly more knowledgeable and recognized this person's race. Needless to say, this man locked in the crystal fan shell was Zhang Li. However, for some reason, he had yet to wake up. Are we really bringing this person back to the Crystal Palace? The aura wrapped around his body is very dangerous. I've never seen such an evil aura. He'll bring us calamity. The surrounding mermen also had different opinions. Every time a red aura appeared on Zhang Li's body, it would instinctively make them tremble in fear. It's fine. He's locked in the crystal fan shell and can't move at all. Moreover, even if he breaks the fan shell, he won't have the water-repelling pearl and will only be crushed to death by the endless sea. He won't have the chance to cause danger. After the Eighth Prince decided, the others did not continue to object. This human did not have scales or fins. He did not look like the type who could move in the deep sea. Even if they were powerful and could last for a period of time in the deep sea, how could they be a match for their merman race? The carriage pulled by 24 sea horses was fast. It only took 2 days to return to the bottom of the Crystal Sea from the outer area of the prosperous Ox continent. In the ferocious Black Sea, this was a rare pure land. Countless pure and bright crystals grew from the bottom of the sea, emitting a faint glow. It made the originally pitch-black seabed become beautiful. However, that was the scene when they left. When they returned, the crystal holy land had already dimmed. The crystal forests that they had grown up in were either broken or shattered. They lay on the ground in large numbers, covered in the mud of the deep sea. In its place were the corpses of countless sea creatures floating in the sea. As long as they breathed in, they could smell the thick smell of blood. Of course, it could also be the smell of seafood. During their absence, the Crystal Palace had been attacked. It seemed that they had suffered considerable losses. A few merman royal families who had returned immediately rushed to the Crystal Palace. Fortunately, although the Crystal Palace had a corner broken, it was not attacked. There were a large number of demon soldiers stationed outside the Crystal Palace, guarding against all possible external enemies. When they entered, they discovered that their powerful and wise father, the strongest king of the merman race, was actually injured. Father! Who attacked the Crystal Palace? Is it that damned octopus? The Eighth Prince was furious. Next to them was a sea overlord with strange tentacles. It coveted the beautiful women of the merman race and often came to sneak attack. It kidnapped the women of their race and toyed with them to death. 776 Deep Sea Crystal Palace, 3. However, the king above gave him a negative answer. He sat on the throne, his scales golden. A merman who was taller than the princes raised his hand and stopped him from speaking. It's not that old fellow. This time, it's a group of people from overseas. My children, tell me what you saw when you returned from the prosperous Ox continent. What did you bring back? The merman king did not mention much and instead asked about the results of their investigation. Father, we brought back a human. As soon as the merman 8th prince spoke, the already oppressive Crystal Palace instantly became even more nervous. After seeing the human locked in the crystal fan shell, the demon kings in the sea in the Crystal Palace even drew their weapons and aimed at Zhongli in the center. Human! A few humans stole our water-repelling pearl and even attacked us. Kill him! They must be accomplices. All the mermen revealed killing intent without hiding anything, as if Zhongli was the culprit who attacked their Crystal Palace. No matter what, they, who had just been attacked by humans, could not treat a human kindly anymore. But, we brought him back from the coastal area of the prosperous Ox continent. It shouldn't be, the merman princess spoke weakly. She had a feeling that this person was not a bad person. My child, you have to remember that humans are all liars, evil fellows. You have to keep a distance from them. The powerful merman king, who was enough to resist the Black Sea overlord, did not want his daughter to play a love game with humans like the princess in stories. After reminding her, he carried the golden trident that was covered in gems and was about to come up to execute Zhongli. However, right at this moment, a blood-red bolt of lightning blossomed between Zhongli's brows. The forehead split open, and an eye filled with madness was squeezed out. From that eye, endless madness and evil were emitted. All the mermen retreated in shock. The blood-red eye seemed to not want to be exposed to the air and wanted to enter Zhongli's brain again. However, at this moment, Zhongli opened his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the eye tightly. He gritted his teeth and pulled, not letting it have a chance to return. As he pulled, blood continuously flowed out of the wound on his forehead. This eye was really too troublesome. Although Zhongli could clearly see the status through the status panel, that was only to cut off the connection between Zhongli and this eyeball. The clone of the world's will did not disappear. As long as he slowed down, this thing would spread out the blood color and wrap around his essence soul again. If he used brute force to pull, it would affect the blood color that spread out from the eyeball, causing his essence soul to involuntarily feel pain. Only the momentary freedom every 5 seconds when the status panel removed the blood gaze could Zhongli push it out. It was precisely because of this that he had been repeating this process for more than 2 days. Only then did he barely push the eyeball out of his essence soul. After a few more 5 seconds, Zhongli finally dug this eyeball out of his forehead bit by bit. Then, he quickly took out a small apricot yellow flag. He threw the eyeball onto the flag cloth and wrapped it up. Then, he tied a few dead knots before finally heaving a sigh of relief. 777 attacked again, 1. This rag is really sturdy. You can't escape now. Zhongli held the apricot yellow flag tightly. After the large eye inside struggled for a long time, it finally calmed down. Although he had never seen such a corporeal will appear before, other than that, he had actually interacted with the will of heaven and earth quite a bit. In Zhongli's impression, the will of heaven and earth was formed by a large number of established rules. There was a pattern to it. It was more like a complicated and powerful program to maintain order. He did not know what the ancient heavenly Dao was like. However, Zhongli had come into contact with the wills of the 9 provinces continent, the Netherworld, and the Azura world. They did not have much intelligence and did not seem to have a good memory. Otherwise, Zhongli's statuses that created something from nothing and the abnormal situation of forcefully maintaining the merit blessing would have been discovered long ago. Now that Zhongli had lost the mark of the blood gaze, there was a high chance that he could make the Azura world forget what he had done. In a few days, Zhongli would return to his territory. In theory, there was a 60 to 70% chance that he, who had the merit blood lotus above his head, would not be attacked. Instead, he would be welcomed by the world's will and become a VIP in the Azura world. Zhongli grinned and was about to continue cleaning the hundreds of other curses on his body. Oh? Where is this? Only then did he realize that he was lying in a large transparent fan shell. There was a large group of sea demons surrounding him nervously. All of them had unfriendly gazes and pointed dangerous weapons at him. Had he been kidnapped? In order to deal with the eyeball formed by the Azura world's will clone, he pulled all the parallel minds over to help. He really did not have the time to pay attention to the situation outside. In any case, his body was sufficiently powerful. Ordinary people could not injure him at all. If an expert attacked, Chi Yu's muscles would automatically go berserk, fully displaying what violence was. Therefore, he was not too worried about his body. Now, it seemed that he had been picked up by this group of sea demons while he was unconscious. There was a group of mermen who looked quite pure. Human! What's that in your hand? Put down that bag immediately. Otherwise, we'll execute you now. Such an evil and crazy thing must have corroded this human. Damn it, this must be their plot. They tricked us again. He actually pretended to be unconscious and used his body to bring such a thing into the Crystal Palace. This is a declaration of war. They want to destroy the merman race. The group of sea demon kings spoke one after another, appearing very agitated and terrified. Clearly, the blood-colored eyeball that was dug out from Zhongli's head brought great stimulation to these mermen. Perhaps it was also due to the influence of the will of heaven and earth in the continent of the 9 provinces. It wanted to completely destroy this eyeball through these sea demons. Despicable human! You intend to bring destruction to the Crystal Sea. You violated the laws of the peaceful Merman Kingdom. In the name of the ruler of the Crystal Sea, the Green Forest Sea, the Bubble Abyss, the Tree Archipelago, and the 7 Red Seas, I, the Merman King, Tudel, sentence you to death. The Demon Kings did not dare to get too close. The largest Merman King covered in golden scales stood out from the crowd and stood in front of Zhongli. He raised his jeweled golden trident high and aimed it at Zhongli, who was still standing inside the fan shell. However, just before the trident stabbed down, Tudel's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The trident in his hand could not help but stop in midair. This was because a pair of golden dragon eyes appeared in front of him. Such insolence! An indifferent voice sounded from Zhongli's mouth, and what followed was a materialized terrifying pressure. It caused a natural disaster to happen in the sea. Dragon horns and a crown slowly grew out on Zhongli's head. The might of the direct bloodline of the Dragon Palace and the talent of a Merman branch spread out together. This made all the members of the sea race present feel as if they had been instantly sucked dry of the surrounding sea water and thrown into the extremely hot mountain of flames. There was not a muscle in the entire body that could still exert strength. Their minds were under immense pressure and they were in extreme pain. Clang! 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 There was the sound of weapons falling. As a member of the sea race, if they did not have any powerful ancient bloodline, they were utterly unable to resist the dragon might on Zhongli's body alone, not to mention raising their weapons at him. Kneel! Zhongli shouted again. Visible ripples spread out with him as the center. All the surrounding sea races and even the Merman princes began to kneel on the ground. Those who were slightly weaker had already begun to spit foam. The only one who could still stand was the Merman King, Tudel. Dragon! Dragon! However, it was obvious that he was struggling. The talent and strength of the Merman King allowed him to stand at the peak of the current cultivation world. It allowed him to retain some strength, but in front of the Dragon Palace's bloodline, he could not think of resisting at all. How is this possible? 778 attacked again, 2. The Merman King leaned on the ground with his golden trident and looked up at Zhongli in disbelief. How could a dragon with such a noble bloodline appear in this era? Not to mention this era, even in ancient times, unless one was born extraordinary, it was almost impossible to attain this prestige with mortal blood. At the very least, there had been no such precedent in the long ancient times. Only Zhongli, who had the dragon ruler inheritance left behind by the Xianyuan clan, could use a heaven-rank dragon transformation pill 10 million times in a row. Only then could he transform the dragon blood to this extent. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of an ancient dragon? May I ask which dragon king you are the reincarnation of? Before Zhongli could say anything, the Merman King suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. The only reasonable explanation was this. Unfortunately, he was wrong. There were indeed experts from the dragon race who were barely surviving and had almost successfully reincarnated. Unfortunately, one of them met Zhongli. Zhongli did not answer. He waved his hand and opened the fan shell. After glancing at him, he walked to the side. Give me a quiet room. After leaving the fan shell, the pressure of the deep sea was indeed useless against him. Instead, even the most ordinary water flow spontaneously gathered around him like the most loyal soldier. Zhongli could naturally tell that this group of mermen had just experienced something. This palace with a broken corner and a bloody aura was very obviously attacked. However, he was not in the mood to care. After using his dragon might to intimidate these fellows, he casually found a room and sealed the door. Zhongli sat on the ground and immediately calmed his mind again. The blood gaze was finally removed, but the other curses had yet to be removed. Under the might of the dragon, the sea race was powerless. In fact, Zhongli was currently strong on the outside but weak on the inside. His strength had been lost to an extremely exaggerated state. Moreover, there were more than 10 illusions in his mind at the same time that were interfering with his will. If it was anyone else, they would probably have a mental breakdown at this moment. After concentrating, these troublesome and terrifying curses cast by the world's will would disappear every 5 seconds. As Zhongli continuously removed the remaining negative statuses on his body, his aura began to rise continuously. Hundreds of curses took Zhongli more than half an hour to finally clean up, making him feel relaxed. At this moment, his aura had naturally surpassed its original peak. Under the terrifying torture of the world's curse, Zhongli's mind, body, and spirit were continuously corroded and recovered repeatedly. It allowed his body, soul, and spiritual qi to advance further in this process. His essence soul was perfect, his body had reached the peak, and his spiritual qi could not advance further. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. This also meant that he could try to break through to the earth immortal realm. Zhongli was just about to return to the Bakyan mountain and prepare to complete this breakthrough. He discovered that the ground in his mental world was trembling. After a slight check, he discovered that it was Ba Xia's remnant soul carrying the 5 elements peak. It had something to say. With a thought, his essence soul appeared in front of Ba Xia. Haha, Zhongli, your luck is really not bad. Over there. There's something you want. Something? What was it? Zhongli looked at Ba Xia's wretched appearance and was only stunned. However, he quickly realized what he was talking about. Ba Xia's remnant soul was suppressed in Zhongli's sea of consciousness by the permanent spirit summoning technique. He did not even have freedom himself, so it was very difficult for him to sense anything in the outside world. In this world, what could Ba Xia sense that he could not? It could only be immortal qi. You're saying that there's immortal qi nearby? Just as Ba Xia had said, Zhongli, who had the merit golden lotus above his head, was more than lucky. Every time he went out and did not pick up anything, he would feel sorry for the few steps he took. This time, he did not expect that the immortal qi that had just appeared would be encountered by him. Ha ha ha, it's indeed the immortal spiritual qi. How about it? Let's make a deal. As long as you let me out, I'll help you find that immortal chi. With the immortal chi, I might be able to recall the true ancestor Nine Dragons transformation. As long as you let me go, I'll teach you that ancestral dragon cultivation method. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Compared to the earth spirit of the five elements peak, Baesia's remnant soul had the arrogance of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon and was unwilling to surrender. Previously, he was at most willing to hand over his tortoise shell in exchange for a better living environment. Zhongli could not make him submit as a follower. Unless he became the human emperor, Baesia would not be able to lower his head out of pride. Zhongli did not have a good solution for this fellow. This huge tortoise liked to be quiet and did not like to move. It could sleep for 100 years straight. The little time he was locked up was far from enough to make him submit. You better decide quickly. Someone else is coming outside. After saying that, Baesia lowered its head and stopped moving. Zhongli's consciousness returned to the outside world. Sure enough, the sounds of battle sounded in his ears. Even through the array formation he had set up, the sound was clearly audible. It's getting closer. Soon, the entire crystal palace shook violently. The entire palace was about to collapse. Zhongli was helpless. As a tyrant in the water who could occupy territory in the Black Sea, the merman race could still be bullied twice. With a wave of his hand, he removed the restriction he had set up. The few mermen who had been knocking outside the room immediately broke through the door and fell in. It was the inexperienced merman princess from before, who looked extremely similar to her other sisters. Zhongli, who had a merman tribe under him, had more or less studied their exotic style and knew a little about this race. From the shape of their tails, these princesses were clearly not married yet. In their arms were 2 huge dragon horns and a pure white conch the size of a basin. When they finally saw Zhongli, they did not get up from the ground. Instead, they took the opportunity to kneel in front of Zhongli and begged with tears in their eyes. Lord Reincarnation Dragon God, these are the true dragon horns of the Dragon King guarded by our race. Now that you've reincarnated, we should return them to their original owner. Please accept them. However, on account of the fact that the merman race has protected the dragon horns for generations, I beg you to leave with these merman children. Leave behind a bit of bloodline for our merman race. Lord, please be merciful. On the mouth of the white conch, a dense number of small heads immediately appeared. At a glance, there were more than 1,000. It turned out that this was also a spatial artifact. Because a powerful enemy was attacking, they urgently put their young descendants inside and prepared to escape. The few merman princesses did not ask Zhongli to help them deal with the enemy. They only asked Zhongli to bring those descendants away. They even offered dragon horns that were clearly not ordinary with a humble attitude. Of course, they still wanted to ask Zhongli for help. Moreover, Zhongli believed that there would definitely not be only one such conch. However, this matter concerned immortal chi. No matter what, he had to interfere. Get up and bring me to see who came. In fact, he did not need to move at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent fluctuation swept over and directly sent the roof of the crystal palace flying. He and the few merman princesses were exposed to the turbid sea water. He looked up and saw the battle not far away. There were not many enemies, only 3. However, all of them were powerful. 2 of them were at the highest point of the current cultivation path of the cultivation world. The last one was an expert at the 3 flowers gathering realm. This person's cultivation was slightly inferior, but with a strange spherical artifact in hand, they were also qualified to enter the battle. Zhongli sensed an aura similar to Chu Shui and the Peepa woman on their bodies. The reincarnation of immortals or Buddhas. They really have talent and strength that make people jealous. 779 3 fellow deists, 1. On the other side, a group of sea demon kings was helping the merman king, Tudal, resist the attacks of the 3 uninvited guests. Relying on the geographical advantage of fighting underwater and using the demon kings in the sea as cannon fodder, they could barely match each other and resist for a period of time. However, Zhang Li frowned and turned to look elsewhere. He acutely noticed something wrong. This sea area seemed to have become especially smelly since just now. It was like a sewer filled with rats that had not been cleaned for 100 years. Looking around, there were a large number of sea demon corpses floating everywhere. Under normal circumstances, one might think that they were killed by the aftershock of the battle between experts. The group of people fighting over there was all at the peak of the current cultivation world. It was easy to change the terrain. It was not surprising that the collision would kill the weak sea beasts. However, how long had it been since they died? Why were these corpses' eyes bulging and their stomachs bulging? They floated in the crystal sea like balls and danced with the chaotic current. Logically speaking, the body of a spiritual chi creature was powerful, so its decay would be even slower. Under the high pressure of the sea, corpses were even less likely to swell, forming an ugly giant view. From the looks of it, it was possible that they had rotted for half a year. But how long had it been? Phew! It was as if they had reached some limit. As a sea demon corpse exploded, all the nearby sea demons exploded. What swelled up in the corpse balls was not gas, but disgusting and sticky poisonous pus. Due to their battle, the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea surged. The dark green pus poison spread out and swept towards the surrounding sea at an extremely fast speed. The stench in the sea also increased. Before it spread to the front, Zhang Li was already unable to endure it. He hurriedly wore a 9-nether mask and isolated his mouth, nose, and orifices. He gave one to each of the Merman princesses so that they would not be poisoned to death here. Wherever the dark green pus poison passed, the demons fell to the ground. Then, their stomachs bulged visibly. It could be seen that before long, they would also become meatballs and explode, further increasing the range and concentration of the poison. This kind of poison that could continuously spread would form an unstoppable vicious cycle if it was not handled properly. It was only a matter of time before they destroyed all the creatures in the sea. Those three guys had actually secretly placed such vicious things. In order to break through the Crystal Palace, they did not hesitate to use poison to destroy a sea area. Their thoughts and methods were too vicious. Zhang Li tried to use appraisal on the pus. Pus poison plague. The name that popped up was a plague. So this was a biochemical weapon in the cultivation world. It could replicate itself and quickly spread. It was extremely contagious and had an extremely high mortality rate. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than pure poison. As the pus poison continued to spread, the demon kings in the sea began to be affected. Even if they held their breaths, their bodies were still soaked in sea water. The fragile eyes were quickly corroded. Unknowingly, they discovered that their vision was getting worse and worse. Everything began to blur. Their eyes were red and accompanied by intense pain, making them instinctively want to dig out their eyeballs. The toxins and spiritual chi microorganisms even penetrated their skin and mucus, infecting them. After being infected by the plague, their strength was greatly reduced. The three guys were not afraid at all in the plague. One of them seemed to be in his element. Strands of energy were absorbed by him from the pus poison. Every time he attacked, the spiritual chi carried a dark green pus poison. This made it even more difficult and dangerous. Under this situation, the balance that was maintained with difficulty was broken. The Merman King could only retreat with his subordinates. However, he did not see much of his own situation. As the strongest person in the Crystal Palace, he naturally suffered the most intense targeted attacks. His eyes bulged out of their sockets, and smelly poisonous blood continuously flowed out. From time to time, it would beat twice, as if there were two nests of insects entrenched in the square formation behind the eyeball, excitedly searching for food to reproduce. The terrible situation made his eyes that could originally see the entire crystal sea only see less than 1,000 feet in front of him. In a battle with experts, the ever-changing situation was far from enough. Even he was already like this, and the other demon kings were all sick and poisoned. The demon kings who felt despair indeed began to scatter and escape. They could no longer care about the Crystal Palace and only cared about escaping. Without the protection of his subordinates and with his vision severely restricted, Tootle got careless and was touched behind him. After a black light flashed past, Tootle's tail was cut into two from the middle. The left and right sides separated like human legs. Some of the internal organs inside were washed away by the seawater and immediately flowed out weakly. He was about to be heavily injured by this strike. The person who ambushed him even dug out the merman pearl in Tootle's tail. First, he was poisoned, then he was heavily injured, and then the merman pearl was taken away. This made Tootle's condition fall to rock bottom. 783 fellow deists, 2. After getting ambushed, Tootle was casually slapped and smashed into the distant sea. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. Then, the three of them grabbed the jeweled golden trident that was sent flying high. Zhang Li saw through their wary expressions. It seemed that the three reincarnations of the immortals and Buddhas who looked sincere and cooperative were not as united as they had imagined. However, just as they were about to succeed, the three of them felt a dense sense of danger. They could only give up on snatching the trident and separate to the sides. As it turned out, they had made the right choice. In the next moment, the entire sea was split into two. The seawater on the left side and the seawater on the right side clearly separated a passageway, from the bottom of the sea to the surface. The trident that was sent flying was swept up by a pitch-black chain and landed in Zhang Li's hand. One of the dragon imprisoning locks was dragging the netherworld fragment with the yin burial coffin, and the other was wrapped around his waist. After so many years, he was already used to having a chain around his waist. He grabbed the golden trident and waved it twice. He had just lost the bloodthirsty trident, so this new trident was quite handy. There's no need for bloodshed. You don't have to kill them all, right? Such a vicious thing is harmful to the heavens. Why don't you put it away first? After putting away the trident, Zhang Li held the human emperor's battle halberd in one hand and stood alone in the field. As for the three reincarnated experts, they surrounded him from three directions. The halberd strike just now was indeed very powerful. They had clearly dodged it, but it had still left wounds on their bodies in some way. However, this was not enough to scare them away. It's fine to put away the plague. As long as you hand over the trident in your hand, we'll leave immediately. When he heard this, Zhang Li understood in his heart. It turned out that they had attacked the Crystal Palace twice for the sake of this trident. However, Zhang Li did not sense any immortal qi inside. A weapon did not look like a place where immortal qi would be born. Perhaps it was a place with immortal qi and could only be entered with this golden gem trident. Xia was unwilling to tell him where the immortal qi was, and Zhang Li's two hall masters had been sent out by him to search for other immortal qi. Perhaps he could ask these three guys. If you only want this trident, come back in 3 days. I'll naturally give it to you. As he spoke, he even released a little of Xia's aura. Ancient reincarnations had a certain ability to sense each other. Sure enough, the expressions of the three reincarnations of the immortals and Buddhas changed slightly. They had already discovered Zhang Li's identity. If Zhang Li was an ordinary person and did not know about the appearance of the immortal qi, this condition could still be negotiated. However, they did not want anyone to beat them to it. They looked at the pair of dragon horns on Zhang Li's head. So there is someone of our kind in the sea race. The kind they were talking about was naturally the reincarnation of an ancient immortal or Buddha. Perhaps they did not remember their true identities from ancient times, but that did not stop them from knowing their uniqueness. With such a background, it was understandable that they did not treat the cultivators of the current cultivation world as their own. It was just like how Qi refinement cultivators did not treat mortals as their own. It seems that you know why we're here. There's no need to say anything else. Although we're in the water, you're only one person. There are 3 of us. Moreover, it shouldn't be so easy to unleash such power just now, right? How many times can you use it? Why don't you hand over the trident and become friends? Zhang Li noticed that the surrounding poison was continuously surrounding him. Clearly, the so-called arcane did not exist in their eyes at all. That would only make them more vigilant. They could not wait to snatch it forcefully. I've never counted how many times I can use it, but it's enough to deal with you. Zhang Li raised the halberd again. The power wrapped around it was extremely terrifying. Without needing much time to accumulate strength, he directly brandished the halberd. Overlord Halberd Technique. Chaotic Dance of Spring and Autumn. The pitch-black human emperor's battle halberd waved again, slashing horizontally and vertically, slashing diagonally. The huge crystal sea was like a piece of tofu that was easily cut into countless pieces. It floated in the air for a long time and could not heal. Relying on the power gathered by billions of humans, Zhang Li could unleash terrifying might that surpassed the earth immortal realm. The three reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas could only escape in a sorry state. They hoped that this ancient figure with dragon horns would exhaust himself quickly. However, in fact, Zhang Li did not need to expend his own strength to use the human emperor's battle halberd. Now, under Zhang Li's rule, there were all the humans in the entire prosperous Ox continent and the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent. Compared to his own strength, the power provided by the human faith threads was far greater. When using human power, he still had to control the output and not injure himself because he borrowed too much strength. Under such circumstances, how could he be exhausted? The three reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas who had unknown origins could only display their abilities. They used all kinds of divine arts and methods to desperately resist and dodge Zhang Li's human emperor's battle halberd. However, the human emperor's battle halberd was difficult to dodge and even harder to resist. With every halberd strike, even if it did not hit them head-on, blood would always splash out from their bodies, leaving behind either long or short wounds. Half an hour later, Zhang Li continued to attack them. On the human emperor's successor's side, he still did not look tired at all. The three of them could not take it anymore. During this process, it was not that they did not fight seriously. Instead, they had already attacked with their full strength. Moreover, the three of them had used no less than 800 plagues, toxins, and goo worms on Zhang Li. However, because their methods were obscure, they were not as bold as the human emperor's battle halberd, so it seemed that they were only fleeing. However, this was also the terrifying aspect of their methods. Most of the time, the enemies who went against them would only realize that they were beyond saving after fighting them. This time, they finally encountered a tough opponent. They had already used all their methods, but the person in front of them did not react at all. In theory, Zhang Li's condition was equivalent to using the heaven-rank treasure, the seven-colored rainbow spring, to bathe at all times. How could those mysterious methods that had yet to reach the immortal realm be useful? Wait a minute. Friend, stop. All their methods were useless. Only then did they realize that the three of them could not do anything to this guy in front of them. If this continued, they would definitely be the first to collapse. They could only ask for a ceasefire. On the other hand, Zhang Li was surprisingly easygoing. He did not brandish the raised halberd again. He gestured at his surroundings. One of the three immediately understood. After striking out two strange seals, the disgusting pus poison that filled the surrounding sea immediately retracted towards his fingertips. Soon, the pus poison in the surrounding sea water disappeared completely. Apart from the still turbid mud, there was no longer the dark green and smelly smell from before. My deist name is Five Plague. I apologize to you first. This is fellow deist Grass Lady, and this is fellow deist Death Gate. May I know your name? Five Plague, Grass Lady, and Death Gate? Zhang Li raised his brows. Just from their names and their previous methods, he could roughly guess their origins. Needless to say, deist Five Plague was most likely the reincarnation of the former god of plague. It was the same for the poison-wielding deist Death Gate. He was very likely the Death Gate star in the heavenly cycle constellation. As for that deist grass lady, Zhang Li took a closer look and discovered that it was actually a female cultivator. However, it was too vague, making it difficult to tell if she was male or female. She was good at using goo worms, and dozens of insects had collided with Zhang Li earlier. Zhang Li had once heard that there was a special god in the ancient Miao region called the 100 Insect Mother. This was probably her reincarnation. These guys had actually gotten together and even complemented each other's abilities. I am 9 Nether. Greetings, fellow deists. 781 Giant Jellyfish, 1. Zhang Li called himself a deist. That was because the cultivators of the ancient times did not only seek to become immortals like today. As long as it was beneficial to them, they would learn all methods available to them. At that time, after the creation of the world, all things in the world awakened their intelligence and ran on the vast primordial world. Logically speaking, the path of cultivation in the future should have flourished. However, because of the existence of the Dao ancestor and Buddha, it directly established two basic paths of cultivation. Under their preaching, all the Qi refinement cultivators at that time cultivated either Buddhism or the Dao. On the roadside, it was definitely right to call a person riding the clouds a deist or a Dharma master. Even the ghosts and demons in the mountain were the same. They set up the incense table and worshipped the three pure ones, the Dao ancestor. Or they could put on a kazaya and chant scriptures. Since Zhang Li wanted to pretend to be the reincarnation of an immortal or Buddha, he naturally had to be slightly more careful. Of course, he could not miss such a basic thing. That immortal spiritual qi appeared in the place of the sea race. Speaking of which, that should have been mine. Zhang Li touched the dragon horns on his head. In the continent of the 9 provinces, there was a high chance that he was the only true dragon. Even if there were others who were lucky enough to transform into dragons, the dragon blood was at least 10 levels lower than him. In theory, anything in the sea could be claimed to be his. Of course, whether others acknowledged it was another question. Since it's mine, your actions are more or less unreasonable. However, since we're all the same kind of people, if the three of you really want to search together, it's not impossible. However, you should give me an explanation. When Zhang Li spoke, he used a gentle tone as if he was very easygoing. However, the two of them did not dare to ignore his opinion as he flipped the human emperor's battle halberd twice from time to time. The three people opposite him opened their mouths. They wanted to say that the three of them had already discovered that place for a few days. They did not see this master appear. From the looks of it, Deist 9 Nether had clearly just run over from somewhere else. Not to mention the issue of sequence, how did he become the owner just by having a pair of dragon horns? He even brazenly asked them for benefits. He was more or less a little shameless. However, they swallowed their words. After all, in this world, strength was everything. The three of them were not weak. Who in the current cultivation world would not give them some face? However, their methods were useless against this fellow Deist 9 Nether. They had no choice but to endure it. Well, that's easy. It's natural to search for immortal qi in fellow Deist 9 Nether's place. After stopping the bleeding, they thought for a moment and took out something. They apologized for their previous rude behavior. Fellow Deist 9 Nether, please take a look. This is 100 plague pill that I refined. This pill contains 100 traces of plague. As long as you melt them into the earth vein, they can corrode an area of 5,000 kilometers. You can use the earth qi to spread the plague for at least 100 years. A pill sealed tightly with golden paper and wax. This was what the 5 plague deist had given him. It was not precious to him, but if it was used to harm people, such a small pill was really terrifying. From the methods he had displayed just now, this plague was not only an ordinary thing that could eliminate mortals. It was the kind of top-notch plague that could even affect Earth immortals. As long as one was thrown down, it would die thousands of miles along the earth vein, thin and silent. Any cultivator below the earth immortal realm would definitely not be spared. If he was not careful, even an earth immortal would be affected. When they discovered it, they would probably be dead wherever the plague passed. Moreover, without a suitable method to remove it, they could not even purify it. At the very least, he could only protect himself from the pus plague and had no good solution. As long as they secretly threw one near any sex encampment, it would be the outcome of 1,000 years of accumulation. They did not even have a target for revenge. He had to be careful of this guy. Zhang Li decided that he could not let this fellow step foot in the Azure Cloud continent. Fellow Daoist 9 Nether, this is the mother-child heart goo. Please accept it. This goo is the masterpiece of my meticulous nurturing. Fellow Daoist, you only need to refine the mother goo and you can produce a child goo every 49 days. When using it, you only need to plant the child goo into the body of the person you like. It can make them loyal to you. The granny handed over an ebony box. Zhang Li did not open it directly in the seawater. He gently tapped the box with his finger and used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to let him know what was in the box. In the ebony box lay a strange goo worm that looked like a spider but only had 2 long legs. The abdomen of the goo worm was bulging. As long as it was slowly nurtured, it could continuously produce many children goo. Although it was the mother-child heart goo, there were many children. He could also unknowingly tamper with the emotions and will of the target and toy with the beloved person. It was as sinister as the 9 Nether Earth fruit. However, the 9 Nether Earth fruit was in the hands of the noble successor of the human emperor. As for the grass lady, she had probably used this goo to harm many young people. 782 Giant Jellyfish, 2. After putting away the goo worm, the last Daoist stepped forward and handed over an item. Cough cough, cough cough. Fellow Daoist 9 Nether. I don't have anything to give you either. There's a bottle of crow ink here. If you don't mind, give it to fellow Daoist. The last person was the one whose cultivation was weaker than the other 2. As he spoke, he held his chest tightly. It seemed that he was quite injured. His cultivation had not reached the top of the world, and he could only join the battle with his artifacts. However, the 5 Plague Daoist and the Grass Lady did not underestimate him because of this. This was because his methods were too disgusting and troublesome. Even if he won the battle, his outcome would not be good. As the name suggested, the cultivation method and divine art he grasped did not cultivate providence but bad luck instead. As they chatted and laughed, he could directly reduce the target's luck, causing bad luck to plague them and everything to go wrong. If one was not careful and got cursed by him, it would be easy for mental demons to grow during cultivation, and it would be easy for them to suffer a backlash when casting spells. Even if one found a place to hide and spent time enduring it, when one came out, one might discover that their family and friends had already died. His methods could be said to be extremely disgusting. If concubine Yun from the Cloud Manor met him, she would definitely turn around and leave, completely restrained. However, this time, when he used the Death Gate incantation to deal with Daoist 9 Nether, he suffered a huge loss. It directly collided with the 3 merit golden lotuses above the human emperor's successor. Previously, when someone wanted to use the divination divine art to calculate Zhang Li, they had suffered a backlash and had a nosebleed for at least a few months. How could his current merit compare to back then? Daoist Death Gate's backlash almost took his life. Only then did he not dare to be arrogant in front of Zhang Li. The crow ink he took out was also such a moldy thing. The method was very simple. With this ink, he could write a letter or fold it into a paper crane and send it to the victim. There was no abnormality on the outside. However, as long as the other party opened the letter, they would immediately be hit. At best, their providence would be damaged. At worst, their fate would shatter. The methods of these 3 were really sinister and mysterious. If not for the many statuses that Zhang Li had accumulated over the years to make himself sufficiently hard, he might not have been able to endure their abilities. All 800 unorthodox Dao had their own unique points. On the surface, all the cultivators hated it deeply and criticized it verbally. However, in secret, most cultivators were very envious and wanted to master one or two techniques as a trump card. This was because these things were very useful. After putting away the things, Zhang Li's expression became much better. However, he did not leave immediately with the three of them. First, he found the Merman King who had fallen far away. He opened his mouth and blew out a mouthful of dragon qi, helping him recover from many injuries. Then, he casually pulled out a piece of deep-sea heart-calming wood from the bottom of the sea. The 9 nether spiritual qi in his hand surged. 9 nether. Great wood palace technique. In just 2 blinks of the eye, he used the heart-calming wood to create a large palace. Compared to the other 3 elements, earth and wood cultivators had an advantage. They never had to sleep in the wilderness. With Zhang Li's current strength, it was possible for him to create an entire wooden city with a wave of his hand. If not for that, the expansion of Fengde city would not have been so easy. After telling this group of mermen that they were already safe and leaving behind another Fengde city token, Zhang Li took the pair of Dragon King's horns and left. There's no time to lose. Let's move quickly. If we wait any longer, it won't be good if we attract others of our kind. After dealing with the Merman race, Zhang Li returned to the reincarnation of the 3 immortals and gods, gesturing for them to leave first. He fell behind slightly and followed behind them. The few of them entered the crystal sea, and Zhang Li quickly discovered some extremely brilliant array formations in the surroundings. There were illusion arrays and also ones that concealed auras. The traces of the array formation were very new. From the way they acted, it was obvious that they had set it up themselves. It seemed that these 3 had already found this place and set up an array formation to prevent others from discovering them. However, because of the immortal spiritual qi, it was most likely born in some extremely dangerous places in the continent of the 9 provinces. They had yet to become immortals. Their earth immortal bodies still needed spell techniques to resist the deep sea pressure. Some extremely dangerous places could not be crossed with the body. They usually had to use special environmental traits to find a way. This was the same as the dragonfly water bamboo in the flowing sand river. The 3 of them first ran to the crystal palace and snatched the water-repelling pearl. After a while, they returned and snatched the jeweled golden trident. Clearly, they thought that these 2 things could help them solve the problem. After walking in the water for a while, a dreamy light spot appeared ahead. A faint blue-purple circle of light was very conspicuous in the pitch-black deep sea. This kind of gentle light under the pitch-black sky was often very moving. Fellow Daoist 9 nether, don't attack when you reach the front. It'll be quite troublesome. The 3 reincarnated immortals warned Zhang Li in advance. It seemed that they had just suffered a small loss here not long ago. Soon, they approached the blue-purple light spot, but a transparent gel-like membrane blocked their path. Zhang Li reached out and touched it. It did not look like the energy barrier he had imagined, but a physical body. The texture was quite tough. If one looked carefully, one would discover that there was actually a large number of faint patterns on it. Poisonous. Zhang Li noticed a negative status flashing on his interface. Just now, he had touched a little poison. However, that bit of poison was not enough to injure him. As soon as it appeared, it was eliminated by the many statuses on his body. What was this? Zhang Li used appraisal and was speechless when he discovered this. The transparent barrier in front of him was actually a super jellyfish. Name: Blue Ring Spotted Great Sea Dome Jellyfish. Type: Deep Sea Thorned Giant. Age: Dormant. Gender: Asexual. Source of nutrition: Very. Habit: Light luring. Danger level: Highly dangerous. Previously, the light spots they saw were also emitted by this jellyfish. It lay motionless in the deep sea, relying on the light to lure it to this extent. Moreover, one could not easily underestimate this jellyfish. From the danger level, this was actually a Black Sea overlord. Moreover, it was probably the troublesome type. If it woke up, there would be another battle. At the critical moment of finding the immortal chi, it was best not to cause such trouble. Fellow Deist 9 Nether, can you get a few sea beasts? We'll do this and that. It was easier to wake the other party up by directly cutting a passage from the jellyfish. It was better to use a safer method. For example, being eaten by the other party. This request was very simple to Zhang Li. With a thought, he emitted the mental fluctuations of the merman race. In the distant sea, a group of sea beasts surged over when they heard his summon. The three of them each grabbed a sea beast, cut open its stomach, and entered. Zhang Li followed suit. He used the immortal slaying flying sword to cut open the stomach of a sea beast and entered himself. As if sensing the food around him, the huge jellyfish gently fluctuated, and a suction force immediately swept around with it as the center. The huge blue spots on the jellyfish opened inward when it absorbed water and closed again when it spat out water. It turned out that those patterns were all hidden monocles. They hid among the sea beast corpses and only passed through the outer wall of the jellyfish after going more than 1,000 feet in. They entered its interior. The other sea beasts that were sucked in died and were captured by the countless tentacles floating inside. The internal organs of the jellyfish were filled with poison. As long as one was sucked in, ordinary sea beasts would slowly digest it after death. They were now one of the food sources. 783 Bottomless Pit, 1. The interior of the jellyfish was like a large stomach. Countless sea beasts floated inside. Some of them were only left with bones, but a large portion of them was not dead yet. Even if half of their bodies had been digested, Zhang Li could still sense the aura of life in their bodies. This huge jellyfish really has high requirements for food. It wants to eat the freshest food on the spot. The seawater inside the jellyfish was infused with a large number of nerve toxins and digestive fluids. This made the seawater inside become sticky. Inside, it was like swimming in jelly, making it difficult for people to move. Among them, the nerve poison would make all the sea beasts sucked in unable to move, but it would not be worse than death. Instead, they watched as they were digested bit by bit. This method of death was really exciting. Perhaps it could be introduced as one of the punishments of Fengdu City. The poison of the blue ring-spotted great sea dome jellyfish was indeed powerful, but to Zhang Li and the other three reincarnations of the immortal gods, it was nothing. It was still within an acceptable range. Zhang Li restrained his aura. As he dodged the dangerous tentacles hanging down from the jellyfish, he went deep into the sticky sea water with them. Soon, he saw a huge hole at the bottom of the sea ahead. That was the goal of their trip. What a deep underwater cave! Oh! This place is actually called the Bottomless Pit. Zhang Li landed at the side of the cave and took a few glances. He only saw pitch-black darkness and could not see anything else. Beside the huge hole stood a rather ancient stone monument. On it, in ancient text, were the words Bottomless Pit. The Bottomless Pit. That immortal spiritual chi is below. The darkness in the bottomless hole seemed to be not only because of its depth. It was because the seawater or this cave itself had some problems. It was truly black. He reached into the hole and did not see his fingers. However, when he fished out some seawater, he could not see anything strange. He raised his hand and condensed a ball of light that entered. This was a ball of light condensed from Zhang Li imitating the Golden Duke's sun talent. Light blossomed, so it illuminated the ground for thousands of miles. However, when the ball of light landed on the hole, the light quickly weakened. After sinking 20 to 30 feet, there was no longer any light. This illumination level was almost comparable to the flames on the Baekyan mountain. If he entered, their eyes would definitely be useless. Fellow Deist 9 Nether, the space in this bottomless hole is very chaotic. You need to be careful. Daoist 5 Plague came over and handed over a piece of rope. Zhang Li used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to investigate the structure below the bottomless pit. From the feedback, this should be a straight passageway down. The depth was just as its name suggested. At the very least, Zhang Li had already used Shantaing's ears but was still unable to probe to the end. However, he also discovered that the voices inside would always disappear inexplicably. Perhaps it was because of the twisted and chaotic space that the originally straight passageway became even more complicated. Due to the darkness of the seawater, his eyes were almost useless. If not for a rope, they might have dispersed while swimming. Zhang Li needed their experience in exploring the bottomless pit. They also needed the trident in Zhang Li's hand. At the very least, they could not separate casually now. After grabbing the rope, Zhang Li stood at the end of the line bravely. After all, he was the last to join and could not sense the exact location of the immortal spiritual qi. If he ran to the front and got stabbed in the back, he would be wronged. He did not tie the rope to his waist and only held it with his hands. This was considered to have completed the preparation work. The 5 Plague Daoist standing in front took out 2 small weights and hung them on his waist. Although it was not heavy, after hanging on a person's body, their weight would increase by 10,000 kilograms. This kind of artifact was not rare. Zhang Li had many similar things when he was cultivating his body in the early stages. However, after he became stronger, they were all useless. This kind of small thing could be helpful here. Daoist 5 Plague was the first to enter the cave, and the other 3 followed closely behind. It began to be dragged down by the tens of thousands of kilograms of gravity. Zhang Li noticed that the density of the seawater in the bottomless hole was even greater than ordinary seawater. The ratio was about 3 to 4 times that of ordinary seawater. He could not explain the exact reason without studying it. However, this meant that in this bottomless hole, every 10 feet they fell was equivalent to 30 feet in ordinary seawater. The water pressure was also 3 to 4 times. One had to know that they were currently at the bottom of 1,000,000 feet of the Black Sea. The terrifying water pressure was already very strenuous for the 3 of them, who were not from the sea race. Under such pressure, even an Earth immortal body would explode. This was also the reason why they wanted to snatch the Merman race's water-repelling pearl. After diving for about 30,000 feet, the 3 of them took out an aquablue pearl. It was the highest grade water-repelling pearl that they had snatched earlier. The water-repelling pearl was a natural artifact produced from the body of the clam spirit. It condensed pure water attribute power and could split the sea to avoid water. 784 Bottomless Pit, 2. In ancient times, every time those dragon princesses went ashore to fall in love with human scholars, they always liked to give this kind of pearl. The water-repelling pearl that could take effect at the bottom of the Black Sea or even the bottomless pit was not inferior to a high-grade Earth-rank artifact. There were only a few in the current cultivation world. Fellow Daoist 9 Nether, I'm sorry for not preparing your share. There are only 3 top-grade water-repelling beads in the Crystal Palace. However, with fellow Daoist's ability, you probably don't need this pearl, right? The 3 of them carefully used the water-repelling pearl to protect themselves. Just the deep sea pressure alone was enough trouble for them. In comparison, Zhang Li's ease and satisfaction formed a sharp contrast with them. That kind of water-repelling pearl was indeed useless to him. After adapting for a period of time, the 4 of them began to use various methods to increase their weight to accelerate their descent. Soon, everyone had hundreds of thousands of kilograms of things hanging on their bodies. This made them able to maintain a high diving speed in the Black Sea water that was increasingly chaotic and difficult to use escape techniques. With the 3 of them leading the way, Zhang Li saved a lot of time. They nimbly avoided some spatial traps and seemed to fall endlessly. Due to the fact that there was a lot of fire and earth attribute energy mixed in the seawater below, his dragon race bloodline could not unleash its full effect. The deepening underwater pressure made his capillaries contract and his lips turn pale. Even he began to feel some pressure. Falling in the darkness, there was nothing to use as a reference point. This made time seem especially long. Soon, they no longer knew how deep they had dived. By contacting the parallel minds of the outside world, Zhongli could still accurately determine the time. Then, he fell for 36 hours. Finally, at a certain moment, they acutely sensed something. The pressure on my body suddenly decreased. The four of them supported each other, proving that they were not wrong. The surrounding water pressure became smaller as if it had returned to 70 minutes ago. They continued to fall. After another 7 minutes, the pressure on their bodies indeed returned to its original level. It's a cycle. That's right, it's a very hidden spatial fluctuation. In this passage of the bottomless hole, two spaces are connected to each other. Every time we fall to the node below, we will be teleported back up. This cycle continues until we die of old age. This is the secret of the bottomless pit. In the senses, they were still descending. However, the water pressure on their bodies began to fluctuate like a roller coaster. With their strength, how could they not sense it? At this moment, they had fallen into a repeated passageway. No matter how long they fell, they could not reach the bottom. This is where the three of us stopped last time. We'll have to rely on fellow Daoist 9 Nether next. In order to prevent Zhongli from abandoning them, they had been unwilling to reveal all the information earlier. Only then did they reveal the reason why they needed the jeweled golden trident. After the first attack on the Crystal Palace, these three guys had used the water-repelling pearl to explore the bottomless pit. However, they were blocked by this circulation passage and could not continue deeper no matter what. At that time, they could only slow down and search bit by bit. In the end, they discovered 3 round holes and the words of 2 mermen on a stone wall in this repeated passage. The 3 holes were exactly the same in shape and size as the golden trident. Only then did they return to the Crystal Palace and snatch it again. After another cycle, they immediately began to slow down their fall. The 4 of them each took charge of a direction and began to search as they slid down. In this bottomless pit, most probing methods were suppressed to a certain extent. This prevented them from descending too quickly. It took nearly a day to search and discover the 3 round holes they mentioned on a stone wall. In order to prevent them from joining forces to lie to him, Zhongli even checked carefully. These 3 small holes were very old and did not seem to have been poked out recently. After checking, he took out the jeweled golden trident and inserted it. Sure enough, the trident stabbed in smoothly. Then, he sensed that a gem at the end of the trident suddenly loosened, as if it could turn. This exaggerated trident was actually the key. He pressed the gem and gently turned it a few times. The surrounding seawater shook slightly, and the surrounding space seemed to have changed. The 2 overlapping spatial nodes were gone. Without the obstruction of the node below, a faint white light shone from the bottom of the bottomless hole. This time, not to mention the 3 reincarnations of the immortals and Buddhas, even Zhongli felt a special aura. It was extremely pure and powerful, and the quality was something Zhongli had never seen before. Was that immortal qi? Below. The moment that aura appeared, the other 3 immediately released the rope and dived down as quickly as they could. The 3 people who had agreed to share the immortal qi together had already revealed their ambitions before they even obtained it. Zhongli was not surprised at all. This was because he did not plan to share the immortal qi with these 3 guys. Retracting the trident, he also used his dragon race's water escape technique to chase. The dragon blood in his body had reached the level of a dragon palace descendant. Zhongli's underwater movement speed was naturally faster than the 3. Soon, he caught up and saw a white carp made of pure energy below. He continued to run down like lightning. That's the immortal spiritual qi. The 4 of them reached out and grabbed the white carp. The powerful Daoist 5 plague was at the front and was about to obtain it first. However, at this moment, a purple-red tongue that was clearly poisonous suddenly shot out from the grass lady's mouth and wrapped around his leg. After being pulled, his advantage was gone. Instead, it was Daoist Deathgate who took the initiative. Just as he was about to succeed, a pitch-black chain shot over from behind and slowed him down. It was Zhang Li who attacked. In order to prevent others from obtaining the immortal spiritual qi, from the moment the four of them dragged each other down, they started fighting in the not-so-wide passageway. Their strength was all top-notch in this world. Even if they held spiritual qi balls in their hands and smashed people, their power could not be underestimated. The aftershock of the collision spread. A large area of the bottomless hole collapsed. Countless gravel rolled down and collapsed with them. They did not care about being buried by these rocks. They continuously used their methods to attack their plastic teammates. The shock wave spread out along the bottomless hole. The huge jellyfish above was awakened. It angrily released light spots, wanting to find the guy who woke it up. The shock wave that followed below seemed to have awakened something. Zhang Li was currently stabbing the human emperor's battle halberd into Daoist Death Gate's stomach. From the bottomless hole further down, a suction force came. The suction force was even stronger than the former city god's hall. He pulled the four of them down. The terrifying suction force actually made them unable to resist. After a moment of dizziness, Zhang Li crashed into a wide space. However, what was surprising was that there was no water there. Under the bottomless hole in the deep sea, there was actually such a dry place. What was this? It had the ability to suck them over. Zhang Li checked his surroundings and discovered that there were doors, windows, and a staircase that led up. However, the door could not be opened, and the window could not be opened. This seems to be a pagoda. 785 Half Bodhisattva, 1. Clang! Zhang Li's halberd slashed at the golden door. However, the endless force that was enough to split mountains, break seas, and tear apart the sky and earth only left a shallow scratch on it. On the contrary, the aftershock made him tremble badly. How can there be such a sturdy pagoda under the bottomless pit? Zhang Li put away his halberd and rubbed his painful palm, feeling a little depressed by the current situation. What happened to finding treasures in the wilderness? Why did he enter a ruin in the blink of an eye? The mountain is an ancient cave abode outside this pagoda. My Guworm saw the words Pitfall Mountain written on the cave abode. On the other side, a Guworm crawled back from the gap in the pagoda window and flew into the grass lady's mouth. The old woman woke up from her meditation and reported the results of her investigation. The Pitfall Mountain and the bottomless pit. This should be the cave abode of an ancient fellow deist. Everyone, be careful. If it can suck us all over at once, we might be able to find another of our kind here. In addition, Deist 5 Plague, who was checking the ground and the spiral staircase, and Deist Death Gate walked over. The four of them seemed to have completely forgotten the attack from a few minutes ago. They stood together and cooperated sincerely. This pagoda has 7 levels and 7 sides. We seem to have a lot of space inside, but outside, it's only 3 feet and 7 inches. It can be held with one hand. My Guworm saw a white carp swimming in the 7th level of the pagoda. That immortal spiritual qi was very likely absorbed into the 7th level. Not only do we have to go out, but we also have to think of a way to retrieve the immortal qi to the 7th level of the pagoda. The four of them had been trapped in the pagoda for a while. They more or less obtained some information. They could not fly inside the pagoda, the space was stable, and they could not tear it apart. They could not use escape techniques, and they could not even use any technique to change size. The doors and windows were extremely sturdy, and only a corner of one of the windows was broken. If they could not change their figures, the few of them would definitely not be able to leave. Only the Guworm of the Grass Lady could go out and investigate, so she had the most information. The Pitfall Mountain and the Bottomless Pit. When he heard these two names, Zhang Li recalled some things from myths. This cave abode should belong to a golden-nosed white-furred rat that cultivated both Dao and Buddhism. She was the Madame Earthrush who wanted to marry the golden cicada and use his Buddhist yang essence to cultivate to the grand unity golden immortal realm. This demon had an extraordinary background and deep fortune. However, How could there be such a pagoda in the cave abode? With some caution, Zhang Li continued to discuss the method to escape with them. The doors and windows of this pagoda are tightly shut. I'm very touched. The only exit might be up there. They looked up. On the ceiling above was a trapdoor the size of a well. With their vision, they could see that the trapdoor was ajar and not locked. As long as they touched it, they should be able to pass through. They walked to the spiral staircase in the middle. This staircase was formed by stone slabs that spiraled upwards. On the ground around the staircase, there were some shattered bones. It seemed that it had fallen from the sky and shattered. Clearly, they were not the first wave of guests in this tower. However, when they went up and wanted to step on the stone slab, they discovered that it was actually illusory and could not be used. Was it playing a joke on them by creating such an illusory staircase? Let's jump up and try. Since they could not fly, they would try to jump. The four of them stepped on the ground and immediately flew up into the sky. However, they had just left the ground 100 feet when an irresistible suction force came from beneath their feet. Even if they used their left foot to step on their right foot, they could only rise another 1,000 feet before falling weakly again. As expected, it still did not work. It was still far from the trapdoor above. An invisible force dragged down his figure. Zhang Li noticed that there was a lifelike crow carved on the wall of the pagoda. As he fell, the crow's eyes seemed to move. When he returned to the ground, he did not believe it. He took out 2 fist-sized kelp seeds and threw them on the ground in front of him. With the urging of the 9 nether spiritual qi, the seeds sprouted and grew crazily. This was the seed of the previous kelp overlord. At that time, Zhang Li had used the 8-splitting light wheel to enter and collect some. It had a portion of the divine tree creation wood bloodline in its body. In theory, it could grow indefinitely. As long as there was enough time and nutrition, it could even grow to the extent of directly connecting heaven and earth. It grew quickly and was sufficiently sturdy. It could be used for both sea and land. When there was no other choice, it could even be used as a food source. To Zhang Li, it was an extremely outstanding casting material. The internal height of the first level of the pagoda was only 20,000 feet. Under normal circumstances, creating a plant of this height was too simple for Zhang Li. As spiritual qi surged out, 2 thick kelp emerged and grew upwards like 2 genetic chains. 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet. The 4 of them saw hope and reached out to cling to the kelp spiral, using it to rise into the sky. However, at this moment, Zhang Li suddenly heard a crisp crow cry. On the wall he had seen just now, a 3-legged golden crow statue suddenly came to life. 786 Half Bodhisattva, 2. The golden crow left the wall and flapped its wings a few times. A layer of flames immediately burned on its body. Just a fireball the size of a basketball made the first level of the pagoda burn. Damn it! That's the sun golden flame. Golden light shone on the 4 of them, and black smoke spewed out. They felt pain and immediately felt that something was amiss. They raised their hands and attacked a few times, accurately hitting the stone statue golden crow. However, the golden crow seemed to be the same as the previous stone steps. It could not be touched at all. As expected, their attacks all passed through and collided with the wall behind them without any value. Shriek! The golden crow ignored them and flapped its wings to fly around the pagoda. Immediately, 3 feet of scorching golden flames emerged from the ground. How could the creation wood kelp withstand the power of the sun golden flame? The bottom was instantly burned to ashes by the flames. The spiral staircase that had already grown to a height of 10,000 feet could only collapse. Damn it! If this continues, we'll definitely be burned to death. The 4 of them helplessly landed again. Each of them threw an artifact to the ground to block the burning of the sun golden flame. However, the crow above flew another round, and the flames on the ground rose 3 feet again. The defensive artifacts under their feet had all reached the earth rank, but they were still burning and creaking. The cracks on the artifact continuously spread. It seemed that it could not last long. The golden crow above them continued to circle. If they continued to stay here, no matter how strong they were, they would be refined into ashes. Wait, there are words on those steps. At this moment, Deist Deathgate suddenly noticed the stone steps that he could not step on earlier. Under the illumination of the sun golden flame, words began to appear on the illusory stone slabs. That might be the key to using the stone steps. On the first step, it was written: Sentient beings in the lands of the 10 directions who sincerely and joyfully entrust themselves to me, desire to be born in my land, and call my name, even 10 times, should not be born there, may I not attain perfect enlightenment. Deist 5 Plague instinctively read out the words on it. Immediately, a stream of spiritual chi was extracted from his body and entered the steps. The stone steps emitted light as Deist 5 Plague climbed up. This time, he finally stepped on it. However, the stone steps were only 3 feet tall, not enough for him to escape the flames. Deist 5 Plague hurriedly continued to chant the scripture. On the second step, it was written: Thus have I heard. At one time the Buddha was staying on the Vulture Peak in Rajagrha with a large company of 12,000 monks. The steps emitted light again, and indeed, they became corporeal. However, the only one who could touch the stone steps was Deist 5 Plague. When the other 2 saw that this was feasible, they immediately followed suit and jumped higher and higher with Deist 5 Plague. On the third step, each of these bodhisattvas, following the virtues of the Mahasattva Samantabhadra, is endowed with the immeasurable practices and vows of the Bodhisattva path, and firmly dwells in all the meritorious deeds. He freely travels in all 10 quarters and employs skillful means of emancipation. He enters the treasury of the Dharma of the Buddhas, and reaches the other shore. Then, there were the 4th and 5th levels. The roots of wisdom are broad and calm. Deep in the Dharma treasury of Bodhisattva, obtain the essence of Buddhism, and preach all classics. Stay deep in the door and see the current infinite Buddhas. In a short period of time, all of them are recorded. The flames continued to rise. The 3 of them were forced to jump to higher steps. On the ground, only Zhongli was left. However, the human emperor's successor had no intention of moving. This scripture is strange. Zhongli's divine statue clone could be considered to have studied Buddhist Dharma. Although his main body had never cultivated it, he knew everything that his clone knew. After discussing with Chu Shui, he could memorize all kinds of scriptures. Therefore, he recognized the scripture at a glance. It was the Immeasurable Life Sutra of Buddha Dipankara. This scripture was indeed profound, but why was there only half of each sentence? Golden-nosed white-haired rat, Madam Earth Rush. I remember that she has another name. I think it's called Half Bodhisattva. Zhongli narrowed his eyes. Scriptures could not be recited casually. He was 80% sure that there must be a trap hidden in these scriptures and steps. Moreover, the golden crow did not spit fire at them. Instead, the flames rose from the ground bit by bit. From the looks of it, it was clearly forcing them to chant scriptures and step onto the steps. There was definitely something amiss. The 3 reincarnations of the immortals and gods could roughly see this. However, what they cultivated were all unorthodox and evil methods. They were countered by the righteous Yang attribute golden flame. They had no choice. This was actually similar to Zhongli. His fundamental cultivation method was the Yinwood dual attribute 9 Nether Deo scripture. It was almost perfectly countered by Yang fire. However, the many statuses on Zhongli's body still gave him a little confidence. The ice crystal shield beneath his feet was finally completely burned by the flames. Flames that had already reached 30 feet swept towards him. The flames burned his Deo body and could cause him harm, but he could still endure it. All the burns that appeared would recover immediately. The 9 nether spiritual chi that was burned would also immediately be replenished. If nothing unexpected happened, he could stay here for a long time. He used the apertures and pores in his body to release the cold qi in his body. The endless cold qi from the northern ice plains could make him feel more comfortable. Zhongli sat down cross-legged. He first put away the few artifacts on him to prevent them from being burned by the sun golden flame. Then, he took out a yin-yang great ultimate stone disc and threw it to the ground. After wiping a bit of the human emperor's golden blood on it, he raised his hand and formed hand seals. He used the great ultimate principle domain to activate the great ultimate stone disc. Apart from being a token, this stone tray was also an extremely powerful artifact. Activating the stone plate, the surrounding sun golden flames were immediately drawn in large amounts, lighting up the white yang fish on the great ultimate stone. Then, Zhongli pointed at it, causing the yin fish to light up. With the help of the countless souls below Tragic Death City, the ghost lantern cold flame that had already successfully grown 9 heads was thrown into the great ultimate stone disc. These two flames, one yin and one yang, could complement each other. Now, he was only missing 2 fish eyes. Zhongli took out another shield and yellow cloth. He took out the anti-cultivation spiritual bead from the sealed shield. After going to the fire cloud cave, this pearl became not so ferocious and ruthless. Zhongli could already freely control the release of the anti-cultivation domain. He placed it on the yin eye of the yang fish. He carefully undid the apricot yellow flag and took out the blood-red eyeball. This eyeball that was originally filled with malice towards Zhongli did not attack him anymore. Instead, it lay quietly in his hand. Just as he had speculated previously, the memory of the will of heaven and earth was not good. It only recognized marks and merit, not anything else. Zhongli did not have a mark on his body and there was a merit blood lotus above his head. He was an important VIP of the Azura world. How could this eyeball hurt him? Zhongli placed the blood-colored eyeball on the yang eye in the yin fish. The 2 eyeballs returned to their positions. He formed hand seals again and the great ultimate stone disc spun. The yin and yang flames on the great ultimate stone disc surged and complemented each other. They began to continuously purify and refine these 2 eyeballs. Zhongli sat down cross-legged. He took out 3 crystal clear and flawless beautiful lotus flowers. It was the precious treasure he had obtained from the Divine Judgment Hall, the 3 treasures mystic flower. Under the burning of the sun flames, the current successor of the human emperor actually did not think of escaping. Instead, he wanted to use this precious land to directly condense the 3 flowers above his head and break through to the earth immortal realm. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he silently adjusted his condition to the best. Then, he held 3 strange flowers in his hand. The 3 treasures mystic flowers turned into crystal dust and were sucked into his body. Then, the dust split into 3. One entered his qi sea and fused with his spiritual qi, one entered his sea of consciousness and fused with his essence soul, and the last dissipated into his limbs and bones, fusing with his Dao body. When the light spots formed by these strange flowers combined with the 3 treasures of essence, qi, and spirit, they would slowly rise to the top of his head and gather into the 3 flowers. At that time, Zhongli would become an earth immortal. 787 Reconciling Yin-Yang, 1. Zhongli diverted his attention to 3 things. At the same time, he circulated the 9 Nether Dao scripture, the Great Carefree Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, and the Blood Fiend Divine Art. In this matter, he had 3 basic qi refinement, spirit refinement, and body refinement cultivation methods. With these 3 factors, he adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit to fuse with the starlight formed by the 3 treasures mystic flowers. He wanted to start the 3 flowers gathering. These light spots looked small, but fusing each light spot could take away a large amount of his essence, qi, and spirit. As the starlight continuously floated up, 3 crystal clear and resplendent flower stems slowly condensed above Zhongli's head. Just this process consumed countless amounts of energy. Under the replenishment of many statuses, the 3 treasures' energy in his body was still full. However, the energy consumed was enough to drain the vast spiritual qi, energy, and the power of his essence soul. Ordinary cultivators would first gather 3 flower stems like this before officially condensing the 3 flowers at the top before stopping. Then, they would begin to accumulate a large amount of energy in their body and slowly transform it into a stronger body. That was an ordinary earth immortal in the ordinary sense. This was because condensing the 3 flowers at the top was not only condensing the flower stem. After condensing every petal, it also needed to consume the same energy as condensing the flower stem. Ordinary cultivators at the peak of the soul formation realm would need at least 3 to 5 months to recover after their bodies were sucked dry. Without the help of pills, it was not strange to spend a year or two. How could they continue to condense the petals of the 3 flowers? It was unrealistic. Therefore, smart current cultivators thought of a compromise. First, they had to condense the flower stem and stabilize the energy needed for each petal. Then, they temporarily decided to continue cultivating. With the earth immortal body after breaking through, they accumulated more than 9 times the energy in their body before continuing to condense the 3 flowers. This was because according to the cultivation foundation of cultivators, there were at least 9 petals on the 3 flowers above. Even if those ordinary cultivators were beaten to death, they would not be able to squeeze out so much energy in a short period of time. Therefore, in essence, this kind of breakthrough method was not much different from core formation cultivators. That was a cultivation method that was forcefully divided into 2 stages because the difficulty of breaking through was too high. The reduced difficulty naturally sacrificed some things. For example, how could an earth immortal body cultivated from 3 flower stems compare to an earth immortal body condensed from 3 whole flowers? However, to Zhongli, energy was not scarce. Therefore, he did not plan to break through to the earth immortal realm according to the method of ordinary cultivators. He wanted to gather the 3 flowers in one go. However, he did not know how many petals there were on each of the 3 flowers on his head. Compared to the 3 flowers gathered by ordinary people, there were only 9. For example, those geniuses with shocking talent could condense 16 petals, 25 petals, 36 petals, 49 petals, 64 petals, and even more petals. For example, the leaders of the 3 divine pillars of the Divine Judgment Hall. In a few battles, Zhongli had seen the 3 flowers on their heads, and they all had 81 petals. Condensing the 3 flowers meant that they were at least 9 times stronger than when they had just broken through to the earth immortal realm. Some geniuses even directly increased it by 81 times. Zhongli wanted to directly cross this process. With his foundation, he would not be inferior to the 3 of them. On the current foundation, it would increase by at least 81 times. There was also an increase in the quality of the 3 treasures after condensing the 3 flowers and the reborn earth immortal body. How powerful would the successor of the human emperor, who already stood at the top of the cultivation world, be? Compared to soul formation cultivators, it could be said that the 3 flowers earth immortal was no longer the same species. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to cross such a huge gap and kill enemies in adversity. Therefore, many earth immortals who had fought Zhongli before were basically no longer surprised by his exposed cultivation. Zhongli had not heard such words like "What? You're actually only at the soul formation realm," for a long time. This was because they did not believe that Zhongli was still at the soul formation realm. Anyone with some brains would only think that Zhongli had cultivated some kind of aura concealment technique and maintained his cultivation aura at the soul formation realm. That was because it was too shocking. Now, Zhongli was finally going to use his own path to condense the 3 flowers and break through to the earth immortal realm. A few minutes later, the flower stem is formed. Zhongli heaved a sigh of relief. Above his head, 3 slender flower stalks that were like hair stood upright. If concubine Yun from the Cloud Manor was here, she would be surprised to discover that the 3 flower stems actually perfectly overlapped with the 3 merit lotuses above Zhongli's head. A breeze blew, and the merit lotuses swayed. The 3 bare flower stems swayed along with it. From the looks of it, it was very clear what Zhongli wanted to do. Zhongli had spent a lot of effort to obtain these 3 merit lotuses from the 3 worlds, not only to take a look. He had long prepared for the 3 flowers gathering when he broke through to the earth immortal realm. Zhongli was not satisfied with just using the 3 treasures mystic flowers to break through. Although it was not bad, it was far inferior to his ambition. 788 Reconciling Yin Yang, 2. If he wanted to condense the 3 flowers above his head, he had to use the merit lotus flowers as the core to condense his 3 treasures. There were many benefits to doing this. He had just condensed 3 flower stems when he already felt it. The power of heaven and earth was continuously surging over, filling up the power of the 3 treasures that he had exhausted. With this, he could gather the 3 flowers on his head. In the future, his essence, chi, and spirit could receive the favor of heaven and earth and directly borrow the worldly power. In the future, when he fought, he would not even need to expend his strength. The surrounding world would take the initiative to lend him their strength. He no longer needed to wander around and touch opportunities. The power of virtuous merit could trigger heaven and earth and directly increase his cultivation of the essence, chi, and spirit. It was equivalent to Zhongli being able to directly exchange merit points for strength in the future. Most importantly, his merit was rising infinitely. Just this alone was already better than many ancient Buddhas. According to the different characteristics of the 3 worlds, Zhongli planned to fuse the essence flower that represented his Dao body with the merit blood lotus of the Asura world. The spirit flower that represented the soul and essence soul would combine with the merit green lotus in the netherworld. In the end, the chi flower that represented Dao cultivation and Dao techniques would combine with the merit golden lotus in the continent of the 9 provinces. The 3 worlds were the most compatible with the 3 systems and could unleash the greatest effect. Another benefit of doing this was safety. The 3 flowers on the top were modified and simplified by the current cultivators according to the cultivation methods of those profound sect immortals. However, the essence was similar. This method could condense the 3 treasures and allow cultivators to unleash 10 or 100 times their original strength. However, at the same time, the 3 flowers above would also become a weakness. In the divine investiture battle, the 12 golden immortals of Chan school had the 3 flowers above their heads cut off forcefully. Over and over again, almost everyone was cut 3 times. Even chives were not cut so quickly. The 3 flowers on the top condensed the essence of a cultivator. Once it was cut off and the connection was closed, theoretically speaking, it would return to a mortal body from an immortal body. 1,000 years of hard work would instantly dissipate completely. The 12 golden immortals were disciples of the Jade Void Palace and cultivated the most orthodox profound sect cultivation method. And because the ones who attacked were also from the 3 pure ones, they did not kill him. After that, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning bestowed a treasure to make up for it. Otherwise, not to mention recovering, they might have long died. This also caused their Dao foundation to be severely damaged, leaving behind a flaw that could not be repaired in their lives. As a result, even if they condensed the 3 flowers above their heads again, it was difficult to advance further. Zhongli did not want the same situation to happen to him. After 3 to 4 years of bitter cultivation, he could not withstand this blow. After his 3 merit lotuses were fixed as statuses, even the will of heaven and earth could not dissipate them. The 3 flowers condensed from this would also have the same effect. At that time, even if someone used the primordial chaos golden chalice or the 9-tune yellow river array, it would be impossible to cut him down. Only then could he feel a little more at ease. 3 flower stalks formed, but Zhongli was not in a hurry to condense flower petals. Before that, he still needed to consolidate his Dao foundation. Zhongli crossed his hands in front of his chest and formed a Taiji seal. Not far in front of him, the spinning great ultimate stone disc automatically flew over and landed between his brows. The mysterious power of Taiji was guided out by him. He took the opportunity to open up the great ultimate domain that he had just grasped and enveloped the flames at the bottom of the pagoda. Not long ago, Zhongli had always thought that his path to the Dao was flawless. In fact, Compared to most cultivators, every step Zhang Li took was unimaginably perfect. The number of good things invested in the deep foundation could be ranked among the top in ancient times. It was enough to compete with those connate life forms. If he became an immortal and attained the Dao, he would definitely rise up in the clouds and show auspicious signs. Immortals would watch the ceremony and the gods would congratulate them. With such a Dao foundation, as long as nothing unexpected happened. Even if he did not do anything in the future, it was only a matter of time before he found a cave to slowly meditate and cultivate to become a golden immortal. However, becoming a golden immortal did not mean that there were no weaknesses. Be it journey to the west or the divine investiture, they were restrained by various powers. There were not just one or two golden immortal level experts who were defeated. Zhang Li himself knew that the ghost lantern cold flame could firmly restrain the 9 nether Dao scripture. The surrounding sun golden flame could also restrain him to a certain extent, causing him to sound the alarm. He had used a shortcut to overcome the ghost lantern cold flame. However, he could not be restrained and weakened every time he encountered something with the pure yang attribute in the future. Moreover, Zhang Li still had to devour the 9 nether mother tree later. It was easier said than done to annex the mother tree with the power of the branch. Therefore, he wanted to make up for it as much as possible before his Dao body became the 3 flowers gathering earth immortal body. The main reason for this restraint was that yin and yang had not been reconciled. How could Zhang Li, who had comprehended the great ultimate principle of Taiji, not understand this? The 9 nether wood was born in the 9 nether underworld. It was the great Dao of extreme yin. However, lone yin did not live, and lone yang did not last long. If he wanted to make up for this, he needed something. Zhang Li opened the storage artifact again. This time, he took out a tree. This tree looked a little like a peach tree. Moreover, the branches and roots were broken, and a large area of the bark was peeled off. There were few leaves left, and it looked extremely miserable. 789 Reconciling Yin-Yang, 3. However, if one looked carefully at the wound on the peach tree, they would discover that under the torn tree bark, it was suffused with a noble purple-gold color. There were only a few hundred leaves left on the tree branch, and each of them had natural Dao patterns. Just by placing it there, it could emit dense yang qi and vitality. This tree was one of the 10 great spiritual roots of heaven and earth, the immortal peach tree. Of course, it was only a branch. Ancestor Mu, in the future, the grudges between the Mu family and the Great Mountain Alliance will be written off. I will also take care of the Mu family appropriately. This time, it's all up to you. Back then, the Mu family's patriarch had been forcefully pulled out of the 100-mile peach blossom forest by the Blood King as a sacrifice to the dragon vein. Later on, it was intercepted by Zhang Li, who arrived in time and became his personal collection. In any case, the two sides had a feud to begin with, and Zhang Li did not intend to repay evil with kindness. The Mu family's patriarch was already in his hands, so it was naturally impossible for him to leave unscathed. Previously, Zhang Li had already used the ghost lantern cold flame to refine his will. Later on, it was replaced by the parallel mind of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. Therefore, the current immortal peach branch was actually a clone of Zhang Li. It was only because he was too heavily injured that he had never been released. After that, Zhang Li threw many natural treasures to his clone, allowing him to recover some vitality. Now, it was finally time for him to use it. The immortal peach clone used a tree root as a foot and limped to the other side of the Taiji array. Bathed in the scorching sun golden flames, the immortal peach clone was not injured. Instead, as if it had absorbed a great supplement, the tree bark grew again, the leaves gradually became dense, and it recovered a little vitality. In the place where the golden crow died, the immortal peach branch that grew in the stainless spring was very adapted to the power of the golden crow. This became the best nutrient for his recovery. Zhang Li began to activate the great ultimate stone disc between his brows. Under the power of Taiji, the two spiritual roots that were hostile to each other due to their attributes began to intertwine amicably. As the great ultimate domain gradually shrunk, Zhongli and his clone got closer and closer, gradually fitting together. In fact, from the fact that the immortal peach ancestor was dedicated to killing the 9 nether wood and devouring the 9 nether tree heart, it could be seen that the two spiritual roots of heaven and earth could complement each other. Zhongli had also used the immortal peach fruit to quickly grow a second tree heart. However, the direct devouring method was too crude. At most, it could only increase his cultivation level. It could not play a complementary role in essence. Now, with the help of the great ultimate stone disc left behind by Fuxi, he could use the connate 5 elements to reconstruct chaos. Only then could there be hope for yin and yang to reconcile and resolve the problem from the root. In the great ultimate domain, Zhongli's figure had already completely overlapped with the immortal peach clone. With a thought, the purple mansion in his chi si opened. A large amount of chaotic energy immediately surged out. Those were the power of chaos that he had snatched from Zhongzia's chaos immortal embryo. There were also the remains of the 12 golden immortals and the energy formed by the power of chaos. Although he could not form another chaos immortal embryo, it was not a problem to help him reconstruct his body. Coupled with the power of Nuwa that had not disappeared since his last breakthrough, Zhongli activated the cocoon break skill and transformed into a flesh cocoon again. Oh right, there was also the pair of true dragon horns. He could not forget them. 790 Certain Death, 1. The Soul Formation Realm and the Earth Immortal Realm were the two major hurdles in the current cultivation world. While the difficulty was extremely high, the increase after successfully breaking through was also worlds apart. If he could seize the opportunity when breaking through, he could also have 2 opportunities to be reborn. Last time, when Zhongli broke through to the Soul Formation Realm, his preparations were not bad. He directly fused his Dao body with Qi Yu's muscles and replaced his foundation with the 9 nether roots. There were also heaven-rank dragon transformation pill, Nuwa stone, heart of chaos, and other top-notch treasures. Under such a huge investment, he successfully obtained the direct bloodline of the Dragon Palace, the connate human race, the 7-colored Dao body, and the undying body. He went from an ordinary genius after the cultivationless age to having a top foundation in ancient times. This time, he naturally could not let it go. Apart from the great ultimate stone disc and the 2 eyeballs, the Dragon King's horns that retained vitality, the front teeth of the great god Pangu, and the earth spirit pearl that sealed a portion of the dragon vein power, etc. They would become a part of him under the dual power of chaos and Nuwa. In the flesh cocoon, Zhongli had already melted his physical body again. The 3 treasures of essence, qi, and spirit mixed together with the connate 5 elements in the power of chaos, causing the condensation of the 3 flowers above to stop for a time. However, as the great ultimate stone disc spun, 2 spiritual lights, one blue and one red, suddenly appeared. Zhongli started to reconstruct his body with the 2 new eyeballs as the starting point. Bit by bit, spiritual light floated up, and the 3 flowers above slowly began to condense. One had to know that the accumulation of the current human emperor's successor was far from what ordinary soul formation cultivators could compare to. The 3 treasures in his body were at the top of the world in both quantity and quality. Even at the level of the 3 divine pillars, a top-notch earth immortal who had already condensed the 5 qi in his chest was only comparable to him in these 3 aspects. As such, in theory, every petal condensed from the 3 flowers above him required the expenditure of a leader of the 3 divine pillars. How vast was the energy! In the entire cultivation world of the eastern region, the number of spirit stones mined in a year was barely enough. Coupled with the fact that he was transforming into the weight of an earth immortal to mold his Dao body, the materials he invested in such as the eye of the drought demon that had fused with the anti-cultivation rule, the blood-colored gaze formed by the will of heaven and earth, and the descendant branch of the connate spiritual root. In each of them, each was a peerless treasure that could support a great Dao alone. The process of fusing them required a terrifying amount of energy. In front of ordinary cultivators, such exaggerated accumulation and foundation might not be good fortune. Instead, there were more troublesome and obstructions. This was because ordinary cultivators could not accumulate enough endless energy for such a breakthrough even if they cultivated for tens of thousands of years. However, to Zhongli, as long as he had some patience, he could still do it. In the beginning, even with his many statuses, he needed at least 3 days to condense a petal. Compared to the situation when ordinary earth immortals condensed the 3 flowers, this was already extremely fast. However, just based on the 81 petals of the 3 divine pillars, Zhongli would have to spend 243 days. Moreover, it was clearly impossible for his 3 flowers to only have 81 petals. If this continued, wouldn't it take him several years to break through? It was a long time that he could not accept. On the other side, Zhangxia had already formed the Chaos Immortal embryo. The other reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas were also searching for the immortal Qi in the world, hoping to become immortals again. If he wasted too much time here, it might be too late when he came out of seclusion. Fortunately, Zhongli had foresight. From the beginning, he chose to use the merit lotus flowers as the core to condense the 3 flowers. As the petals of the 3 flowers above increased, Zhongli discovered that the power of virtuous merit he could control had also grown proportionately. In any case, his merit golden lotuses would not dissipate. The power of virtuous merit was endless. Zhongli simply began to seize his power of virtuous merit and convert it into his cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit. As the number of petals above his head increased, the conversion speed became faster and faster. The first petal needed 3 days to form. It only took 34 hours to condense the second petal. It was a virtuous cycle. After the 18 petals formed a circle, it only took less than 4 hours for the essence, qi, and spirit to condense a new petal. When there were already 36 petals above his head, the duration had already decreased to less than 2 hours. In less than 2 hours, he could increase his cultivation by a liter of the 3 divine pillars. What an astonishing speed! However, even so, this speed was still increasing and was far from the limit. Slowly, the 7-story and 7-sided pagoda began to tremble. It was not because of anything else, but because of the vast amount of spiritual qi gathered. Outside the pagoda, countless natural energies were swarming over. Under this bottomless hole was a place with extremely rich spiritual qi. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be the first to produce immortal qi. Such a large amount of spiritual qi was guided by Zhongli's merit to gather. It first turned into spiritual fog, then into a spiritual liquid that flowed in the air with a rustling sound. This spiritual qi forcefully squeezed through the pagoda and surged into the first level. In the future, it would all pour into the huge flesh cocoon that was bathing in the sun golden flames. 791 Certain Death, 2. The torrent of energy also swept through all the surrounding energy. This also included the spiritual qi in this 7-story pagoda and the surrounding sun golden flame. They were all transformed into pure energy that surged into the flesh cocoon that Zhongli had transformed into. As time passed, the aura emitted by the flesh cocoon became more and more shocking. Crack! 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 Outside the 7-story pagoda, cracks appeared on the stone table that held the pagoda. It could completely shatter at any time. Just the aura that seeped out of the pagoda actually caused cracks to appear on the stone table made of deep-sea black jade. Could it be that the person who was put into the pagoda was a true immortal? Chieftain, it's been 100 days. The spiritual qi whirlwind still hasn't dissipated. Brothers, we can't hold on anymore. Outside the pagoda, a huge rat crawled over with difficulty and approached another huge rat with white fur, a long beard, and long eyebrows. It was even holding a walking stick. Chieftain! The wind blew for 100 days. The cave abode was blown down by the wind, and our brothers were blown down. I'm the only one left among the 16 brothers. Chieftain, what can I do? The rat chief of the long-term media hid behind a large rock. He looked at the messy pitfall mountain and the dried rat corpses lying everywhere on the mountain with a sorrowful expression. In the beginning, when the spiritual chi whirlwind blew, he was quite excited. He thought that an auspicious sign would descend and take a share of the spiritual chi to turn this cave abode into a paradise. However, who would have thought that the momentum of this spiritual chi whirlwind was too ferocious and intense? This spiritual chi ignored their guidance and only entered the pagoda. Not only did they not obtain any benefits from it, but they were also even blown away by this spiritual chi whirlwind that was comparable to a spell. It was fine if it lasted for a while, but as time passed, the rats in the cave abode began to die under the whirlwind. Not many demons would believe that they would be blown to death by overly dense spiritual chi. They could only retreat far away and hide in a corner of the pitfall mountain, curled up and trembling. They watched as their cave abode continuously collapsed under the blowing of the spiritual chi whirlwind. Now that 100 days had passed, less than 1 in 100 of the rat demons entrenched in the bottomless pitfall mountain had died. The chieftain was very conflicted. Their sea weasel race had guarded the pitfall mountain in the past. How could they leave just like that? However, if he continued to endure it, even his old bones would be blown apart. At this moment, the pagoda finally had a different reaction. "Chief, look! There's a fire under the pagoda." As expected, at the core of the spiritual chi whirlwind, a flame had unknowingly ignited under the 7-story pagoda. What terrifying flames! Although the rat chief did not recognize the strange flames rising from under the pagoda, he could instinctively sense the terrifying threat it brought. Impossible! The exquisite pagoda! The 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda has actually been burned. What happened next made the rats widen their eyes in disbelief. This fire had no root and was a lead grey color after the oxidation of white metal, giving people a very uneasy feeling. That was definitely not a mortal flame. Its power was far from what ordinary heaven and earth spirit fire could compare to. In just a moment, it actually burned until the base of the 7-story pagoda collapsed, and the golden liquid on the pagoda was like tears. Oh no! The pagoda is about to be destroyed. Quick! Quickly invite the patriarch. The rat chief finally panicked and hurriedly rushed into a passageway not far away. In the passageway, there were crooked wooden stakes everywhere. Clearly, this passageway had almost collapsed earlier. It was only barely maintained by the desperate efforts of these rats. After stumbling into the depths of the cave, the rat chief immediately kowtowed to a black pool in the cave. "I was incompetent. I did not protect the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda well. Ancestor, please punish me." The white-furred rat chief kept kowtowing. It caused circles of ripples in the calm pool. The ripples spread to the center of the pool. There was a black lotus flower that was about to bloom. As if touched by the voices of the outside world, the interior of the black lotus flower stirred. Then, the petals slowly opened, finally revealing a sleeping baby curled up in the center of the lotus flower. The baby sat up on the lotus flower, opened his hands, and stretched. His limbs and head were plump and moist. He was only wearing a red DUDOU1 and a longevity lock around his neck. He was fair and cute. If not for the fact that his umbilical cord had not been cut and was connected to the lotus flower below from his abdomen, if not for the fact that each of his shoulders had a head that drooped weakly, if not for his pitch-black eyes that contained endless hatred and resentment, he would definitely be a likable child. "Rat, why are you looking for me?" The child on the black lotus flower's young voice was bone-chilling. The rat chief explained what had happened outside again. The boy was more or less interested. Immortal Chi was actually born 500 years in advance. Is the pagoda about to be burned? This world is really more interesting than I imagined. When the lotus flower child heard that the pagoda was about to be burned, not only did he not feel nervous, he even seemed very interested. His expression was even filled with anticipation. He casually grabbed his umbilical cord and chewed it twice before biting it off. The young boy dragged the half of the umbilical cord that was still bleeding and flew out of the cave. After he flew away, the rat chief, who was lying on the ground, dared to stand up. After taking one last look at the black pool, the lotus flower child ran out. If one followed the black lotus down into the black pool, one would discover that there was a black stone monument lying at the bottom of the pool. Beside the stone monument, the roots of the black lotus flower were tightly wrapped around a few golden bodies, slowly cracking their bones and absorbing the essence inside. The lotus flower child flew outside. The spiritual chi whirlwind that filled the cave abode more or less surprised him. The lead grey flames burning under the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda felt even more familiar. Reaching out, he pulled up the other two listless heads and forced them to open their eyes. "My two good brothers, do you still remember the origins of the lead fire?" Although he called them brothers, his actions were not light at all. He grabbed a head with each hand and smashed them together. It collided 7 or 8 times before the two heads barely opened their eyes. Yin fire, that's the yin fire of the 3 calamities of immortal ascension. Yin fire is a calamity that descends from the sky. When the time comes, it will burn the body. Your internal organs will turn to ash and your limbs will rot. You can turn 1,000 years of bitter cultivation into an illusion. With the explanation of the two heads on the left and right, the lotus flower child recovered some ancient memories. So it's the yin fire. No wonder that man's exquisite pagoda was burned to such an extent. Someone is breaking through in the pagoda from time to time. The yin fire that surge is blocked by the pagoda. In this era, there's actually someone who can summon the yin fire. That must be an interesting guy. The lotus flower child was once a golden immortal, so he had naturally seen 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. He did not expect that with the birth of the immortal chi, the 3 calamities of immortal ascension would also return. However, only extremely talented people could trigger the 3 calamities. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to see him after this. The 3 calamities of becoming an immortal can only be avoided and not endured. The person inside doesn't know the Dao of transformation and doesn't know how to avoid calamity. In the end, his internal organs will turn to ash and his limbs will rot. Even if he's lucky enough to survive, his cultivation will be completely burned away by the yin fire. It's no different from death. What a pity! The lotus flower child raised his hand and pointed. He took out the white carp transformed from immortal chi from the top of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Then, he turned around and wanted to continue sleeping. In his opinion, the person in the pagoda would definitely die. 792-1750-1. At the bottom of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, there was a flesh cocoon in the golden flames. The surface of the flesh cocoon had already hardened, and a large number of Dao patterns appeared. This meant that the flesh cocoon had basically matured. Above it, 3 lotus flowers, 1 golden, 1 green, and 1 red, were quietly floating. However, although these were called the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit, they were ridiculously large and thick. Petals piled up in an orderly manner. If one did not know that these were lotus flowers, one would think that someone had placed 3 matured sunflowers here. There was no need to count to know that the quality of these 3 flowers far surpassed all the flowers recorded in the current cultivation world. In the continent of the 9 provinces, there were only a handful of flowers with more than 100 petals. If he could take a step further and gather the 5 chi in his chest, he would be able to become the strongest competitor in the continent. His strength would be similar to the armored troll queen. Zhang Li had originally thought that with his accumulation, more than 200 flower petals would roughly meet his bottom line. If he could condense 300 to 500 petals, he would not mind. However, he had clearly underestimated the huge foundation he had accumulated along the way. As the number of petals increased, not only did the flower petals not slow down, they even increased. Before he could react, he had already skipped the 200 mark and jumped towards an even more exciting number. 300. 400. 500. 600. Zhang Li, who was still wandering in the chaotic thoughts at that time, was not very sensitive to the concept of time. He only knew that in the blink of an eye, the 3 lotus flowers formed from his essence, chi, and spirit had already transformed from the fresh and refined 100 petals lotus to the dense and terrifying 1,000 petals lotus. It was not until then that the number of flower petals began to slow down. However, this was not the limit of his potential. It was because the 3 flowers on his head seemed to have exceeded the limit of a certain great Dao. He received the attention of this world and was ruthlessly suppressed. Heaven and Earth Lock, Essence, plus. Heaven and Earth Lock, Chi, plus. Heaven and Earth Lock, Spirit, plus. These 3 statuses popped up one after another and hung on his interface. The effect was also very direct, causing the speed at which he condensed the 3 flower petals to suddenly decrease by 99%. It went from its original speed to a tortoise crawl. This was probably because Zhongli possessed 3 merit golden lotuses, so the will of heaven and earth took his merit into account and let him go. Otherwise, after the number of petals exceeded 300, he would probably begin to receive the attention of the will of heaven and earth. Moreover, it might even be a terrifying calamity. It seemed that his cultivation had already reached a level that defied the heavens. Especially after experiencing the ancient times and those greedy immortals and Buddhist mighty figures, the will of heaven and earth was extremely wary and resistant to powerful creatures like immortals. There was a high chance that this world was unwilling to have extraordinary figures appear. Therefore, after Zhongli's 3 flowers reached 1,000 petals, he was directly shackled. The increase in the cultivation of the 3 treasures of essence, chi, and spirit was about to stop. The duration of the 3 shackles was 500 years. It seemed that Zhongli's 3 flowers had really touched the forbidden zone of the rules of heaven and earth. Even his merit golden lotus was not enough. This was an attempt to stop his cultivation from advancing for 500 years. This time might not be much in the past, but in this era of competition, it was really fatal. If it was anyone else, they would probably have no choice but to accept the truth and disappear into the crowd before spending time to slowly endure it. He could also wait for Zhongxia to break out of the fetus and be suppressed. Fortunately, Zhongli had other methods. In just 15 seconds, he broke the shackles set by the will of heaven and earth and returned to his normal speed. Of course, if the will of heaven and earth bore grudges, he might have to consider it more. However, through the experiments of the Azura world, it had been proven that the memory of the will of heaven and earth was very bad. What was there to be afraid of? However, every time he finished cracking it, he would be shackled again after condensing dozens of petals. Zhongli had no choice but to press buttons repeatedly. In the end, he even had to take turns breaking the shackles on the 3 flowers above and increasing the number one by one. After a period of time, Zhongli slowly felt that he was finally close to his limit. I can't condense the last half of the lotus flower. Is this all I've accumulated? Zhongli used his cheat again to break the shackles that had already accumulated to 20,000 years. However, the last half of the petal was still unable to condense while was already slightly exhausted. At this moment, after a rough count, the petals of the 3 lotus flowers had already reached an astonishing 1,749. What a terrifying number! Even if he ignored the remaining 759 petals could make all the earth immortals in the cultivation world of the eastern region question their lives. At this moment, he was still working hard to condense the 1,750th petal. It was precisely this last petal that had just formed that completely angered this world. 793-1750-2. This time, there were no shackles on Zhongli's interface. Instead, there was an additional status called Natural Disaster Yin Fire Burning Body, plus. A huge hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the pagoda below the flesh cocoon. A ball of lead-grey flames emerged and darted up, touching the flesh cocoon. The legendary 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda only blocked the yin fire for a moment before it was defeated. No matter how hard the shell of this flesh cocoon was, how could it compare to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? In just a moment, his outer appearance was burned through. The yin fire that even true immortals feared and could only avoid had already surged into the flesh cocoon and burned the true body of the human emperor's successor. He was about to complete his breakthrough, but this thing attacked him ruthlessly. Zhongli had finally experienced what it meant to be in a living hell. He was directly burned by the terrifying flames until his consciousness dissipated. The 4.5 seconds of pressing the status ended in failure. Under the flames, he could not focus his mind to last for 5 long seconds. This was just like when one was thrown into the incinerator and had to smile for 5 seconds before opening the door. It was not as simple as one imagined. The human emperor's successor directly tore apart the flesh cocoon and fell out. He rolled on the ground in pain. There were still a few wisps of chaotic qi that had not completely fused with his body. After they were exposed to the air, they dissipated with the wind. However, Zhongli did not have the time to care about that now. On the surface, there were no flames on his body, only pitch-black patches on both sides of his feet. However, he was really enduring the most terrifying pain since he started cultivating. The yin fire was really too sinister. It really burned his entire body without mercy. The flames on the surface of his body were not obvious, but in fact, the flames had already burned from the bottom of his feet to the top of his brows. His internal organs were turned to ash, and his limbs were all rotten. It almost burned his perfect Dao body into a ghost rider. After the grey flames wreaked havoc in his body, they came out from the top of his head and pounced on the 3 lotus flowers floating above his head. Ancestor Bodhi had once said that once one was tainted by this fire, 1,000 years of bitter cultivation would be wasted. This flame burned the Dao body and cultivation. A lotus flower with 1,749 petals began to fall apart when burned by the yin fire. Huge petals withered, wanting to burn these peerless 3 flowers into nothingness. However, before it could finish burning, the 3 lotus flowers that were already the size of a basin returned to their original state. They floated there as if nothing had happened. As the yin flames continued to burn, the 3 flowers above his head wanted to completely collapse every time, but they could always recover to their original state. Zhongli, who was lying on the ground in extreme pain, only barely recovered after a long time. With a thought, he absorbed strength from the 3 flowers above. The tattered Dao body immediately grew back to its original state. After all, the 3 flowers above his head had condensed his 3 treasures' essence. As long as the 3 flowers were not extinguished, no matter how serious his body's injuries were, the losses were actually nothing. However, when his internal organs, limbs, and meridians recovered, a purple gold light emitted from his body and blossomed everywhere. After recovering from his original pain, Zhongli felt his body spontaneously float up, and he felt as if he was floating like an immortal that could ascend to the heavens at any moment. His Dao body had actually broken through again, successfully surpassing the limit of the earth immortal body. This time, can it be considered a blessing in disguise? Zhongli, who sat up from the ground, had a strange expression. Previously, Zhongli was still vexed until the last moment when he was still in the flesh cocoon. The things he threw into his Dao body were all rare treasures in the world, and the Dao body he forged was extremely powerful. However, in the 2 cocoons, he could not completely shed his original mortal body. This caused his Dao body to be stuck at the upper limit of the earth immortal body, unable to advance further. He also knew that this was probably the upper limit of the earth immortal realm. He had originally wanted to give up and temporarily stop. In the future, he would first gather the 5 qi in his chest and wait until he truly broke through to become an immortal before transforming his immortal body. He did not expect that the yin fire that suddenly appeared would burn away his mortal body that he had yet to shed. The newly grown body already belonged to the connate chaos, and it allowed him to successfully take that step. Now, when the 3 flowers formed and the spiritual essence entered his body, he would succeed. Looking at the 3 flowers above his head, they seemed to be quite beautiful while burning. He was not wrong. Using the merit lotus flowers as the core to break through the 3 flowers gathering realm was indeed effective. Even the yin fire that could burn a heaven immortal to ashes could not do anything to him. The grey flames made the nine-headed snake ghost lantern cold flame a little excited. It circled around the excited yin fire, wanting to bite off a piece to taste it. Zhang Li decided to keep it for the yin fire to burn for a while. In any case, he would not lose anything. As he burned, Zhang Li made a new discovery. The limit of the last half of the lotus flower seems to have loosened. Disaster and fortune are correlated. Isn't this yin fire really a natural disaster bestowed by the heavens? Suddenly, under the burning of the yin fire, the 3 flowers on top of Zhang Li's head that were constantly dissipating actually had the chance to take the last half step forward after the trial. He had deep doubts about what this yin fire was here for. Zhang Li hurriedly sat down cross-legged again and continuously poured his essence, qi, and spirit into the lotus flower. With the help of the yin fire of calamity, the last lotus flower finally slowly formed. After the lotus flower was completed, it flickered with spiritual light. Even the yin fire did not burn it anymore. The grey flames were like green leaves beside the 3 flowers. The 3 flowers above slowly landed on Zhang Li's Dao body, and the 3 treasures returned to their positions. An extremely terrifying energy immediately surged from his body, and the aura on his body shot into the clouds like a rocket. Under his aura, a large number of cracks immediately appeared on the already dilapidated 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that had already been ravaged by the yin fire. After enduring for a few breaths of time, it finally swelled up from the inside and shattered. 3 figures were flung out at the same time. They were the unorthodox trio who had come here with Zhang Li. They fell into the pitfall mountain, looking dispirited and dispirited. They were in a daze for a long time before recovering. There was indeed something wrong with the steps. As they kept climbing up the step, it was always neither up nor down. It had already been 100 days and they had already climbed up a ladder to the sky. They could not reach the top of the 7-story pagoda. On the other hand, their essence souls and spiritual qi were continuously consumed. If Zhang Li did not break through the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, they would probably die of exhaustion inside. What's wrong with us? Wait. That's fellow Daoist 9 Nether. Zhang Li, who was floating in the air cross-legged, had strange lights circulating on his body. It was as if he was born from primordial chaos, and all kinds of phenomena appeared around his body. With a thought, his yin qi became dense, with a thought, he became an Asura in the blood sea, and with a thought, he became an immortal spirit of the 9 heavens. Just looking at that figure made tears flow from their eyes. A moment later, Zhang Li suddenly opened his eyes, raised his head, and roared. For a time, the sky shook. Deep underground where the pitfall mountain was, the thick black sea on the ground shook violently under this roar. Then, the vast ground at the bottom of the sea cracked and was pushed up by this surging qi. The sea water that was 1,000,000 feet thick did not have the chance to flow away before it was sent flying and ruthlessly smashed into the distant sea. The sea water that splattered when it landed flew tens of thousands of kilometers away. After the sea water completely slid down, this would probably become a new land and give birth to some unique creatures. For the first time, sunlight shone on the pitfall mountain that was buried deep underground. Zhang Li's long roar blew away a large piece of underwater land. A terrifying conical depression formed under the sea. Just waiting for the sea water to fill up this place would probably take half a month. The might of a long roar was actually so terrifying. Would an immortal really have such power? 794 The current human emperor, 1. At this moment, Zhang Li could be said to be an immortal. According to the general classification of the cultivation world, he was indeed only an earth immortal at the peak of the 3 flowers gathering realm. However, he already possessed a true immortal body despite not being an immortal. With a raise of his hand, he could crush mountains, rivers, and seas. Only a true immortal could possess such power. One reason why he could do this was because of Zhang Li's accumulation and cheat. On the other hand, it relied on the 3 flowers gathering technique that the Dao ancestor, Hong Jun, had comprehended and given to the disciples of the profound sect. It was really too powerful. Relying on his own accumulation and the benefits of accumulating merit, Zhongli only spent 100 days to successfully condense the 3 flowers above his head. His cultivation level had increased by 1,750 times compared to before he broke through. One had to know that his cultivation and combat strength were already at the top of the continent of the 9 provinces. In a real battle, relying on his undying body and endless energy, he was not afraid of any opponent. This breakthrough caused his cultivation to rise so ridiculously. The power he displayed now could be said to be invincible in the world. Moreover, with the investment of many treasures and the help of the yin fire, he had actually already formed an immortal body at the earth immortal realm. He was also the first person after the cultivationless age. Even Zhongli could not tell how strong he currently was. He glanced at the unorthodox trio on the ground not far away who were bleeding from their 7 orifices from the aftershock of his roar. It was probably not a problem to slap them to death. Legend has it that the Jade Emperor Haotian cultivated Dao techniques since he was young and bitterly experienced 1,750 tribulations. Every tribulation lasted for 129,600 years before he enjoyed the great Dao. My 1,750 petals even attracted the yin fire that immortals should only encounter 1,000 years after they become immortals. Although we can't rule out the possibility that Haotian was bragging to consolidate his rule, this number might be reasonable. Zhongli was checking the latest power he had obtained and calculating how many continents worth of human emperor power his current immortal body could withstand. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a vicious wind pouncing at him from behind. Someone ambushed him from behind. Zhongli turned around and grabbed a deep black lotus spear. It was casually held in his hand. He saw a 3-headed baby that seemed to have just crawled out of his mother's womb. The umbilical cord was still hanging on his stomach as he stabbed at Zhongli's head with the lotus spear. Feeling the power coming from the lotus stem, to be honest, it was really not weak. Zhongli understood that if he had encountered such an opponent before, he might have fallen into a long and bitter battle. But now, had anyone ever seen flowers at the size of basins among those of the 3 flowers gathering realm? Grabbing this spear, his arm did not even sway. Zhongli looked at the spear. A blue light flashed in his right eye, and the lotus spear in his hand immediately withered. When his gaze swept across the lotus flower child again, the aggressive child's entire body immediately exploded with a bloody fog. A large amount of spiritual qi in his body dissipated and spewed out from his small body. His entire body fell to the ground and was as powerless as a real baby. This right eye was the former eye of Nuba, the anti-cultivation spiritual bead. Ever since Zhongli obtained it, this thing had always been his trump card. However, because of the indiscriminate domain, every time he used it, he would injure himself and the enemy. It was not until it was refined with the blood-colored gaze that it could finally be used by Zhongli. Under his control, whoever he stared at was unlucky. Even the yin fire can't burn you to death and you still have such power. Who are you? The lotus flower child wanted to be strong all his life and struggled to stand up again. However, just as he was at his weakest, the other 2 heads on his shoulders became strangely active. Turning around, they seized the opportunity to bite the lotus flower child's throat and eyeballs. It was obvious that they were extremely ruthless and really wanted to kill him. Zhongli was also interested. With a rub of his hand, 2 9-nether leaves with natural Dao patterns appeared and stuck to the 2 heads. Only then did they quieten down. The cultivationless age arrived. You couldn't stay in heaven anymore, so you sought refuge on the ground. I roughly know who you are. He raised his hand and grabbed the lotus flower child, walking towards the only intact cave in Pitfall Mountain. Although it was called a cave, the top had actually been sent flying by Zhongli earlier. When he approached, he saw a black pool. In the pool, there was also a pitch-black lotus flower. What a deep demonic resentment! Yet, it can maintain such purity. Zhang Li was more or less surprised when he saw the lotus flower. Looking down, with his current vision, he easily saw through the pool water and saw the scene below. A few skeleton golden bodies were suppressed by the lotus flower roots that absorbed their bones and marrow. With a raise of his hand, the two divine tokens in the pile of bones were captured by him. Your Li family really enjoys killing each other. You're so filial. The two divine tokens, one big and one small, had the words Honorable Father, Heavenly King Li and Honorable Brother, Third Prince Neza. They were the deity positions established for the two members of the Li family by Madame Earthrush of the bottomless Pitfall Mountain. 795 The current human emperor, 2. This lotus flower child with 3 heads and fighting between the 3 heads was the so-called third prince Neza on the smaller divine tablet. He's not my father. He's not worthy. He killed my mother. He destroyed my body. He used the golden pagoda to suppress and control me. When the cultivationless era arrived, he was ordered to suppress the bottomless pit. He actually colluded with Zhang Xia to harm me. He, along with Jinza and Maza, relied on eating my body to survive. What right does such a person have to be my father? The lotus flower child in Zhang Li's hand had a stubborn expression. After he heard the word father, black qi began to surge out from his body incessantly, and his face was filled with a fiendish expression. His mouth filled with sharp teeth continuously spat out the unwillingness in his heart. It also revealed the origins of the 2 heads on his shoulders. They were the 2 so-called brothers of the Li family, Jinza and Maza. In order to survive, the Li family lay on Neza's body and absorbed the spiritual qi. However, perhaps because Li Jing had left the mountain halfway back then and was not skilled enough, he was ultimately overturned by the lotus flower child. Now, he used the black lotus flower to absorb their golden bodies as nutrients. As a famous legendary figure who had hundreds of independent movies and television adaptations, the popularity of this Li Neza in his previous life was not inferior to that stone monkey at all. However, under the embellishment of various arts, his tragedy was destined from the beginning. Spirit Pearl's reincarnation, Ling Zuzi, how many times have you died? You still haven't seen through it? Are you still complaining about your so-called father's so-called justice? How stupid! Zhang Li looked at the child who had transformed into a demonic child and thought of something. He wanted to help him. He raised his hand and tapped his forehead, drawing out a 7-colored spiritual light that entered the lotus flower child's mind, temporarily waking him up from his hatred. Lotus flower child, use your brain to think. In the beginning, you were a spirit pearl of the goddess Nuwa. Why were you inexplicably sent to the mortal world after the alliance between the Jade Void Palace and the Nuwa Palace? Of all coincidences, you landed in the home of a rare secular disciple of the Jade Void Palace, Li Jing. Why is it that he has no feelings for you despite waiting for your birth for 3 years? Why did perfected Tai happen to come from afar to take you in as his disciple? Zhang Li spoke with a meaningful smile on his face. Under his 7-colored spiritual light, Neza, who had recovered his rationality, did not understand why the person in front of him knew about him. However, when Zhang Li mentioned his master, he still instinctively spoke in displeasure. My master treats me very well. He only hated his father and not perfected Tai. Zhang Li sneered even more. That's right. Perfected Tai treats you very well. He helped you reincarnate from the lotus, and not only did you obtain new life, but you also obtained the lotus Deo body. He gave you fire dates to grow 3 heads and 8 arms. He even gave you 8 immortal artifacts and divine weapons. He let you conquer the battlefield. But why did he only teach you Deo techniques and not cultivation methods? Your strength in capturing dragons and wreaking havoc in the sea comes from the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. Has anyone taught you the Saint Heavenly Immortal art that all the 3rd-generation disciples of Chan school know? This question really stumped Neza. That's right, they were all 3rd-generation disciples. Why did they only teach him spells and not the 8-9 arcane art or the Saint Heavenly Immortal art? Wake up, Li Neza. From the beginning, you were the Dao weapon of the Jade Void Palace. Weapons can only be in the hands of Daoists. Why are you talking about kinship? After being exposed by Zhang Li, the expressions of the former third prince fell into a daze. He finally understood why. It was clearly the cruel truth, but after knowing it, the demonic chi hatred in Neza's body was quickly dissipating. Even the black lotus flower in the pool behind him shed its filth and became clean again. As the candidate for the guardian Dao weapon of the profound sect, Li Neza had been placed with a restriction from the beginning. He could only have the intelligence of an 8-year-old. Children of this age were obsessed with fairness. Facing a demon enemy, he was not afraid no matter how serious his injuries were. What Neza could not accept the most was the discrimination and persecution of his family. What was even more terrifying was that Li Jing was abusing him from all angles. When he turned around, there were outsiders like his master who were biased. He wanted him to let go of his hatred and be loyal and filial. Not only did he have to obey all orders and arrangements, but if he dared to complain, he would also be labeled as ambitious and intolerable. It made Neza wonder if he had done something wrong. However, from another angle, what if these people, including Li Jing and Tai, were not his family to begin with? Was everything just a scam? Thinking about it carefully, despite being pregnant for 3 years and 6 months, his soul had not reincarnated. As a member of the profound sect, did Li Jing not know to burn a talisman and ask in the netherworld? Was it possible that his third child had been waiting for the spirit pearl to reincarnate from the beginning? Li Jing had only sacrificed his mortal wife to the sect to have a child. For this, the Jade Void Palace had also given him a lot of benefits. Otherwise, with Li Jing's cultivation and ability, how could he sit in the position of pagoda-bearing heavenly king and demon-subduing marshal? It sounded like the truth was too dark and unacceptable. However, by looking at it like this, the truth was easier for Neza, who suspected himself and his life. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Ling Zuzi understands. The lotus flower child's comprehension was indeed shocking. With Zhang Li's help, it only took a moment for him to understand all the karma in his previous life and current life. The resentment and hatred in his body dissipated in the blink of an eye. The 2 heads on his left and right shoulders also withered and disappeared with a wail. After being released by Zhang Li, he landed on the ground and kowtowed. Indeed, he was a good child who knew right from wrong. As the profound sect's Dao weapon, you have committed many sins. Now, your good uncle Master Zhang Zia wants to overturn the 9 provinces and rebuild the Jade Void Palace. If that villain succeeds, there will be no peace in the world. He once colluded with Li Jing to harm you. Are you willing to help me kill this bastard? Zhang Li stated his invitation. This child, who was at least hundreds of thousands of years old, was indeed a promising talent. Not only was he powerful, but he was also pure-hearted. His Fengde city would definitely have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of punishing the 10 halls of hell in the future. On the other hand, Zhang Li happened to lack such a hall master who was still obsessed with justice. Senior, I owe you a huge favor. I should repay you in kind, but, may I know your background? The current Ling Zuzi had nowhere to go. He did not reject Zhang Li, his benefactor, but he was afraid of entering the wolf's den again, so he naturally had to ask clearly. Zhang Li smiled and did not answer. With a flip of his hand, a small jade cauldron appeared, flowing with thick golden blood. Zhang Li, who had been waiting for a long time, raised his head and poured all the blood into his mouth. Immediately, the 9 provinces cauldron in the distant azure cloud central region shook. Countless human threads crossed the obstruction of space and landed behind Zhang Li. Moreover, they were all solid threads that could completely transmit strength. It was different from the previous situation where he could only use the human emperor's battle halberd. This time, it was as if endless power poured into Zhang Li's body. It was the pure power of the billions of humans in the Azure Cloud continent. Previously, drawing such a huge figure's power into his body was naturally a suicidal action. On the human emperor's trial steps in the Star Tower, it had long been stated that one had to bear the weight of the crown. If he did not have the ability to forcefully shoulder the responsibility, he would only be crushed by the power of the human emperor. Fortunately, the current Zhongli could barely shoulder this responsibility and strength. Human Emperor's supreme position, Azure Cloud Continent, plus. The dignified holy light seeped out of Zhongli's body, causing the kneeling Lingzuzi to instantly recall the ancient battle and the human emperor who had blocked their Zhouwu army outside Zheoch city. Senior, you are, the current human emperor. 796 Lightning Swamp Demon, 1. After silently making the status of the human emperor permanent on himself, this limited time experience of the human emperor of a continent became his eternal enjoyment. Although it was only the Azure Cloud Continent for the time being, he was already a true human emperor. After seeing the dazzling golden light of merit on the current human emperor, the Lotus Flower Child no longer had any doubts and entered Fengdu City. After spending a lot of effort, he finally made this former Dao weapon of the profound sect submit. Zhongli was quite satisfied. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that one of the ancient divine weapons he had snatched from Zhongzia seemed to be the sharp fire spear. He immediately took it out from his storage artifact carefully. It was covered in cracks and ravines. It looked like it could shatter on the spot with a little more strength. I've fought Zhongzia once. I snatched this sharp fire spear from him. Now, I can return it to its original owner. The Lotus Flower Child's expression was a little complicated as he received the sharp fire spear. It was a little strange to have a body the size of a newborn baby holding a spear that was 16 feet long. However, the sharp fire spear seemed to have recognized its former master. He took the initiative to shorten it and use all his might to make himself more convenient. However, the sharp fire spear that was already on the verge of collapse still made such a change, causing metal fragments to continuously fall from its body. I didn't expect to see it again. City Lord, please wait a moment. He originally wanted to call Zhongli Emperor, but Zhongli was not used to that. He would address him as the City Lord like the others in Fengdu City. Lingzuzi touched his spear and suddenly thought of something. He returned to the edge of the pool and grabbed the lotus flower that had already shed its black color and was untainted by mud. He pulled it up along with the pile of golden skeletons below. He counted the bones. They were the bones of 3 people. Lingzuzi took out a medicine pestle and a golden alms bowl in front of Zhongli. He threw the golden bodies of the Li father and son into it and turned them to ashes. The golden powder ground from the profound sect's golden body could be consumed internally and applied externally. It could extend one's lifespan, beautify and nourish one's complexion. It could also increase one's cultivation and refine one's golden body. Using talismans to draw array formations was also an excellent choice. It had many extraordinary uses. The Lotus Flower Child put down the medicine pestle and picked up the golden powder, wiping it on the nearly shattered sharp fire spear. He slowly filled the fine powder into the surface cracks of the spear. When it was completely filled, Lingzuzi formed hand seals and gathered his spiritual qi into it. The fire spear immediately ignited and refined the golden bone powder bit by bit into the cracks. When the flames were extinguished, a sharp aura shot into the sky. The golden powder of the Li family filled the damaged parts of the sharp fire spear. Coupled with the nourishment of the original owner's spiritual qi, the divine weapon that was almost broken was reborn. The Lotus Flower Child waved the spear in his hand, and immediately, the spear shadows filled the space in front of him. A moment later, he put away his spear and stood up. Lingzuzi thanks the City Lord for your help. City Lord. Lingzuzi obtained the sharp fire spear and thanked Zhongli again. However, the current human emperor did not answer him. Instead, he seemed to have discovered something and looked into the distance with a frown. Just now, through the 9 provinces cauldron, he discovered that the Azure Cloud Continent was currently in chaos. Not long ago, countless powerful demons from nowhere suddenly appeared on the land of the Azure Cloud Continent and slaughtered wantonly, stirring up a storm of blood. Even if a large number of cultivators from the Azure Cloud continent resisted, they were actually unable to eliminate those monsters. Instead, they were dragged by those things and fell into a bitter battle. In a short month, countless people died. Through the human faith threads, he could sense the fear and uneasiness of billions of mortals. The human citizens were asking him for help and praying. Fortunately, those demons seemed to have a clear goal and did not scatter and slaughter the commoners. Most of the mortals died because of the aftershock of the battle. No. It's not just the Azure Cloud continent. Apart from the connection of the human threads, his ears twitched. He suddenly heard a large number of footsteps approaching on the waves, quickly approaching him. What a strange aura! Zhongli leaped into the air and reached the surface of the Black Sea. Ling Zuzi immediately noticed that something was amiss, and he spat out a ball of wind and fire before flying to Zhongli's side. City Lord, what are those? After flying out of the huge conical sea pit, his vision suddenly widened. Only then did they see a large number of strange-looking demons with 6 feet, 3 eyes, and thick scales rushing over. Zhongli could be considered to be knowledgeable now. Not to mention recognizing everything, he could also roughly recognize most things. However, these demons looked strange and different from the native creatures of the continent of the 9 provinces. These demons might be the ones he had sensed through the 9 provinces cauldron. Zhongli had only spent a short 100 days to break through to the 3 Flowers Gathering realm. He believed that he was already extremely fast. Others might not even be faster than him when condensing the 3 flowers on the top of the 9 petals. How could such a change happen in such a short period of time? Where did so many powerful otherworldly demons suddenly come from? If it was not a creature from the Azura world, could it be another small world that had split up during the cultivationless age? They seemed to be attracted by something. Zhongli discovered something. 797 Lightning Swamp Demon, 2. He suddenly thought of something and took out a white fish. As expected, the demons became even more excited and accelerated towards him. He took out a small apricot yellow flag and placed the white fish inside. After wrapping it in a knot, he completely sealed the aura inside. The demons below became confused again. Some continued to run over, while others stopped and did not know where to go. As expected, these demons are here for the immortal spiritual chi. No wonder they would focus on attacking the few locations in the Azure Cloud continent. This goal was very clear. Zhongli flipped his hand and took out the human emperor's battle halberd. He raised his hand and slashed horizontally. A vast and majestic slash wave pushed across the sea, crushing the tens of thousands of demons that pounced over. A few breaths later, only 10 demons of different sizes were left on the sea. Ling Zuzi, go and give it a try. These 10 demons were not a mistake, but Zhongli had deliberately left them behind. He needed to understand the approximate strength of these demons. With his current strength, the difference between stronger and weaker was really not much. It was not easy to distinguish their exact strength. With this, it would be more troublesome to keep them alive. At this time, the new potential City Lord of Fengde City could be used. Yes, City Lord. After removing the mental demon, the umbilical cord on the lotus flower child's stomach had already fallen off. With the lotus flower that had given birth to him as his clothes, although he was only the size of a baby, his actual combat strength was enough to dominate a continent. Picking up the divine sharp fire spear, flames and spear shadows descended like a storm. In the blink of an eye, he killed 9 demons. The last one only lasted for 10 breaths of time before its head was pierced through. It lay on the ground and did not move at all. It died quickly, but Zhongli frowned. The average strength of these demons was very high. It had actually reached the level of a human nascent soul cultivator. Among them were high-level demons equivalent to soul formation and earth immortal cultivators, and there were quite a number of them. This was naturally nothing to Zhongli. However, ordinary sect cultivators were unable to resist such an enemy. It was no wonder that they would beat up the cultivation world of the Azure Cloud continent so badly in a short period of time. Zhongli grabbed a piece of flesh and squeezed it. A few bolts of lightning suddenly flickered inside. Moreover, what was even more surprising was that these demons actually did not have bones in their bodies. However, they did not rely on their exoskeletons to move like insects. Apart from the scales on the outside, there were really no bones inside. After careful inspection, he discovered that these demons actually relied on powerful muscles, skin, and a sponge pillar that was filled with blood and hardened. Wouldn't that mean that they could eat whatever they wanted? Name: Lightning Swamp Demon. Type: Mollusk Group System. Age: 29 days. Gender: male. Source of nutrition: meat. Habit: crowd obedience. In the age column, it was only 29 days. It seemed to be a creature produced in a short period of time. A demon from the lightning swamp. Zhongli resisted the electric arcs that jumped out of his muscles. He recalled the large lightning pool that appeared when the Chaos Immortal embryo fled. Now, it seemed that Zhongzia had likely gone to the legendary lightning swamp. Then, these demons who suddenly intruded into the continent of the 9 provinces and snatched the immortal chi were most likely related to that guy. That old man is really not a good person. Zhongli cursed and really planned to leave with Ling Zuzi. Before leaving, he suddenly looked down at the pitfall mountain that was already drowning in the sea. "The 3 of you, come with me." He casually grabbed down. He grabbed the 3 people who were hiding underwater and preparing to secretly escape. "Greetings, Human Emperor. We didn't know your identity earlier. Please forgive us for our offense." The 3 of them were neither blind nor deaf, so they naturally saw and heard everything Zhongli and Ling Zuzi had said earlier. How could they not know the true identity of this fellow Daoist 9 Nether? "Fellow Daoists, you're too polite. Everyone has their own ambitions. The Great Dao is different for us all. I shouldn't force the 3 of you. However, as you can see, the 9 provinces are currently in a life and death situation. A second-generation disciple of the profound sect who has survived since ancient times wants to rule this new world again. The current 9 provinces need your strength. After entering my Fengdu city, I can share this immortal chi with the 3 of you according to the agreement. If you make enough contributions, I guarantee in the name of the Human Emperor that I will personally help you become immortals. I won't go back on my word." Zhongli entered the invitation mode again and showed considerable sincerity. After all, now was not the time to be picky. Fengdu City wanted to unite these ancient forces. These reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas were very difficult to deal with. With his current methods, there was a high chance that he could not really kill them. After forming a feud, they would reincarnate elsewhere. It would be a hidden danger and trouble. However, at the same time, they were also very useful tools. The reincarnation of immortals and Buddhas was different from other modern cultivators. They could use immortal spiritual chi from birth. As long as Zhongli was willing, he could split out the immortal chi and quickly help them increase their strength. 798 Lightning Swamp Demon, 3. This was very important to him. This was because if that old fellow, Zhongzia, knew that he had really inherited the position of the Human Emperor, there was at least a 60 to 70% chance that he would disgustingly slaughter mortals on a large scale to weaken Zhongli. At that time, no matter how strong Zhongli was, he was not confident in protecting the countless humans in the continent of the 9 provinces alone. He had to make Fengdu City stronger and be able to stand alone. The unorthodox trio in front of him did not show the expected arrogant rejection. Instead, they were clearly tempted. This was the current Human Emperor. That was an existence that had been blessed by the merit of the entire human race. All evil was repelled by him and all methods could not invade his noble body. If an immortal touched him, he would first lose half his life from the providence of the human race. In ancient times, in terms of status, he was a supreme being whose status was comparable to the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court. Not to mention that they had yet to regain their immortal status. Even if they really became immortals, it would not be embarrassing to follow this person. Moreover, the conditions were so generous. If they still rejected it, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to him? It was slightly different from what Zhang Li had imagined. In fact, most immortals were still very easy to talk to, as long as one's strength and status surpassed theirs. The three reincarnations of the immortals and gods only considered for less than half a breath before agreeing. They also expressed their willingness to leave their names on the human emperor's stone monument. The current human emperor nodded in satisfaction. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a roll of yellow cloth. After removing it, the white energy fish was revealed. Since the lotus flower child had fallen into his hands, this immortal chi naturally belonged to the person with the highest morals present. As for this apricot yellow flag, although he could not refine it, it was really useful to pack things. He opened his mouth and sucked in the white fish. His body immediately felt cool and comfortable. Only then did he feel how pitiful the cultivators of this era were. In ancient times, any breath of immortal chi could surpass the 100 years of effort of ordinary cultivators in the spiritual chi environment. This was also why many cultivators at that time called themselves chi refinement cultivators. This was because at that time, as long as they cultivated like chi refinement realm cultivators, they could become immortals. The current human emperor had actually successfully condensed an immortal body without immortal chi. That was really too difficult. However, it was precisely because of this that he condensed the connate immortal spiritual chi that completely belonged to him in his body. The immortal spiritual chi with brilliant might collided with the white fish. With just a twist, a fish head was torn off. The fish head was twisted, and the immortal chi immediately began to dissipate. However, it would not completely dissipate immediately. Instead, it would last for about 3 breaths before releasing all the immortal chi. These 3 breaths were a short period of time. After all, he had already stepped onto the path of cultivation for so many years. Zhang Li was already very experienced in creating a status that could bring the greatest benefits. 3 breaths, which was about 10 seconds of time, was safer and could have the greatest effect. Just like that. Consumed the immortal spirit fish. Added status, Immortal Chi Infusion. Immortal Chi Infusion, Water Spirit 1000 points of Water Spirit Immortal Chi per second. Duration, 10 seconds, plus. This was the reason why Zhang Li had to snatch the Immortal Chi himself. The Immortal Chi could only play the greatest role when used on him. Then, he opened his mouth and spat. 4 wisps of spiritual chi spat out at Ling Zuzi, the 5 plague Daoist, Daoist Grass Lady Daoist, and Daoist Death Gate. After the 4 of them received the nourishment of the immortal chi, the injuries on their bodies immediately improved, and their auras rose steadily. 799 Lightning Swamp Evil Embryo, 1. Eastern region of the Azure Cloud Continent, 1000 Mountains. This was a place surrounded by dense mountains. There were abundant supplies and spiritual chi. However, the terrain of this mountain was a little unusual. Sometimes, when humans or wild beasts walked in, if they were not proficient in array formations, they would subconsciously go deeper and leave. If one looked down from the sky, they would discover that the bulging lines were like a fishing net thrown out. It was a radial maze. However, the lines that radiated were actually thousands of huge mountains that were thousands of miles long. They gathered towards the center, forming this magical terrain and the even taller earth-yellow mountain in the middle that seemed to reach the sky. In other words, this was where more than 1,000 thick earth veins gathered. In this place, such a vast and magical terrain was actually not formed naturally. It was modified from the original mountains by the immortal Qin dynasty thousands of years ago. The goal was to nurture a dragon vein. Back then, Zhang Li was still slightly puzzled as to how the Qin dynasty had been able to move the earth vein. Not long ago, Zhang Li finally understood that Zhang Taigong was involved. Apart from the ground control flag, the only treasure in the world that could capture and move the earth vein was probably the apricot yellow flag. After the Divine Judgment Hall saved that dragon vein, for the future of the entire eastern region, they naturally wanted it to recover as soon as possible. After a round of discussion, they set their target on the Thousand Mountain Range. The headquarters of the Divine Judgment Hall that had been established here had searched everywhere for many earth spirits. They had used all kinds of methods to make them join the Divine Judgment Hall and move here. He let these earth spirits guide the earth vein day and night to nourish the dragon vein. Of course, the feedback of the dragon vein could also allow the earth spirits to obtain some benefits. With the nourishment of more than 1,000 earth veins and the addition of a large number of natural treasures from the Divine Judgment Hall, the recovery speed of the dragon vein was greatly increased. Now, a small tail had grown out, no longer on the verge of death like before. Unexpectedly, the headquarters that had just begun to be established was attacked again. Due to the fact that there were no reincarnations of immortals and Buddhas in the Divine Judgment Hall, they still did not know what had happened to the world. They did not know that an immortal spiritual chi had already quietly been born under their buttocks. Less than a month ago, a lightning pool spread out on the ground in the distance. Six-legged three-eyed monsters continuously appeared. They crawled out of the lightning pool and were immediately attracted by some aura as they rushed towards the pale white city in the center of the Thousand Mountain Range. As they ran, earth spikes rose from the mountain range and attacked the demons that rushed over. This was the counterattack of the earth spirits who had been recruited by the Divine Judgment Hall. However, the quality of the soldiers of these lightning swamp demons was really terrifying. Ordinary methods could not stop them at all. As the distance approached, the Divine Judgment Hall also counterattacked. First, it was a large-scale spell technique, followed by a long-range artifact. After 2 waves of attacks, more than half of the lightning swamp demons were killed. Only then did the experts of both sides collide and engage in close combat. However, due to the chaos in the Blood King Palace, 9.5 of the Earth Immortal experts in the Divine Judgment Hall were heavily injured. With the intensity of their injuries, it was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. The breathing time was too short, and the defensive array formation on the Thousand Mountain Range had not been built at all. It could not help in a battle of this level. As soon as they fought, the Divine Judgment Hall immediately fell into an absolute disadvantage. The Earth Immortals who could originally easily fight for a month were burdened by their injuries. Now, not only could they not attack with all their might, they had to retreat and stabilize their injuries after a few hours. Coupled with the continuous number of demons crawling out from the other side, many people were already suffering. How's the request for help from Fengdu City? I've already asked for help several times, but there's no response. The Divine Judgment Hall had already endured for a period of time alone. However, the cultivators on their side were already injured and could not continue. They really needed powerful help from Fengdu City. Finally, as soon as they finished speaking, a gate of hell rose from a place specially left behind. A group of people from Fengdu City walked out and joined the battle without a word. Most of them wore masks and were experts of the armored troll court. Apart from the 9 Grand Dukes, there were also marquises, earls, viscounts, and many commoners. They were all a large number of Earth Immortal level experts. After being controlled by Zhang Li, they formed the backbone of Fengdu City's forces. With their addition, the casualties of the Divine Judgment Hall slowed down. However, the number of reinforcements was clearly not as many as they had expected. With their good relationship with Fengdu City, why did they not respond to the requests for help several times, and why were the people who came so few? The 3 divine pillars looked along the gate of hell. They immediately understood the reason. It turned out that there were also countless demons surrounding Fengdu City. There were even many more of them. Fengdu City was also under attack by the Lai's demons. It was already quite rare for them to send such people to support them. 800 Lightning Swamp Evil Embryo, 2. They could not ask the other party to abandon their city and help the Divine Judgment Hall with all their might. Why are there so many demons suddenly appearing? Fengdu City has already done its best. It seems that we can only rely on ourselves now. The goal of these monsters is the dragon vein. We can't retreat. Capture the leader first. Kill the monster in the lightning pool and destroy it. With the help of Fengdu City, the three divine pillars barely freed their hands. The only thing they could think of now was to destroy the lightning pool that was continuously crawling out of the monster. They turned into 3 streaks of light and shot towards the blue beast above the lightning pool. The blue lightning beast also had 6 limbs, but it could stand on its hind legs. The 40 above were all agile arms. One look and one could tell that it was an even stronger breed. Concubine Yun raised her hand and summoned a 7-colored cloud to temporarily control the lightning beast's vision and movements. Then, the two of them used their strongest combination of water and fire. While the monster was trapped, a resplendent sword light instantly slashed across the lightning beast's neck. Due to the fact that there were no bones in the lightning beast's body, their defense was relatively low. After breaking through the scales, the sword easily sent the blue head flying. Blood mixed with lightning splattered in the sky. The fire and water divine pillars that were holding swords at close range were inevitably splattered a little. Is it dead? The 3 of them stared at the headless lightning beast. A moment later, the flesh on the broken neck suddenly wriggled and was trying to heal. This powerful creature indeed did not die so easily. One more time. The ultimate technique of the 2 divine pillars was not only powerful, but it also did not consume much energy. With the 2 of them combined, they had the ability to temporarily resist experts similar to the armored troll queen. However, just as they combined their swords again, their expressions changed drastically. They looked down at the same time. Their stomachs rolled, and then they swelled up at an extremely fast speed like balloons. Moreover, they could clearly sense that there was not only air in their stomachs but also an additional life. Something was absorbing their strength to grow. They could not be blamed for being careless. After all, there were too few legends about the lightning swamp. They did not know what strange abilities these demons had. Legend had it that there was a beast in the lightning swamp called the Thunder God. Hwasu walked on the lightning swamp and was born as Fuxi. It meant that there was a divine beast in the lightning swamp called the Thunder God. Hwasu had only stepped on his footprints and got pregnant. Although this lightning beast was not the Thunder God, it was still closely related and came from the same lineage. It was not difficult to understand why he was pregnant with their blood. Perhaps it was a racial characteristic. After the 2 divine pillars understood their condition, their expressions became very ugly. If they were not wrong, they, who had lived for thousands of years, were pregnant. However, the problem was that the 2 of them were both males. It's the blood from before. Only then did they react. The demonic blood that had splattered on their bodies must have affected their bodies. However, at this moment, they understood that it was already over. Their stomachs rolled as lightning flashed. A tearing pain came from within. In just a few breaths, the thing in their stomachs was actually about to appear. Under this vile influence, the 2 of them hurriedly diverted their attention to circulate their spiritual chi and suppress it. The water and fire that required precise cooperation and could not make any mistakes immediately became chaotic. They exploded between the 2 of them, sending them flying to both sides. At this moment, the headless lightning beast also attacked at the same time. Its 2 huge hands grabbed the 2 divine pillars. Concubine Yun, who was at the side, was anxious. She waved the 7-colored stream of light and continuously attacked the lightning beast. However, in the lightning pool below, 2 lightning beasts of the same level slowly crawled out. From 3 against 1, it became 1 against 3. The situation instantly reversed. The 3 lightning beasts were clearly not stupid. They smiled sinisterly and took the initiative to cut open the flesh on their bodies, letting the blue blood flowing with lightning cover their entire bodies. Concubine Yun, who was surrounded alone, was even more shocked. Her black cloud lightning technique was useless against these lightning beasts, and this blood could not be touched at all. The consecutive terrible situations made her fall into an extremely passive situation. Woman! Come and give birth to our child. These demons could actually speak. The three lightning beasts pounced at concubine Yun, tearing at the protective clouds like cotton candy. The lightning pool below was surging with the power of lightning, causing her to fail in using the misty cloud immortal several times. Just as the seven-colored clouds were torn apart and the blood-burning hands were about to grab concubine Yun. Swoosh! There seemed to be a slight tremble in the air. The three lightning beasts' 12 arms were cut off at the same time. Not only that, but crisscrossed grids also appeared on their bodies. They had already been cut into pieces in an instant. It's the immortal slaying flying sword. Oh no! Oh no! Concubine Yun saw the familiar flying sword and heaved a sigh of relief. However, she discovered that her right calf had been dyed with blue blood. She condensed a seven-colored sword of light and was about to quickly cut off her right leg. However, halfway through, she was stopped by a hand. City Lord Zhang! That blood can lure the evil fetus into the body. Let me cut off the pollution. Concubine Yun was very anxious. Her cultivation method valued her vital yin extremely. Even if she lost a leg, she could not let the evil power enter her body casually. Concubine Yun, calm down. That's only a low-grade pollution caused by the qi of intercourse. I have a way to resolve it. Zhang Li raised his hand and pressed it on concubine Yun's chest. A ball of yin-yang qi that he had obtained from the top of the back yin mountain flowed into her body. It swam all the way to her right leg and shattered the lightning swamp qi that had invaded her body. Then, the aura seeped out of her body and transformed into a beautiful and refined girl in a red dress. This was one of the gifts given to him by the back yin mountain spirit. The four maidservants who were formed from the fusion of yin and yang. Previously, they had been kept in Zhang Li's body and were released from time to time to serve tea. If Zhang Li could not have children because of his strength in the future, these four would solve the problem for him very well. Be it finding a female companion or having children, it was not a problem. Now, they could also be used to deal with the lightning monster's strange ability to make people pregnant. After the fire and water divine pillars escaped from the lightning beast, they flew over with difficulty. Their stomachs bulged and the skin was thin and transparent. They looked like they were about to give birth. Human Emperor's successor, please help. They still did not know that Zhang Li had already obtained the inheritance and still addressed him as the successor. Zhang Li did not mind. He raised his hand and shot out 2 strands of yin-yang qi, similarly neutralizing the evil fetus in their stomachs. The foreign objects in their stomachs turned into 2 balls of clear qi and dissipated, finally solving their urgent problem. Thank you for your help, Human Emperor's successor. We can't thank you enough. If they really gave birth, not to mention that it was hard to accept mentally, their cultivation would also be sucked away by the thing in their stomachs. Zhang Li waved his hand. Let's end the trouble here first. Since Zhang Zia could create so many demons from the lightning swamp, the current human emperor would not be bad either. He patted his chest, and spiritual light and immortal qi surged from his body. The boundless aura that rose made the entire battlefield fall silent. Yin-Yang creation. Demon awakening. 9 Netherwood Dragon. A dark green light blossomed in his hand. In the next moment, green light poured out from his hand like a waterfall. They were wooden dragons more than 3,000 feet long. However, it was different from the low-level demons that Zhang Li had awakened. Each of these wooden dragons had powerful strength. After Zhang Li fused with the immortal peach wood, the 2 types of spiritual roots of heaven and earth, yin and yang, reconciled and produced some magical changes. To him, awakening true life had already become relatively simple. In this demon awakening, he also invested a large amount of dragon qi and dragon blood from the top-grade dragon transformation pill. After he successfully transformed into the direct bloodline of the Dragon Palace, the additional dragon blood and dragon qi were not very useful, so he stored them all. At this moment, Coupled with the immortal spiritual qi, the power was already at the immortal technique level. Although the strength of the wood demon he awakened was far inferior to 1,000th of his own, it was already extraordinarily powerful compared to others.